To my brother, Kevin McCaffrey, also known as the smallest dragon boy, and McCaffrey. To Kira Rose McCaffrey, of course, Todd McCaffrey. Dragon's Kin by Anne McCaffrey and Todd McCaffrey. Prologue. When men first came to Rookbot, a G-type star in the Sagittarian sector, they settled upon its third planet and named it Pern. They had set out to create an idyllic, low-tech farmer's paradise, escaping the ravages of the late Nazi wars. They paid little attention to Pern's neighbors, as the entire solar system had been previously surveyed and declared safe for colonization. Less than 8 years, or turns as the Pernese began calling them, after their arrival, Pern's erratic sister planet, the Red Star, came wheeling in from the outer edges of the solar system. And then thread fell from the sky. The thin, silvery wisps looked like no thread at all, until they touched flesh, or foliage, or anything living, including the bare earth. Then the thread would grow, sucking the nutrients out of anything it could, turning soil into lifeless dirt, searing through flesh to leave nothing more than charred bone. Only metal, bare rock, and water, where thread drowned, were safe. The first threadfall, catching the colonists by complete surprise, was devastating. Thousands died, many more were maimed, and countless herds of imported animals were lost. Worse, the near approach of the Red Star not only brought thread, but also increased the stress on Pern's tectonic plates, producing earthquakes, tsunamis, and volcanoes. The surviving colonists reorganized. They abandoned the richer but seismically active southern continent in favor of the more stable northern continent. There they built a fort out of an east-facing cliffside in which they could hold all the remaining colonists. It was not enough. With their technology failing, they could not hope to get the ground clear of thread long enough to harvest the food they needed for their survival. They needed another solution, a Pern-based system to rid the skies of thread. The colonists' biologists, led by the Eridani-trained Kitty Ping, turned to the indigenous fire lizards, small flying creatures that looked like miniature dragons. Using genetic engineering, the Pernese bred the fire lizards into huge dragons that, by chewing a phosphine-bearing rock, could breathe fire on thread, charring it right out of the sky before it could touch the ground. These dragons, linked telepathically with their human riders, would form the mainstay of the colonists' defense against thread. In what was regarded as a mistake, Kitty Ping's daughter, Windblossom, created smaller, over-muscled, ugly creatures with great, photosensitive eyes. Called watch-whers, they were useless fighting thread in the daylight. But the resourceful Pernese discovered that the watch-whers were ideal for seeing in dark places, like the caves that became the holds for the holders and mines for miners. As the colonists quickly outgrew their fort hold, the Dragonriders found a new living space in an old volcanic basin. This they called Fort Weir. The population continued to grow, and the colonists spread out across the northern continent. The Dragonriders formed new weirs in the high mountains. The farmers and herders settled in new holds on the plains below. Under the leadership of the Lord Holders and the Weir leaders, a new society developed, based on specialties and skills. Some specialties, particularly those requiring many years of training, became recognized as separate crafts: smith, miner, farmer, fisher, healer, and harper. Levels of skill in a craft were recognized with the old guild appellations: apprentice, journeyman, and master. Each craft had one master elected to preside over all craft affairs: master smith, master miner, master farmer, master fisher, master healer, and master harper. Given the nature of celestial mechanics, after 50 turns the Red Star moved too far from Pern for thread to fall, and the threat faded away. until 200 turns later when the red star repeated its orbit, beginning a second pass. Again the dragons and their Dragonriders rose into the sky to flame the thread into harmless char, and again, as the red star receded 50 turns later, the colonists returned to easier times and spread out to explore the abundance of Pern. After another interval of 200 turns, the pattern repeated, and thread fell again. Toward the end of the second interval, with only 16 turns before the return of the red star, thread, and the beginnings of the third pass, a problem arose for the miners. The people relied on coal. Without coal, particularly the hot-burning anthracite, the master smith would not be able to forge the steel that made the plows the farmers used, rimmed the wheels the traders used, and joined the leather riding gear the Dragonriders used to fly against thread. But by now, the easily acquired coal, the coal that came to the surface in huge open seams, was nearly all mined out. Master Miner Bertel, in his craft hall at Crom Hold, realized that in order to dig deep into the mountains to get new coal, his miners would have to learn anew the old ways of tunneling and shaft mining. Working from ancient survey maps, the master miner identified several promising subterranean coal seams, selected his most promising journeymen, and set them the task of proving new mines. Those that succeeded would be made masters, and their camps would become permanent mines, with all the rank and prosperity associated with a miner holder. Although he admitted it to no one, Master Miner Bertel held his highest hopes for journeyman Natalon and the group of hard-working miners he had inspired to join him. Natalon had shown a willingness to experiment, which would be required to successfully master the new art of deep shaft mining. He had enlisted watch-whers, hoping to use their abilities to detect tunnel snakes and bad air, both the explosive gases and the odorless, deadly carbon monoxide which could suffocate the unwary. From what Bertel had heard, the watch-whers were something of a mystery, their abilities ignored as commonplace. Bertel planned on watching that camp carefully, particularly keeping an eye on the work of the watch-whers and their bonded were-handlers. Chapter 1. In early morning light I see a distant dragon come to me. Kindan was so excited that he practically bounced as he ran up to the heights where Camp Natalon kept its drum, fire beacon, and watch. "They're here! They're here!" Xenor shouted down at him. Needing no further urging, Kindan put on an extra burst of speed. Breathless, he joined his friend on the peak where they kept the watch. Looking down at the valley, he could plainly see the large drays rolling ponderously up toward the main camp. Leading them were the smaller but bright and cheerfully painted domicile wagons owned by the caravanners. From the watch heights, not only could he see all the way across the lake to the bend where the trail turned out of sight, but he could also see the fields on the far side of the lake, which had just been cleared, ready for their first planting of crops. Closer in, he could see where the trail forked, the more heavily traveled way heading up to the depot where the mined and bagged coal was stored, the lighter way leading toward the miners' houses on the near side of the lake. Most of the houses were in 3 rows, arranged in a U shape around a central square. The open, northern end of the U faced the road. It was there that smaller spice gardens had been planted, and it was in front of those, closer to the main square, that wedding preparations were in progress for Kindan's own sister's wedding. None of those houses were proper houses, built to withstand threadfall, but threadfall was a long way off, another 16 turns, and the miners were glad to have the temporary comfort of their own housing, convenient to the new mine. Midway from the square to the hill was a separate house and a large shed. The house was Kindan's home, and the shed housed Dask, the camp's sole remaining watch-wher. Dask was bonded to Kindan's father, Danil. Hidden from the watch point by the bend of the hill was a much larger and sturdier dwelling, the full stone hold of Natalon, the head miner in the camp. North of it, separated by a walled-in herb garden, was a smaller but almost as well-built dwelling, the home of the camp's harper. Just beyond the harper's dwelling, the edge of which was visible from the lookout, the hillside, a spur from the western mountain, turned abruptly, and the plain in front of it rose toward the peak of the mountain, with another spur about 2 kilometers distant, forming a valley. 200 meters from the bend, and 100 meters west of the lookout was the entrance to the mine. The boys knew the valley like the backs of their hands, even though it was changing daily, and Kindan had been there only 6 months himself. They paid no attention to the view. Today, not even the novelty of the wedding preparations interested them. The two boys had eyes only for the trader caravan winding its way around the lake below them.
"Where's Taragar?" Zinar asked. "Can you see him?"
Kindan squinted and shaded his eyes against the sun with his hand, but mostly for show. The distance was far too great to make out one person in the whole caravan.
"I don't know," he answered irritably. "I'm sure he's down there somewhere."
Zinar laughed.
"Well, he'd better be, or your sis will kill him."
Kindan favored this comment with a glare.
"Hadn't you better get back on down and tell Nadalon?" he asked. "Me?" Zinar replied. "I'm on watch, not a runner."
Oh, shards, Kindan groaned. "I'm all out of breath, Zinar," he added in a lower tone.
"And besides, you know how much Nadalon wants to hear this news?"
Zinar's eyes widened.
"Oh, yeah, I do. Everyone knows that he was hoping your sis would stay at the camp."
"Right," Kindan agreed.
"So just imagine how mad he'll be at hearing about it from me." "Ah, come on, Kindan," Zinar replied. "There's good news with the bad. That's a whole caravan approaching, not just a wedding."
"Which he has to host," Kindan snapped back. He sighed.
"Well, if you insist, I'll go back down."
He paused dramatically, eyeing his smaller friend.
"But Sis said that I've got to wash Dask tonight."
Zinar's eyes narrowed as he considered this.
"You mean, if I do the running, you'll let me help wash the watch-wher?"
Kindan grinned. "Exactly."
"You would?"
Zinar repeated hopefully.
"Your dad won't mind?"
Kindan shook his head.
"Not if he doesn't find out, he won't."
The added enticement of doing something unsanctioned brought a gleam to Zinar's eyes.
"All right, I'll do it."
"Great."
"Of course, washing a watch-wher is not the same as oiling a dragon," Zinar went on.
The thought of impressing a dragon, of becoming telepathically linked with one of Pern's great fire-breathing defenders, was the secret wish of every child on Pern. But dragons seemed to prefer the children of the weir. Only a few riders were chosen from the holds and crafts, and no dragon had ever visited Camp Nadalon.
"You know,"
Zinar continued,
"I saw them."
Everyone in Camp Nadalon knew that Zinar had seen dragons. It was his favorite tale. Kindan suppressed a groan. Instead, he made encouraging noises while hoping that Zinar wouldn't dawdle too much longer, or Nadalon would be wondering at the speed of his runner, and might remember who it was.
"They were so beautiful. A perfect V formation, way up high. You could see them, bronze, brown, blue, green."
Zinar's voice faded as he recalled the memory.
"And they looked so soft."
"Soft?" Kindan interrupted, his tone full of disbelief. "How could they look soft?"
"Well, they did. Not like your father's watch-wher."
Kindan, feeling anger on Dask's behalf, stomped firmly on his emotion, remembering that he still wanted Zinar to run for him.
"Is the caravan getting closer?" he asked,
hinting broadly. Zinar looked, nodded, and sprinted away from the watch point.
"You won't forget, will you?"
he called back over his shoulder.
"Never,"
Kindan replied. He was delighted at the thought of help with what he was certain was going to be a particularly thorough bathing of the coal mine's only watch-wher, the night before a major wedding. At the bottom of the hillside, after his long, warm scramble down, Zinar paused and looked back up to where Kindan was now standing watch. It was warmer in the valley, and the air was thicker, partly from the moisture in the fields, and partly from the smoke already beginning to rise from the camp's fires. Catching his breath, he turned to search for Miner Natalon. He steered for the largest knot of people he could find, figuring that the camp's leader would be there. He was right. Natalon was a rangy sort of a man who stood taller than the average. Xenar's father, Talmarik, had called Natalon a youngster once, but only in a low voice. After hearing that, Xenar had tried to imagine Natalon as young, but couldn't. Even though Talmarik was 5 turns older than Natalon, Natalon's 26 turns might have been a full 100 when compared to Xenar's meager 10. Xenar considered calling out, but there was still a lot of confusion over the right title for Natalon. He'd be Lord Natalon if the camp proved itself and became a proper mine, but that was still to happen, and no one quite knew how to address him now. Xenar opted for worming through the crowd and grabbing at Natalon's sleeve. Miner Natalon was not pleased to have someone yank on his sleeve in the middle of an argument. He looked down and saw the sweat-stained face of Talmarik's son, but couldn't remember the child's name. It had been so much easier 6 months earlier, when there had only been himself and a few other miners seeking out a new seam of coal. But finding that seam, and still others after it, had been exactly what Natalon had hoped for, to start a camp and prove it into a mine. Talmarik's son yanked again. "Yes," Natalon said.
"The caravan's approaching, sir,"
Xenar said, hoping that "sir" would not affront the camp's head miner.
"How soon, lad? Don't you know how to make a proper report?"
A querulous voice barked above Xenar's ears. He turned and saw that the speaker was Tarik, Natalon's uncle. Xenar had had several encounters with Tarik's son, Kristoff, and still bore bruises from the last meeting. Rumor had it that Tarik was furious that Cromhold's master miner hadn't put him in charge of seeking out new coal. Another rumor, whispered quietly among only a few of the camp's boys, was that Tarik was doing everything in his power to prove that Natalon was unsuited to run the camp, and that he, Tarik, should be placed in charge. The last set of bruises Xenar had got from Kristoff were the result of an ill-placed comment about Kristoff's father. "How long until they arrive, Xenar?" a kinder voice asked. It was Danil, Kindan's father, and the partner of the camp's only surviving watch-wher.
"I spotted them at the head of the valley," Xenar replied. "I imagine it'll be 4, maybe 6 hours until they reach the camp."
"They'd get here faster if the roadway were properly lined," Tarik growled, casting a reproving glare at Natalon. "We must use our labor wisely, Uncle," Natalon answered soothingly. "I decided that it made more sense to fell more trees to use in the mines for shorings."
"We can't afford any more accidents," Danil agreed.
"Nor lose any more watch-whers," Natalon added. Xenar hid a grin as he saw Kindan's father nod in fierce agreement.
"Watch-whers aren't much use," Tarik growled. "We've made do without them before, and now we've lost 2, and what have we got to show for it?"
"As I recall, watch-wher Wensk saved your life, Tarik," Danil answered, his voice edged with bitterness, "even after you refused to heed his warnings. And I believe that your abusive behavior is what decided Wenser to leave with his watch-wher." Tarik snorted.
"If we had enough shoring, the tunnel wouldn't have collapsed."
"Ah," Natalon interrupted. "I'm glad to hear that you agree with my reasoning then, Uncle." Tarik glowered. Then, to change the subject, he snapped at Xenar.
"How many drays were there, boy?"
Xenar screwed his eyes shut in concentration. He opened them again when he had his answer.
"There were 6, and 4 wagons."
"Humph," Tarik snarled.
"Well, Natalon, if the boy's right, then those traders have 2 drays less than we've got coal to trade."
He fell to muttering darkly.
"And all the time we've been spending working ourselves to the bone to get out that coal when we should have been building a proper hold. What'll happen when Thread comes?"
"Miner Tarik," a new voice chimed in. "Thread's not due to fall for another 16 turns. I imagine we'll have time to correct the problem before then." Xenar looked behind him as a hand was laid lightly on his shoulder. It was Joffrey, the camp's harper. Zener smiled up at the young man who had taught him every morning for the last 6 months. Harpers were the teachers on Pern, as well as the archivists, news sources, and, sometimes, judges, and Joffrey was as good a teacher as he was a musician. Joffrey was a journeyman harper. He was due to return soon to the Harper Hall to complete his mastery. When he did, he'd probably be too senior to return to a small camp like this one. Instead, Zener was sure that he'd be posted to a great hold, perhaps even Crom, there to supervise not just the Major Hold's children, but all the journeyman harpers dispatched to the small cots and camps that spread out from the large hold as its inhabitants expanded their territory. Of course, maybe a new harper would know more about healing than Joffrey, who had come to accept that in matters of healing, Kindan's eldest sister, Silstra, was the master and not he. Zener swallowed when he remembered that the caravan approaching bore Silstra's future husband, and that, as a wife of a smith, Silstra would leave Camp Natalon forever.
"Time or not,"
Tarek replied with a sneer,
"you won't be here."
"Uncle," Natalon said, breaking up what he feared would be another nasty exchange of words, "whatever the result, it was my decision." Natalon turned his attention back to Zener. "Run down to the women at the cook fires and inform them that our guests are approaching." Zener nodded and took off gladly, not wanting to listen to more of Tarek's snippery. As he left, he heard Daniil's voice above the others.
"You suppose your replacement is also in the caravan, Joffrey?"
"Oh, no," Zener wailed to himself. "Not a replacement for Harper Joffrey so soon." Back up in the watch heights, Kindan followed Zener's movements until he was lost in the crowd of elders. Nervously, he waited until his friend exited the crowd, and then he heaved a sigh of relief. Zener wasn't in trouble, and neither was he. He watched Zener head down from the plateau toward the buildings and fields below, and guessed that he had been ordered to let the rest of the camp know that the caravan had been sighted. Tonight there would be a welcoming feast. Kindan saw Zener slow down as he approached the Harper's cottage. He was surprised to see Zener stop and then dart around to the front of the cottage, out of Kindan's sight, and, presumably, inside. What was Zener doing? Kindan guessed that he had stopped because someone inside the cottage had called to him. Kindan made a mental note to find out. Then, the first sounds of the arriving caravan distracted him, and he turned his attention to it. The faint smell of pine sap came into the Harper's cottage on the breeze. Pine sap and something else, some subtle smells that made Nuella think instantly of...
"Zener, is that you?"
she hissed. The sounds of a runner stopping suddenly and skidding came through the window, followed by Zener's voice in a whisper.
"What are you doing here?"
Nuella frowned, irritated at his tone.
"Come inside and I'll tell you," she answered testily.
"All right," Zener grumbled, "but I can't be long. I'm running." Nuella heard the capital R in his voice and knew that he was using kid shorthand for "I've got the job of runner." She held her next question until she heard his feet on the front steps. She made her way from the kitchen in the back down the hallway to the front door. A breeze, scented with the lake's moisture, wafted in as Zener entered.
"I thought Kindan was the runner and you had watch," Nuella said.
Zener sighed.
"We switched,"
he said. Then, his tone brightening, he added in a rush, "He's going to let me help wash the watch-wher."
"When?" "Tonight,"
Zener answered. "The caravan's arrived."
"I heard,"
Nuella said with a frown.
"Do you know if the new Harper's come? I wanted to meet him."
"Meet him? What will your father say?" Zener demanded.
"I don't care,"
Nuella answered frankly.
"If I've got to be cooped up all the time, at least I can learn something from the Harper, work on my pipe some more.
But what if people find out?"
"The caravan's coming, right? There'll be a feast tonight, won't there? You're going down to tell them at the square, right?"
Nuella asked, and then continued immediately.
"So tonight I'll dress up in bright and dark colors, trader clothes, and no one will know."
"The traders will," Zener protested.
"No, they won't,"
Nuella said.
"They'll think I'm just a miner dressing up to flatter them."
"What about your parents? Or Daelor?" Nuella shrugged.
You'll have to keep me away from them. That shouldn't be hard, especially as they won't be expecting me. But
Noella reached out, caught his arm, turned him around, and pushed him toward the door.
Go on now, or someone will be asking why you're so slow.
By the time Kindan's relief arrived, hours later, he had forgotten about Xenar's detour, his stomach rumbling with anticipation at the great smells of spice-roasted wherry rising up from the huge outdoor cooking fires below. Usually, every family at Camp Natalon ate in their own quarters. Tonight, there were huge fires burning in the pits placed at the center of the square, and long wooden tables with benches had been drawn around them to provide seating for everyone, camper and caravaner alike. Harper Joffrey and several other musicians were playing lively music while the crowd ate happily. Kindan managed to find food and a quiet seat far away from any further chores. Munching happily on the spiced wherry meat, his favorite of his sister's excellent recipes, and drinking fresh berry juice, Kindan nevertheless kept his eyes and ears roaming, both to avoid any interruptions, like work, and to strain for any interesting gossip. At the head table, in the center of all the tables, Kindan spied the head of the caravan and his lady, but his eyes fixed most on his own sister and her fiancé, Teragar. The smith was of medium height, but well-muscled. He wore a short, close-trimmed dark beard that always seemed to be split by a smile, made all the brighter by his twinkling blue eyes. Kindan had liked him from the first moment he had met him. Teragar and Silstra. Their names had a good ring to them. But to him, and indeed all of Camp Natalon, his sister would always be Sis. Kindan wondered if there was a Sis in the Telgar Smithcraft Hall already. Perhaps she was marrying someone from out of the Smithcraft, and they were looking for a replacement. He wondered if Camp Natalon would ever find a replacement for his Sis. Kindan found his eyes watering, and decided that the wind must have changed and blown some of the ash from the fire toward him. He ignored the lump in his heart. He knew how happy Sis would be. He had heard her say it so many times, and he couldn't deny that Teragar was a nice man. Still, it would be a lonelier place without his big sister, the sister who had watched over all the family since their mother had died. The wind changed, and the freshening breeze brought a new smell. Bubbly pies! Kindan's stomach rumbled as he sought the source of the smell. He started to get up, but a hand pushed him down. "Don't think about it," a voice growled in his ear. It belonged to the youngest of his older brothers, Kalek. "Dad sent me to find you. You're to wash Dask now."
Now? Of course. But all the pies will be eaten,
Kindan protested. Kalek was unimpressed.
"You'll get some tomorrow at the wedding,"
he said with a shrug.
"Mind you clean him properly or Dad'll have your hide." "But it's not dark yet,"
Kindan protested. Dask, like all watch-whers, had been born with huge eyes that found the light of day hideously painful. Dask's eyes worked best at night. At night, there wasn't anything a watch-wher couldn't see. Many were the miners who owed their lives to the ability of a watch-wher to see a human body under the rocks and rubble of a cave-in. A larger figure loomed over the both of them. Kindan could tell immediately who it was by the way that Kalek shied away. Kalek was always more frightened of their father than Kindan. "You two are disturbing the meal," Daniel said in a deep voice roughened by an age in the mines. He laid one large hand on Kalek's shoulder.
"I told him to go wash Dask,"
Kalek said. Kindan looked up and met his father's eyes squarely. Daniel returned the look with a slight nod. "Well, it can wait until after the bubbly pies," he said. He shook a huge finger at Kindan. "I'm trusting that you'll do us all proud and make my watch-wher the envy of Crom Hole tomorrow."
"Yes, sir,"
Kindan responded enthusiastically. The dreaded chore suddenly seemed a mark of great trust and respect. "I will." Daniel kept his hand on Kalek, saying, "Come along, son. There's a craft girl you might like to meet." Even in the failing light, Kindan could see Kalek turn beet red. Kalek, just turned 14 and still very wary of his newfound voice and manhood, was quite shy around girls his own age. Kindan managed not to laugh out loud, but Kalek caught the look in his eyes and glared at his younger brother. Immediately, Kindan sobered, for the look threatened retribution. The smell of bubbly pies teased Kindan's nose, and he turned to hunt them out. Kalek's retribution was sometime in the future. The bubbly pies were right now. The evening meal in the camp square was still going strong when Kindan started up toward the shed that was Dask's home. As he walked slowly and deliberately away from the bonfire and the crowd, a small shadow detached itself and followed him.
"Are you going to wash the watch-wher now?"
Xenor whispered, panting as he struggled to catch up.
"Yes." "Why didn't you get me then?"
Xenor asked, his voice full of perceived betrayal.
"You're here, aren't you?" Kindan replied. "If I went through the crowd looking for you, Kalek would have noticed and done something to stop us." "Oh."
Xenor didn't have any older brothers and was completely unused to using guile to get his own way. But because he wanted an older brother just as much as Kindan wanted a younger brother, they got along famously, even if there was no more than 2 months' difference in their ages. They were about halfway there when Kindan noticed another shadow trailing beside them.
"What's that?"
he asked, stopping and pointing.
"What?"
Xenor answered promptly.
I don't see anything."
One of the things that Kindan really appreciated in Xenor was that his friend was a truly terrible liar.
"Maybe it was a trick of the moon's,"
Xenor suggested, gesturing up to Pern's 2 moons, Timor and Belior. Kindan shrugged and continued onward. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that the shadow was still following. He thought for a moment and came up with an interesting notion.
"Who did you talk to today at the Harpers?" he asked Xenor.
Xenor stopped dead in his tracks. So Kindan noticed with satisfaction did the shadow.
"When?"
Xenor asked, his eyes wide.
"When you went from Nadalon down to the square," Kindan said. "I saw you stop and talk to someone, and I'd already seen Joffrey in the group when you talked to Nadalon, so it couldn't have been him."
"Me?"
"When?"
Xenor repeated. Kindan waited silently for him to answer.
"Oh!"
Xenor said suddenly, as though actually remembering and not rapidly concocting a lie.
"That was Daelor."
Daelor was Nadalon's son, nearly the same age as Xenor and Kindan. Kindan didn't like the way Daelor took on airs about being the son of the camp's founder, but he couldn't fault the boy otherwise. Daelor was often honest and had stood up for Kindan more than once when Kalek had been picking on him. Kindan, for his part, had stuck up for Daelor when Kristoff, Tariq's only son, picked fights. Kindan gave Xenor a measuring look, but before he could ask his next question, Xenor said,
"Won't your dad be mad if he finds out that I helped wash Dask?"
"So we'd better make sure he doesn't find out," Kindan said. Xenor gestured for Kindan to get moving again.
"In that case, we'd better get done before my parents start wondering where I am."
Kindan considered teasing Xenor more about their shadow, but the look on his friend's face made him reconsider. "Okay," was all Kindan said, starting up the slope toward the shed where Dask was quartered, next to the cot-hold his father had built. Dask's shed was large enough for the watch-wher to lie on his side with plenty of distance from the walls. Straw was piled on the floor. Kindan opened the double doors carefully and chirped a quick note.
"Dask?"
Kindan called softly.
"It's me, Kindan. Dad asked me to get you washed for the wedding tomorrow."
The watch-wher uncoiled from his sleeping position, his head emerging from underneath his small wings and his bright eyes like huge jeweled lanterns reflecting the last of the twilight brightly back at the 2 boys.
"Mom?"
the watch-wher muttered. Kindan crossed the distance between them quickly but cautiously, murmuring softly, reaching out slowly to scratch the ugly watch-wher on the ridge just above his eye. Dask murmured with growing pleasure. Kindan blew a breath toward the watch-wher's nose so that Dask would get a good smell of him and recognize him. Dask snorted and blew back. Kindan reached above the eyes for Dask's ears and stroked them.
"Good boy," he said.
Dask arched his neck and pulled his head out of Kindan's grasp to look down haughtily at the boy.
"We're here to wash you,"
Kindan repeated. Dask leaned down toward Kindan and blew another breath at him, then raised his head up and looked out past the curtain that had been hung inside the double doors. Kindan realized that Dask had seen Xenor.
"That's right. Me and Xenor," he said soothingly. "Come on in, Xenor." "It's awfully dark in there,"
Xenor said, still standing outside the doors.
"Course it is,"
Kindan replied.
"Dask likes the dark, don't you, big fella?"
Dask blew an agreeing breath over Kindan's head, and then swiveled his neck to peer curiously toward Xenor.
"The sun's down now,"
Kindan said to the watch-wher, pointing toward the lake.
"Why don't you go for a quick dip, and Xenor and I will freshen up your bed?"
Dask nodded and started out of the shed. Wide-eyed, Xenor backed out of the way as the watch-wher pushed by him. Then Dask gave a little happy chirp, flapped his wings once, and vanished. A cold breeze blew over Xenor from where Dask had been.
"Kindan, he vanished."
"He went between," Kindan corrected.
"Come on and help me tidy his bed. There should be some fresh straw near you." "Between? You mean just like dragons?"
Xenor looked from the spot where the watch-wher had been to the lake. Kindan glanced consideringly at his friend and shrugged.
"I suppose so. I've never seen a dragon go between. I heard the riders tell them where to go, but Dask does it on his own. He doesn't like all the bright fires in the square, so he's always going the faster way. Come on," he continued. "Give me a hand. He'll be back soon, and then the work really starts."
Kindan was serious. They had just gotten fresh straw spread about in a satisfactory bed when another blast of chill air announced Dask's return. The watch-wher's brown skin was glistening with drops of water, and with a happy noise he shook himself.
"No!" Kindan bellowed. "Don't shake. We've got to get the dirt off of you first."
Grabbing a long-handled brush and a bar of hard soap, Kindan directed Xenor to a bucket of scrub sand. Between them, they scrubbed the watch-wher from top to bottom, snout to tail. Both boys were wet and sweating by the time the watch-wher was clean and dry.
"There you are, Dask," Kindan said, pleased. "All clean and handsome. Just don't roll before the ceremony tomorrow."
Even in the low light, Kindan could see Dask's multifaceted eyes whirling with the green and blue of happiness.
"Whew,"
Xenor breathed, sinking down to the floor by the doors.
"Washing watch-whers is hard work. I wonder what it's like with dragons."
"Harder?" Kindan said. At Xenor's questioning look, he explained.
"Well, dragons are bigger, aren't they? And their skin flakes and has to be oiled, too."
Kindan rose to his feet and gave Dask a hug and a pat on the neck.
"Dask here doesn't need to worry about such things. He's tough." "I'm tired," Xenor said. "I can't imagine what it would be like to wash him all by yourself."
"We'd have been faster if your friend had helped," Kindan said. Xenor jumped up.
"I don't know what you're talking about. There's no one here but us."
"Who are you talking to?"
a voice called loudly from outside the shed. It was Kalek.
"Kindan, if you've got someone helping you, Dad'll skin you alive."
Xenor vanished into the shadows as Kalek entered, looking suspicious.
"What are you talking about, Kalek?" Kindan demanded coyly. "Can't you see I'm just finishing?"
"In about half the time I'd have expected of you,"
Kalek muttered, peering into the corners of the shed. Behind him, Kindan could see Xenor carefully move the brush he had been using out of sight.
"I'm a fast worker,"
Kindan said. "Since when?" Kalek retorted. "I'm sure you had help. Dad'll lynch you. You know how he feels about people spooking his watch-wher."
Kindan noticed that Kalek never called Dask by his name.
"Whoever it is has to be nearby,"
Kalek said, eyes darting this way and that in the dark shed.
"I'll find him, and then—"
A loud rattle of stones outside interrupted him.
"Aha!"
Kalek yelled, and charged off in the direction of the sound. Kindan waited until Kalek's steps had faded into the distance before speaking again.
I think it's all right now, he said to Xenor at last. But you'd better leave. Yeah, I guess I'd better, Xenor agreed. And thank your friend for making that diversion. I was sure that Kalek was going to find you.
Xenor drew a breath as if to argue, but let it out again in a sigh and left, shaking his head. Kindan listened to Xenor's footsteps as they faded in the distance, heading back toward the square. Then he bowed to Dask, said goodbye, and closed the shed. Outside he paused. He turned his head in the direction he had heard the rattle come from. It was from a spot just a bit off the regular track between the mines and the square. For a long while he stood, trying to pierce the dark with his eyes. If he were bonded with a watch-wher, like his father was with Dask, he could have asked his watch-wher to see who was out there. Finally, Kindan gave up and made a guess.
Thank you, Daylor,
he said toward the darkness as he headed back toward his bed. Not long after he left, a soft voice giggled. Chapter 2. Its skin is bronze, its eyes are green. It's the loveliest dragon I've ever seen.
Wake up, sleepyhead,
Sis shouted at Kindan. Kindan squirmed further into the warm blankets. Abruptly, his pillow was pulled out from under his head. He groaned, startled by the sudden movement.
You heard Sis, get up,
Kalek said, roughly turning his youngest brother out of the bed.
I'm up,
Kindan snarled.
He wished he had just a bit more time to remember his dream. Mama was in it, he was sure. Kindan never told anyone about his dreams of his mother, not after the first time. He knew that his mother had died giving birth to him. He couldn't help knowing because his brothers and sisters practically blamed him for it. But Sis, and his father, who spoke so rarely, both said that it wasn't his fault. Sis told Kindan how big a smile his mother had had when she held him up in her arms. He's beautiful, his mother had said to his father. And then she had died. Your mother wanted you, Daniil had told him once after Kindan had come home crying because his big brothers had told him that no one had wanted him. She knew the risks, but she said you'd be worth it. Ma said you wouldn't need much looking after, Sis had said another time. But you'd be worth it.
This morning, Kindan didn't feel worth much of anything. He scrambled to get his clothes on, washed his face in cold water in the basin, and brushed to the breakfast table. Throw the water out and clean the basin, Jacques growled, grabbing him by the ear and spinning him back toward their room. You're the last one who used it.
I'll get it later,
Kindan yelped. Jacques turned and blocked the exit. You will not. You'll get it now, or Sis'll give it to you later. Kindan frowned and turned back to the wash basin. With his back to Jacques, he stuck out his tongue. His bigger brother would have decked him if he had seen him. Taking care of the wash basin ensured that Kindan was the last in to breakfast. He looked around for something to eat. There was claw to drink. Cold. Some cereal, but not much, and no milk to go with it. The others hurried away, but Sis turned them back with either a growl or a frown so they couldn't get away with leaving their dishes for him.
You'll eat well tonight, Kindan,
Sis said to him as he mournfully spooned his breakfast. Her eyes were particularly bright. Kindan was confused for a moment, but then he remembered there was a wedding tonight. Sis's wedding.
Now, get out of here. You've chores to do, she said, shoving him affectionately out of the kitchen.
First thing out the door, Kindan stopped. Sis hadn't assigned chores like she usually did. He turned back just as she came charging out.
Go ask Janella,
Sis said scoldingly before Kindan could even open his mouth. Janella was Natalon's wife. As she was very pregnant, Sis had stood in for her ever since the families had moved up to the camp 6 months ago. Kindan knew that there was no one worse than his own sister in a temper, so he scuttled off immediately. He concentrated so hard on avoiding his sister's temper that his legs took him up to the mine entrance before he realized it. Rather than turning straight back, Kindan paused, eyeing the mine entrance thoughtfully. Usually, one of the first tasks of the day for the camp's youngsters was to change the glow baskets in the mines. Today, because of the wedding, the mines were closed, except for those unlucky enough to have the job of working the pumps. So Kindan found himself in front of the mine shaft, wondering whether the task had been canceled for the day. Even though no one would be mining that day and that night, Kindan decided that surely it made sense to change the glows so that the miners wouldn't have to go down into a dark mine the next day. Kindan heard voices coming from inside the mine. He couldn't make out what was being said, but he could tell that one was a deep man's voice and the other a young girl's voice. "Hello?" he called into the mine, thinking that perhaps some of the caravanners had gone for a look at the mine. The voices stopped. Kindan cupped an ear with his hand, straining to hear any sounds. Late at night, when the camp's cook fire had burned down to mere embers and the chill winds from the mountains howled through the camp's square, the older boys told all sorts of scary stories about ghosts in the mine. Kindan was sure that these weren't ghosts, but all the same, he wasn't too interested in going into a dark cave by himself. "Hello?" he called again, hesitantly. He certainly wouldn't want to invite any ghosts to him. There was no answer. Presently, Kindan heard the steady sound of one pair of boots on the dirt floor of the cave. He stepped back from the entrance. A darker shadow appeared, then resolved itself into human form. It was an old, silver-haired man whom Kindan had never seen before. The man looked haggard, and his eyes were bleak as though all the laughter had been leached from them and all the life had seeped away. Kindan took another step back and prepared to run. The child in the mine, the one with the girl's voice, had this spectre eaten it? "You there!" the man called out. As soon as he heard the deep, rich voice, Kindan knew that the man was no ghost. The accent was clearly from Port Hold, and it held the cultured overtones of the Harper Hall. "Yes, master?" Kindan answered, not knowing what rank the man held, and guessing that it was best to err on the side of caution. Was this Harper Crom's Master Harper come to check on Journeyman Joffrey? Or was he a Harper with the traders? "What are you doing here?" the old man barked. "I was here to see if the glows needed changing," Kindan said. The old man frowned, brows furrowed tightly. His head swung around to look over his shoulder, but he stopped the movement almost immediately. "I was told," he said, "that no one was going to be up here today." "Yes, there's a wedding," Kindan told him, "but I wasn't sure if Nathalon wanted the glows changed." "Well, they certainly could do with it," the old man said. The sound of a small rock falling behind him made him turn around and back again. "It can be quite dangerous down there. But I think— Wait a minute. Are you Kindan?" "Yes, sir," Kindan replied, wondering why the old man knew his name. He couldn't have known about— Kindan compiled a far too lengthy list of possible misdeeds before the old man made his next response. "You are supposed to be at the Harper's quarters in about 15 minutes, young man," the old man said. As Kindan turned to run back down to Joffrey's cottage, the old man added, "Ready to sing, and not breathless." "I will be," Kindan shouted back over his shoulder, running as fast as his feet could carry him. As soon as Kindan was out of earshot, the old man turned back to the mine entrance. "You can come out now. He's gone." He heard the sound of light feet approaching the cave's entrance, but they stopped before their owner came into view. "I know a shortcut, if you'd like." "Through the mountain?" "Of course." After a moment's silence, sensing the old man's reticence, the girl added, "I've used it loads of times. I'll show you." The old man smiled and started back into the cave. "Well, with your guidance, I'll be happy to take your shortcut," he said, making a short bow to the figure in the dark. "Would I be right in guessing that it will get us there before the lad?" The girl's answer was a mischievous giggle. Kindan arrived outside the Harper's cottage completely breathless. Zener was already waiting. "Kindan, you're just in time," Zener said. "If you'd been a few more minutes late—" He broke off, his eyes full of dark foreboding. "What is it?"
The master wants to hear us sing, Zenor said. He's already told Kalek that he can't sing at the wedding.
Kindan's face lit up at the thought of Kalek's reaction. Kindan wasn't surprised. Kalek's singing voice sounded like a gravel slide, and he had no ability whatsoever to stay in tune. Whenever pressed about it by his friends, Kalek would swear that he didn't like singing, and that, anyway, he'd been a perfect singer until his voice had changed. But Kindan knew from tales he heard from his other brothers and sis that neither of those statements were true. Kalek loved to sing, but had not one jot of musical ability. Silstra had tried to figure ways to get all her siblings involved in her wedding, and her choice of Kalek to sing was probably no more than a combination of nerves and running out of ideas. Zenor nudged Kindan in the ribs.
Don't you get it? If Kalek can't sing, who's going to do all his songs at the wedding?
Kindan's eyes went round, and his mouth opened in a big "oh" of dreadful realization. Just then, the door opened. Come in, I can't stand dawdling," a voice growled from inside the cottage. It wasn't Journeyman Joffrey's voice. It was the voice of the old man that Kindan had met up at the mine entrance. Enraged, Kindan burst into the room.
What are you doing here? It was bad enough that you went down the mines without Miner Natalon's permission, but to barge into a Harper's quarters—
Kindan cut himself short, and a horrified look came over him. Kindan could feel his whole face burning in embarrassment. Oh, no, Kindan thought to himself with a sinking feeling in the pit of his stomach.
He's the new Harper, our new Harper.
The old man did not take Kindan's outburst lightly.
What do you think you are doing?
His voice boomed, filling the room not just with its volume, but also with its intensity.
Sorry,
Kindan muttered, trying with the tip of his foot to dig his way into the floorboards of the cottage in a vain hope of escaping both his embarrassment and the Harper's anger.
I didn't realize that you were the new Harper.
You didn't think, you mean?
The old man roared back irritably. Kindan hung his head.
Yes, sir.
If there was one thing Kindan was good at, it was at being bawled out. He had had lots of practice.
You seem to have a knack for that, don't you?
The Harper noted tetchily.
Yes, sir,
Kindan agreed, his head on his chest and his answer going to the floor. The new Harper eyed Kindan.
You're not related to that oaf I just sent out of here this morning, are you?
Kindan glanced up at that, his fists clenched. It was enough to be in the wrong and caught out twice by the stranger, but only a family member had the right to call Kalek an oaf.
Huh,
the old man murmured.
You say nothing, but your body shows its support for your clan.
He stood up and strode over to Kindan. Putting a hand under Kindan's chin, he lifted the boy's head until Kindan was looking in the Harper's eyes. Kindan could not keep the anger off his face, and he refused to utter an apology. He matched looks with the Harper for as long as the Harper stared at him. Finally, the Harper stood back.
Stubborn, but I've managed worse.
Kindan's nostrils flared. The Harper ignored him, flicking his gaze to Zenor.
Well, come in, lad. I won't bite you.
Zenor looked as though he were completely torn between the obvious fallacy of the Harper's statement and the blasphemy that a Harper could lie. He gave Kindan an inquiring look, and receiving no hints from his friend, stood dazed like a small beast stalked by a wherry until the Harper cleared his throat warningly. Zenor jumped into the room as though stung.
Harper Joffrey tells me that you sing well,
the Harper said to them, dividing his gaze between the two boys.
But Harper Joffrey is a journeyman who specializes in ballads and drums.
And here the Harper deepened his voice and increased his volume, so that his words echoed resoundingly through the room.
I'm a master and specialize in the voice, so naturally I have been asked to oversee the evening's vocal arrangements.
Kindan looked up at that, amazed. Harper Joffrey had often admonished the boys and girls of Camp Natalon that if they didn't behave, he'd use the tricks that had been used on him by the Harper Hall's vocal master.
Be good, or I'll treat you like Master Zist treated me, Joffrey would warn them. And here, standing in front of them, true to life and full of horrors, was that very same Master Zist. Xenor's jaw dropped. Out of the corner of his eye, Kindan could see Xenor trying to get words out of his mouth, but it was obvious that all the air in him had gone into his eyes, for they looked ready to pop straight out of his face. "You're—" Kindan realized that he was not immune from terror, either. "You're Master Zist?" Beside him, Xenor had managed to close his mouth. "Ah," Master Zist replied in satisfied tones. "You've heard of me. I am pleased to learn that Harper Joffrey remembered my lessons. It remains to be seen how much he has taught you," he continued, raising a finger warningly. "I will not let my first day here, and this camp's very first wedding, be marred by voices that are not in proper form." Master Zist opened his hand and waved the two boys closer to him. "When you are ready, I shall hear a scale from Middle C in harmony." Kindan and Xenor glanced at each other. Harper Joffrey had had them doing scales and harmony since they could first walk. Their eyes gleamed, and they turned back to the master, opened their mouths, and, "No, no, no!" Master Zist roared. The boys caught their breath and rocked back on their heels in fright. "Stand up straight, shoulders back, take a deep breath, and—" Following his orders, the two boys started to sing the scales. "Who told you to sing?" Master Zist yelled at them. After they shut their mouths in horror, he continued, "I do not recall asking you to sing." He sighed. "It is obvious that you two must first learn how to breathe." Xenor and Kindan exchanged looks. Didn't they already know how to breathe? By lunchtime, Kindan was exhausted. He hadn't realized how much work it could be just to sing. Rather than letting them go, Master Zist sent Xenor to get their lunch and tell Janella that the two boys would sing at the wedding. Xenor's eyes lit when Master Zist told them, but Kindan was too tired and still wary of the new Harper. "You," Master Zist intoned after Xenor had left, "will practice the wedding chorale Harper Joffrey had selected for your brother." Kindan gulped. Kalek would kill him for sure when he found out, and that song was a really hard one to learn. By the time Xenor returned with lunch, it seemed to take forever. Kindan was sweating with effort, and Master Zist was nearly shaking with rage. "Leave the food there," Master Zist told him, "and take yourself away." Instead of breaking for lunch, Master Zist insisted that Kindan continue his singing. No matter how hard he tried, Kindan could not master the song. In the end, red-faced and bellowing, Master Zist threw up his hands. "You are not listening to me! You do not pay the slightest attention. You can master this song, you just choose not to. Ah, you are such a waste. To think your mother died giving birth to you. You're not worth it at all." Kindan's fists clenched, and his eyes flared with rage. He turned on his heel and ran out of the cottage. He got only a few feet before he was stopped by his sister. "Kindan, how's it going?" she asked, too excited to notice his expression. "Isn't it great that Master Zist is here? Did you know that Mother said he taught her our favorite song?" Kindan took one look at her cheerful face as her words registered in his brain, and inspiration struck. "Excuse me, sis. I've got to get back to practicing," he said, before he turned back to the cottage. Over his shoulder he added, "Everything's going great." He barged back into the cottage where Master Zist still sat, waiting. Kindan pulled himself up to a proper singing posture, drew in a breath, and began to sing. "Through early morning light I see a distant dragon come to me. Its skin is bronze, its eyes are green, it's the loveliest dragon I've ever seen." Encouraged by the Harper's silence, Kindan continued through the whole song. In the end, he looked truculently at the master and said, "I can, too, sing. My sister says that I can sing as well as my mother.
My sister says that I am worth it, and my father, too. And they should know. They were there when I was born."
Tears streaked down his face, but he didn't care.
"My sister said that my mother's last words were that I wouldn't need much caring, but I'd be worth it."
Master Zist was in shock. "That voice," he muttered to himself. "You have her voice." He looked up at Kindan, and there were tears in his eyes, too. "Lad, I'm sorry. I should never have said. I had no right. Could you sing it again, please? You have the same lyric quality she had." Kindan wiped his tears and drew breath, but his throat was still choked up with grief and anger. Master Zist raised a hand to stop him and went into the cottage's kitchen. He returned with a cup of warm tea. "Drink this. It'll ease your throat," he said, in a much kindlier and more subdued voice. While Kindan was drinking, Master Zist said, "I drove you too hard, lad. I have never driven a student so hard. I shouldn't have done it to you either. It's just that I want this to be the best day for your sister and your father. I want to give them that."
"So do I," Kindan said.
Master Zist lowered his head toward him and nodded. "I see that you do, lad. I see that you do." He held out his hand. "So, let's start over and we'll do the best we can. Together, eh?" Kindan placed the cup beside him and shyly put his hand in the larger hand of the master harper.
"I'll do my best."
"That's all I will ask of you," Master Zist promised. "And with your voice, I think we'll both be proud of the result." He looked out the window. "We haven't much time, however, so we'd best concentrate on what you know, hadn't we?" Kindan nodded in agreement, but his expression was bemused. Master Zist grinned at him. "Why don't we work the Morning Dragon song into the ceremony, instead of that solo?" Kindan's eyes widened.
"Could we do it just as Dask flies over?" he asked enthusiastically. "It'd be perfect."
"The watch-wher can fly?" Zist was surprised. Kindan nodded. "Can all watch-whers fly?"
"I wouldn't know," Kindan answered honestly. "But weren't they supposed to be made from fire lizards, the same as dragons?"
"Not much is known about watch-whers," Master Zist said. "For example, we know that they don't like light, but some people say that it's because of their big eyes, while others say that they are nocturnal. Their wings look too small to support them."
"I've only seen Dask fly when it's late," Kindan said. "My father said something about how the atmosphere condenses at night and air gets thicker."
Master Zist nodded. "That's so. I've heard the Dragonriders say that it's dangerous to fly too high at night. The air has gotten thinner there. Perhaps the watch-whers are adapted to fly at night and have smaller wings because the air is thicker then." Kindan shrugged. The harper made a note to himself to pursue the matter with the Harper Hall. "Well," the harper continued, "I think it would be marvelous for you to sing the Morning Dragon song when Dask flies over. Are you ready to begin now?"
"I'm ready, Master Zist."
At the end of 2 hours, Kindan's back was drenched with sweat. Master Zist's instructions were more cordially delivered, and Kindan obeyed them more readily than before, but they were still doing hard work. Both of them, Kindan noted, as Master Zist wiped beads of sweat from his brow. They were interrupted by a knock on the cottage door. "Get the door, lad," Master Zist said in a kindly tone. "I'll make some tea. Unless I miss my guess, that's your father come to be sure that you're still alive, and with your good clothes as his excuse." Master Zist was not wrong. "I've brought your clothes," Daniel said. His face broke into a huge grin. "Ah, lad, this will be a grand day, won't it?" Coming from his father, the words were practically a speech.
"Master Zist's gone to get some tea," Kindan said. He says it's good for the throat. He didn't add that Master Zist had said that it was good for the nerves as well.
"I've been with Joffrey all day," Daniil told his son. "We've got the wedding platform properly raised and the whole square ready for the party."
"Where will the bride and groom spend the night?" Master Zist asked, entering the room with a tray. There were not just 3 cups of tea, but also some dainty pastries. Daniil blushed.
"Oh, there's a trader custom that a bride and groom must spend the night in a caravan. Apparently, Crom's master trader instructed the journeyman in charge of this caravan to be sure that Tarragar and Silstra followed their custom."
"Of course," Zist added, with a wry look and a shake of his head. "Anyone marrying Crosshold would be relying on a trader to move them, so no one would dream of upsetting them on that matter." Daniil picked up one of the dainties off the tray and bit into it.
"Oh, this is good, and still warm. Did Janella send them?"
Master Zist nodded. "Aye, they were just delivered."
Kindan remembered that he had heard the sound of a door opening shortly after his father had entered the front room. Daniil nodded. His face had gone serious.
"Kindan,
Step outside for a moment," he said.
"Take your tea and a dainty with you," Zist said.
Kindan scooped up one of his favorites, grabbed his tea, and headed outside. Milla, who did all the baking and cooking up at Natalon's hold, loved making the tiny little snacks she called dainties. Milla's dainties were always different. Sometimes they were confections, other times they were small, meat-filled pies, and yet other times they were deliciously spiced vegetables. The warm, dainty Kindan had scarfed was made of spiced meat wrapped in a flaky pie crust. Outside, the sun was well past noon, but its warmth did little against the fall chill that had settled into the valley. He shivered. It would be a cold evening, even with warm claw and hot mulled wine to keep him warm. He swallowed the rest of the dainty in one bite to give him both hands to wrap around the warm cup. He could hear the rise and fall of voices from inside the cottage, but couldn't make out the words. Bored, he walked over by the walled herb garden that separated the Harper's cottage from Natalon's hold. Natalon's place was too big to be called a cottage. Besides, it was built properly, of stone. When the time for thread got nearer, it would be turned into the entrance for a proper hold dug into the cliffside, perhaps one day even as large as Crom Hold. Kindan and the other youngsters had lived at Crom Hold for the better part of a year, while Natalon, Daniil, and the other original miners had sought out, found, and begun working the new mine. Crom Hold was a vast set of tunnels and rooms dug into the side of a high, majestic cliff. Kindan had spent a lot of time running through, or cleaning, the vacant rooms that would again house most of those who looked to Crom's Lord Holder for protection when thread started to fall from the sky. Kindan shivered at the thought. Thread. Shimmering, long, silvery strands that fell from the sky whenever the red star drew close to Pern. Thread. Burning. Eating. Destroying everything it touched, wood and limb alike. No green would be allowed to grow near the holes when thread returned. The mindless thread could grow incredibly fast, or so Kindan had been taught, and wipe out whole valleys in a matter of hours. Kindan squinted his eyes, trying to imagine how Natalon's hold would be converted into a proper hold dug into the cliffside. It certainly would have a great view of the lake below, but Kindan wasn't sure that he'd like being cooped up inside for the next 50 turns. Deep down, Kindan wasn't sure that he even wanted to be a miner. He squashed the thought firmly. His father was a miner and a were-handler. Kindan should consider himself lucky to get a chance at either. Miners were vital to Pern's survival. Without the firestone provided by other miners, dragons could not breathe fire. Without those flames, dragons could not destroy thread as it fell from the sky. The coal that Camp Natalon produced burned the hottest and produced the best steel. Still other mines mined the iron ore that went into the steel which made plows, shovels, picks, nails, screws, buckles, and countless other things which were vital to life on Pern.
Yet others found the copper, the nickel, and the tin, which were blended together to make brass for ornaments and tableware. Indeed, the miners in the great salt mines of southern Bol and Eigen supplied all Pern with salt. Watch-whers in mines were a recent addition, and Kindan knew that his father had done more with watch-whers and mining than any other. Dask, his father's watch-wher, not only could warn the miners of pockets of bad air, but was adept at digging and hauling ore. Kindan suspected, from snippets of conversations he had overheard between his father and his older brothers, that Daniil had even greater plans for the use of watch-whers in the mines. While people were at their most alert during the day and slept at night, watch-whers were the opposite, sleeping during the day and awaking at night. That was why they were used to keep watch in the great holds during the dark hours of the night. In the mines, the night shift could do more excavating of new shafts than any of the day shifts because of the watch-whers. But really, not much was known about watch-whers. Even his own father was largely self-educated through his experience with Dask. Kindan had heard that originally there had been 2 other watch-whers at Camp Natalon. One had died, and the other had left along with his handler. Kindan had heard his brothers complaining about it, and about Tariq's sour opinion of watch-whers. Kindan knew that he would be extremely lucky if he were ever considered for a watch-wher egg. Still, he really liked singing. Kindan turned away from Natalon's hold to look down toward the lake and the cottages. The cottages were built with rough-hewn stone to window height and timber the rest of the way. They were covered with long, high-peaked, overhanging roofs. It was possible that the roofs could be covered with slate and built to withstand thread, but most people would feel safest in a proper hold.
"Kindan!"
Daniil's voice interrupted Kindan's reverie. He turned and followed Daniil's beckon back to the Harper's cottage.
"I'll see you at the ceremony,"
Daniil said to him. Then, to Kindan's surprise, his father leaned down and hugged him tight.
"I love you, son."
Kindan fought back the tears in his eyes as he said,
"I love you too, Dad."
Daniil strode off briskly with a little trailing wave of his hand. Kindan returned to the cottage, his chest swelling. Inside the cottage, Master Zist gave Kindan a long, penetrating stare.
"Your father's quite a man, lad,"
he said at last. "Quite a man." Kindan nodded.
One more time through the morning dragon song, and then we'll go through the whole lot,"
Zist said to him. He held up a restraining hand as Kindan swallowed a lungful of air.
"No, not like that, lad. Remember what I told you."
Zist placed his hands on his own sides and pressed them into his diaphragm.
"From down here, breathe up and down, not in and out."
The wind tore through the camp's main square as Kindan accompanied Master Zist down to the wedding platform. Both were dressed in their best clothes, Master Zist looking completely regal in his Harper blue. Kindan tried not to think too hard about how he looked, fearing that the rest of the camp's kids would fill him in painfully on his appearance in many future encounters. Master Zist must have guessed how Kindan felt, for he chose that moment to say,
"You look great, lad."
Traditionally, the marriage ceremony was performed in the morning, timed so that as the couple completed their marriage vows, the sun would rise, signifying the warmth of the new relationship, and how it would lighten not only the bride and groom, but also all those associated with them. However, such a ceremony would mean that Dask could not attend. So Joffrey had come up with the idea of performing the ceremony with the setting sun instead, and lighting a bonfire as the final vows were made. Master Zist had seen no reason to contradict that.
This is the end of disc number 1. Please insert disc number 2. This is disc number 2.
Joffrey had come up with the idea of performing the ceremony with the setting sun and lighting a bonfire as the final vows were made. Master Zist had seen no reason to contradict that. Everyone in the camp was gathered in the main square. The dining tables had been pushed to the edges of the square, while the benches had been arranged in rows in front of the wedding platform, which would be used after the ceremony by the musicians. Kindan could smell fresh-cut branches of pine piled on the unlit bonfire. The wind died down as the sun continued its downward arc in the sky. It was time. Master Zist, holding Kindan's shoulder, guided him to his place on the platform. Kindan sketched a quick grin to Xenor, who was dressed in similar finery and stood on the opposite end of the platform. Seated next to Xenor was Journeyman Joffrey with his drums in front of him and his guitar placed beside him within easy reach. Master Zist moved slightly away from Kindan to stand next to his own pipes and guitar. Kindan guessed that Joffrey must have set them up for the master. At a nod from Master Zist, Joffrey began a long flourish on the drums. The people in their seats grew quiet. Out of the corner of his eye, Kindan could see his father and a radiant girl dressed in a marvelous gown standing at the back of the benches. Kindan realized with a start that the girl was Silstra. Joffrey changed his beat, and the sound of Master Zist's pipes joined in. Everyone stood as Danil led Silstra down the aisle. At the same time, someone lit the long row of torches that had been placed on either end of the benches. A beam of light burst out from the sky above Silstra and followed her as she made her way down the aisle.
Kindan, what is that? Zist hissed in between his piping.
That's Dask, Kindan said proudly. He must be flying with a glow in his claws.
Even as I see it, I can scarcely believe it, Zist whispered in awe. Truly amazing.
Indeed, above the pipes, Kindan could hear the watch-wher's chirping voice in counterpoint to Master Zist's melody. Zist's pipes stopped when Silstra reached her place on the platform, facing the audience. Joffrey began a different, more martial drum sequence, and Terragar, resplendent in his craft's colors, started his walk up the aisle, accompanied by Journeyman Varen, the trader in charge of the caravan. Again, Dask flew overhead, illuminating the groom from above as he had the bride. Terragar's assumption of his position beside Silstra on the wedding platform was the signal for Kindan and Xenor to start their duet. Joffrey introduced them with a flourish, and Kindan started to sing, only to realize that Xenor had not joined in. Kindan looked frantically at his friend, but saw that Xenor's eyes were skyward, watching Dask as he hovered over the wedding platform. Kindan strengthened his volume to cover Xenor's lack, until Joffrey tapped Xenor on the shoulder. With a horrified look of apology at Silstra and Terragar, Xenor joined in singing the song with Kindan. A titter ran through the watching crowd. After they had completed their song, Master Zist stepped to the center of the platform and started the ceremony. Kindan had seen 3 other weddings in his life, but he had never participated in one before. He listened carefully to the words Master Zist used to ask Silstra if she would have Terragar as her husband, and to ask Terragar if he would have her as his wife. Then Master Zist spoke of the changes that each had agreed to, and the joy that their union brought those gathered here, and his hope that their union would bring joy to all of Pern.
For now that these 2 are one, we are all more, Master Zist intoned.
He placed Silstra's hand in Terragar's and kissed each lightly on the cheek.
To Terragar and Silstra!
The crowd stood up and roared back, Terragar and Silstra!
Long life and happiness,
Master Zist intoned. Long life and happiness, the crowd roared back. Master Zist stepped back from the married couple. He waited until the shouting had died down, and then nodded to Kindan. Kindan started his solo. Through early morning light I see a distant dragon come to me. But as he sang, he heard a strange echo. He tried not to look around and merely concentrate on his singing, but his expression must have been noticed by Master Zist, because the harper surreptitiously pointed skyward. Dask was singing along.
Kindan broke into a grin as he continued his song, working in Dask's counterpoint to the beat of the music and the spacing of the words. He finished with the opening refrain again. Through early morning light I see a distant dragon come to me. Kindan let his voice fade softly away. As his voice died out, Dask uttered one final, satisfied chirp. A huge hand grasped Kindan's shoulder, and Master Zist told him, "Well done, Kindan, well done." And then Silstra was hugging and kissing him, tears of joy streaming from her eyes. "You were wonderful. Thank you." Terrigar shook his hand and clapped him on the back, and then the bride and groom marched back down the aisle. Varen gave Terrigar a torch, and the two ceremonially lit the wedding bonfire, bringing the light of their union to the mining camp. At that, the partying started. Master Zist and Journeyman Joffrey started with the reel. Kindan had never heard a fiddle played before, but he found that its pleasant tones could be very lively. As he leapt off the wedding platform, he was accosted by Kalek.
"Dad says that you're to change into everyday clothes now."
Kindan set off immediately for their cottage, where he changed quickly. On his way back, he spotted a girl about his own age standing beside a tree, listening to the music. Kindan had never seen her before, so he guessed that she was one of the trader girls.
"What are you doing here?" he asked, at peace with the world. "They'll be dancing as soon as the platform's cleared off." "Dancing?" the girl repeated. "I don't dance." "A trader that doesn't dance?" Kindan asked. "I could see a miner's daughter, maybe, but not a trader. Or are you afraid of the dance platform?" "I've never been on one before," the girl admitted. "I'm supposed to clear it all off," Kindan told her, and started on his way with a wave of his hand. "Wait," the girl called. Kindan stopped. "Could you bring me down to the party?" Kindan turned back and looked at her. "I'm a bit shy," she offered hastily by way of explanation. She held out her hand to him. "If you could hold my hand." Kindan started to say no, but she raised the palm of her hand to stop him. "Just until we get there." She drew a deep breath, and a hungry look crossed her face. "Oh, the food smells so good." "Well, okay," Kindan agreed. He took her hand, and she stood up beside him. "I'm Kindan, by the way." I'm Nuella," she said. "You know?" Kindan repeated. As they approached the torchlit square, he got a better look at the girl. "I've seen you before. You were with the harper in the mine. You're lucky Natalon didn't catch you, or you would have been in a lot of trouble." Nuella nodded and made a face. "I know, and I'm afraid he might have heard about it," she added hastily. "So if you could keep me away from him, I've never seen him, you know, I'd appreciate it." Kindan thought for a moment as they continued their way down to the square. He realized that he probably didn't want to be seen by Miner Natalon either, just to avoid being sent on an errand or given a chore. Come to think of it, if he could avoid anyone who might put him to work, that'd be just fine with him. "All right," he agreed. "After we get our food, I know of a nice quiet spot where we shouldn't be seen." Nuella giggled and said, "That sounds perfect." The giggle sounded oddly familiar to Kindan. Nuella asked Kindan to explain all the dishes on offer at the buffet table. "You've never had tuber before?" Kindan asked. "Surely you must have." "Oh," Nuella responded glibly, "I've had it before, but I don't think I've seen it prepared like this." "Huh," Kindan muttered, surprised that someone had never had mashed tubers before. Shards. If it weren't for the fact that they were still warm, he would have avoided them in favor of something tastier himself. They got their food, and Kindan guided her to his special hiding spot, but it was occupied already. "What are you doing here?" Xenor demanded when he saw them. "Hiding," Kindan replied, "just like you." He gestured toward Nuella. "Xenor, this is Nuella." "I know," Xenor replied sourly, moving over to make room for them. "We've already met," Nuella explained. She started to set her cup down beside her, but it spilled. "Oh, dear. Kindan, could you get me another cup, please?"
Kindan was reluctant to leave. His food was still warm. But Nuella had asked so nicely that, with a shrug, he found himself saying, "Sure." To Xenor, he added, "Be right back." Xenor waited until Kindan was out of sight before he turned to Nuella.
"Are you mad?"
Nuella turned quickly to Xenor.
"He thinks I'm one of the traitors. You weren't where you said you'd be when I came by," he said.
Nuella nodded.
"I met Kindan while I was waiting for you. Anyway, what took you so long?"
Xenor shrugged.
"I had to help set up the dance platform." "Kindan was talking about dancing later,"
Nuella confided with a hint of wistfulness. Xenor gave her a look of surprise and then said,
"What are you going to do?"
"Well, I can't dance," she admitted. "Maybe I'll get tired or something."
"Anyway, if you tried, someone might see you and Daylor together and figure out that you were twins," Xenor said.
"They might not," Nuella agreed. "We're not identical twins. We look different."
"Not that much,"
Xenor said.
"You both got blonde hair and blue eyes. You look enough like him that you could take his place."
Nuella brightened.
"Maybe that's it. I could switch with Daylor."
"I don't think Kindan would want to dance with Daylor," Xenor said, laughing. Nuella's expression deflated.
"Oh, you're right."
"Still," she said after a moment,
"he thought I was a traitor girl. Maybe—"
Xenor was upset.
"He's my friend. I don't want to lie to him," he said miserably.
"I wouldn't ask you to lie," Nuella said.
"But he doesn't know,
and you don't want anyone to know," Xenor finished, having heard her views on this topic many times. Nuella flushed.
"It's not me. It's Father. He's afraid—"
"He's wrong, you know," Xenor said heatedly.
"And what's worse, there's no way you can keep hidden all the time. I've done well enough so far."
"I found you, didn't I?" Xenor shot back.
"Actually," she corrected, "I found you. Still, you've been here less than 6 months now, as have we all."
"And I've already found out," Xenor finished.
"How long do you think it'll be before someone else figures it out? A month? A 7-day?
Nuella frowned.
"It's just until Father proves the mine."
"Shh! He's coming back," Xenor warned. Nuella tentatively reached out to Xenor, grabbed his hand, and gave it a thankful squeeze.
"You know," he told her softly, "I could teach you to dance." "Not tonight," she answered, her voice just as quiet. "But I'd like that, Xenor."
She paused and added,
"You're my best friend."
Xenor smiled in the darkness. The food was mostly gone when Kindan went for his 4th helping. He must have been tired, because he didn't notice Kalek until his older brother had grabbed his shoulder and squeezed.
"What are you still doing up?" Kalek growled. "I thought I sent you younger lot to bed ages back."
"Just going now," Kindan lied, squirming away from his brother's grip. He could feel Kalek's eyes boring into his back as he left, so he had no choice but to take the path that led from the camp's square uphill to their cottage. His legs protested as he negotiated the gentle slope, and by the time he reached the cottage he was all ready to climb into bed. He pulled some blankets over himself and was asleep before he could turn over. He awoke early the next morning, shivering with cold. He quickly discovered why. His brother Jacris was in the bed next to him and had pulled all the blankets over himself. Kindan briefly tried to pull his share of the blankets back before he blearily remembered that Silstra would be leaving that morning. He heaved himself out of bed and put on a set of workday clothes before he made his way into the kitchen. The fire was out, and the room was cold. Silstra was normally the first up in the morning and laid the fire and got some oatmeal simmering in a pot and claw brewing beside it. Now it would be someone else's job. Rubbing his face to get the sleep out of it and some warmth into himself, Kindan decided that at least for this morning it would be him. He loaded the hearth with kindling and struck a fire. Soon he had the kitchen warm and breakfast cooking. The smell of claw filled the room.
"Oh, morning."
Dakin, Kindan's eldest brother, called as he strode into the kitchen. He poured himself a cup of claw.
I'm glad you were up first," he said, savoring the aroma of the claw while warming his hands around the cup. "There'll be a hard day's work in the mines," he continued conversationally. "I'm sure that Natalon will want to make up for all the time lost frolicking last night."
"I wanted to say goodbye to Sis," Kindan said.
Dakin shrugged, glancing out the window to judge the time. "Well, you'd best hurry, then. The traders like to be on the road early."
Kindan started for the door, but Dakin called after him.
"Wait up, Kindan. We'll fill some of the covered cups with claw and bring them down to them." His eyes lit as he added, "They might be a bit slow getting started this morning."
Kindan wanted to run down to the caravan, but Dakin slowed him to a more sedate walk.
"If they're gone, Kindan, they're gone. But if they're not, and we've spilt all the claw, we'll get no welcome."
The traders were just stirring as Kindan and Dakin entered their camp. Caravans were being packed up, and work beasts rounded up and hitched into harnesses. Kindan looked around, wondering idly if he'd spot Nuella's wagon. His look grew quizzical as he noticed that there were no children at the traders' camp.
"Look, that must be theirs,"
Dakin said, pointing to a wildly decorated caravan set off from the others. Kindan trailed behind Dakin, his gaze everywhere as he took in the camp. Still, he saw no signs of children.
"Hello, the wagon!" Dakin shouted as they approached the wedding caravan. "We bring hot claw!"
Dakin grinned as he heard sounds of movement inside the wagon. Terrigar's head poked out from between the curtains. "Hot claw?" he repeated wistfully.
"Well,"
Dakin responded, consideringly, as he handed the mugs up,
"maybe just warm. It was a long walk from our cottage."
Terrigar looked suspiciously at the first mug, but a slender hand reached out and snatched it from him before he could react.
"And a good morning to you too, sister,"
Dakin boomed jovially. His smile widened as he heard Silstra's answering groan. Terrigar shot him a reproving look, his free hand massaging his head.
"Oh, go easy, Dakin. You'll be married too someday, and you'll appreciate soft voices the morning after."
Dakin shook his head, still smiling.
"I'll mind that seam when I find it. Till then, I'll go on as I always do."
Terrigar shook his head ruefully, but said nothing. Kindan tugged at Dakin's sleeve.
"Would you tell our sister that some of her brothers, the ones who know there'll be work today, have come to say our goodbyes?"
Dakin said to Terrigar. Terrigar nodded and turned to listen to Silstra's voice from inside the wagon. He nodded at what she said, then turned back to Dakin.
"She'll be out in a bit. First, she's got to finish her claw."
"I don't blame her,"
Dakin replied judiciously. He spotted Trader Varen moving toward them with mugs in either hand.
"Unless I miss my guess, your trader friends are starting out late this morning," he said to Terrigar.
Varen arrived in time to hear this comment and nodded his head slowly.
"Aye, with a night like last, we're not too quick to be on our way. I imagine that's the same in the mines, isn't it?"
Dakin pursed his lips consideringly and finally shook his head.
"Hard to say. Miner Natalon has some fairly rigid ideas about a good day's work. On the other hand, I expect he knows, firsthand, that the miners are feeling their late night a bit more than usual, and he's wary of anything that could cause an accident."
Varen nodded.
"There's nothing like a woolly head to cause accidents," he agreed.
Kindan ventured a comment on his own.
"Are your children all asleep, too?"
"Oh, no. I expect they're all up and about, back at Crom Hold."
He leaned down toward Kindan and added conspiratorially,
"After a night like the last, they'd be so wound up they'd never settle, and their parents would never forgive them."
Dakin joined Varen in his laughter.
"Well, we would have left our youngsters in bed if we could have."
Kindan glowered up at him, but Dakin merely tousled his hair in response.
"We might have let one or two come to the party," he said,
to placate his youngest brother. And here's the lovely couple now, Viren said, spying Terrigar and Silstra stepping down from the caravan. He raised his voice to a shout. Did you have a pleasant evening? He chuckled when he saw Terrigar wince. A bit too much wine, eh? Terrigar grinned and, grabbing Silstra's hand, joined the rest of the group. Silstra broke free of his grip long enough to hug Dakin and Kindan. Old endings, new beginnings, Joffrey's voice intoned cheerfully from behind them. Kindan turned to see that the harper had all his gear wrapped in a bedroll except his guitar, which was slung from his shoulder. Dakin grinned and extended a hand to him and clasped him on the shoulder. We'll miss you, Harper. I'm leaving you in good hands with Master Zist, Joffrey replied. He looked down at Kindan and added, as this one can attest. Kindan was certain that he preferred Journeyman Joffrey's easygoing ways to Master Zist's demanding discipline any day, regardless of the results. His face must have shown it, for Joffrey laughed. Don't worry, you'll do fine with Master Zist. He was my vocal teacher, you know. But you never sing, Kindan protested. And he's the reason. He shook his head, chuckling anew at Kindan's reaction. I've no voice for singing. You must know that even at your tender years. Master Zist helped me to see it, even before my voice broke when I teened. He's got a gift to know how a voice will break, the harper continued. I've never seen him wrong with it. If he says fine tenor, then it's a fine tenor you'll be. If he says lousy baritone, well then, he'll help you find a different way to beat your own drum. He leaned forward to Kindan. He's been through hard times. Kindan had the feeling that Joffrey was entrusting him with a secret, and his eyes grew large. But he's one of the best. You listen and learn, okay? You won't get away with the tricks you played on me, Joffrey added. He winked. Okay? Kindan nodded his head dubiously. Joffrey straightened up, grinned again, and tousled Kindan's hair. Kindan wondered to himself why everyone had chosen that day to tousle his hair. Perhaps it was because it was one of the rare days when it was obviously clean, and they wanted to find out what it really felt like. Oh, and here's the rest of the sending-off party, Joffrey said, as he spied another group descending on them. He was right. Kindan found himself sidling toward Sis as he saw not only his father and his 6 other brothers, but also Natalon, his wife, his son Daelor, and his uncle Tarik and nephew Kristoff approaching. Jokris and Topher were still so sleepy that they couldn't hide their yawns, but Kalek frowned at Kindan. We've come to say goodbye, Daniel said, holding out his hand to Terrigar. Terrigar wrapped an arm around Silstra's waist and drew her close to him. I'll take good care of her, sir. I'm sure of it, Daniel said feelingly. He started to say something more, but closed his mouth and gestured to the rest of the family to make their goodbyes. Then it was the turn of Natalon and his family. Silstra hugged Janella tight and wished her the best. Natalon gave Silstra a brief hug and muttered a few words to her that Kindan couldn't hear, and then it was time for Tarik and his son. Kindan wasn't surprised to see that neither Silstra nor Tarik were particularly sincere in their goodbyes. Silstra had never had time for the surly miner. And finally, the caravan was assembled. Viren waved farewell to the miners and a move out to the traders, and the caravan began its slow way down the path, curving down the hillside and around the lake on the way to Crom Hold. Kindan watched until the caravans were lost to sight, and only the dust marked their passage. Well, Daniel said softly, that's that. Natalon clapped him on the shoulder. It is. Daniel turned to him and said solemnly, Miner Natalon, I want to thank you for the magnificent way you provided for the wedding of my daughter. Natalon nodded, equally full of the formality of the moment. Daniel, it was my pleasure. He paused for a moment, then added, And now we've got coal to mine. Chapter 3. Watch-wher, in the night,
Guard our hold, keep it right. When the morning sun does come, watch-wher, then your job is done. As the days turned into months, it seemed to Kindan that nothing much had changed. He still had chores to do. He still had to attend classes with the harper. He still was bullied by Kalek. His turns on watch or as runner for the camp were the same, as always. But in truth, things had changed. He was now the first up in the morning and was always sure to have claw and breakfast ready for his family. His father asked him to check in on Dask in the mornings, and that was new, too. In class with the harper, Kindan started to notice that he saw less of Xenor in class and more of Daylor. In times past, it had always seemed that Daylor was either a very sickly child or that he was being overworked by his father. Either way, he used to miss at least 2 classes every 7 day, sometimes more. Now, it seemed like Daylor was in classes every day, but 1 each 7 day. Perhaps that change was explained by the other change, Master Zist. If Kindan had thought that Master Zist was a hard taskmaster when it came to singing, it was nothing compared to how hard he was when it came to teaching. No one could ever do anything well enough for the master.
"Look at that! Do you call those letters?" Zist growled at little Sula one day. "How are you going to write a new recipe and share it with anyone,
Sula had wilted under the interrogation. Everyone knew that she was hoping to join her mother, Milla, as a baker. Another day, the master reduced Kalek to a red-faced, gibbering wreck just by a series of probing questions on multiplication.
"And how, young Kalek, are you going to calculate the load a mine supports must bear if you can't even figure out the area of the ceiling?"
Daylor got off no easier because he was the head miner's son. All the same, Kindan noticed that whenever the master had been hard on Daylor before the lunch break, he would take special care to soothe Daylor's nervousness in the afternoon. Kindan was the most obvious exception to Master Zist's hard teachings. When Kristoff and Kalek began to notice it, Kindan started to wish that the harper would treat him as roughly as the rest of the camp's children.
What is it with you?
Kristoff sneered at him one day at break time.
Is it just because you can sing so well?
Can't be for much else,
Kalek decided. But Kindan knew exactly why Master Zist never bore down too harshly on him. Early on, not long after Silfstra's wedding, Master Zist and he had had another contest of wills similar to the heated exchange they had had on the day they had met. As before, neither had truly won the argument, but Kindan had recognized something in Master Zist's stubborn insistence that his students try their hardest and not be afraid to ask for help, and Kindan had decided to accept the challenge. It had been difficult at first, but soon Kindan found himself relishing his time with the surly master. He discovered that, by exercising a level of diplomacy that he had never attained before, he could survive the harper's harshness and give back as good as he got without ever being branded as disrespectful. Kindan found, as he approached his 11th birthday, that he could even work with Kalek. His elder brother, plagued by Master Zist's remonstrations about his classwork, had actually turned to Kindan for help. Kalek was smart enough to realize that work in the mines was dangerous and required more wits than temper, so he had swallowed his pride, as best he could, and had learned from his littler brother. The morning of Kalek's first day in the mines with his father and his brothers, Kindan was surprised to be awoken by a warm cup of claw thrust into his hands.
I thought you might want to see us off,
Kalek said shyly. Recognizing Kalek's actions as a peace offering, Kindan quickly pulled himself out of bed.
Sure.
It was the dark of night. Kalek and the rest would be going down in the shift that ran from just after nightfall to just before dawn, rightly called the watch-wher shift because that was when watch-whers were awake. Careful not to disturb Jacris and Topher, Kindan pulled on his clothes and followed Kalek into the kitchen.
"Dad said nothing about you," Dakin said when he noticed Kindan.
I'm just going to see you off,
Kindan answered. Dakin shrugged.
All right. You know Sis used to do that.
Where's Dad? Kalek asked, looking around the room. In the shed with Dask, of course, Jaran, the second eldest, replied matter-of-factly. Let's go out and see if he needs any help, Kalek suggested to Kindan.
Only if you want Dask to snap at you, you will, Kindan said.
Kalek glanced at Jaran and Dakin for confirmation and saw that both older boys were nodding their heads.
He's been a bit proddy recently,
Dakin explained. He frowned.
I don't like it. Nor does Dad.
He's been like that before, though, Jaran said, apparently continuing a conversation that Kindan hadn't heard the start of.
Come on, lads, time's a-wasting,
Daniil's voice called from outside. They all put their mugs in the sink and started out the door, Kindan trailing. He followed them all the way up to the mine entrance, where a group of miners waited. Kindan recognized one of the smaller ones. What are you doing here? He demanded. I'm going down to help. My father said I could, Zenor answered, his voice full of pride. Talmarik, his father, nodded. It's only for today, Zenor added when he noticed Kindan's concerned look. Kindan brightened immediately. Wish me luck, Kalek called to Kindan as he started into the mine. Good luck.
What are you talking about luck for? Kindan asked. Miners don't need luck. They need caution.
Sorry, Kalek mumbled. They swept from view, and Kindan went back to the cottage and his bed. It started with a silence. The children noticed it and gathered around the windows. Master Zist noticed only that the children were not paying attention to him.
Get back here now,
he shouted. He had just gotten them settled for the first lesson of the morning. One child turned his head toward him, but quickly turned back. Zist growled and strode over to the window, ready to bodily return his students to their seats. The tension in their small bodies unhinged his plan. He followed their gaze. They were all looking at the northern mine shaft.
What is it? He asked.
Dunno,
a girl replied. Something's wrong.
How do you know?
One of the children shook his head and made a shushing motion.
Shh! Can't you hear? It's too quiet.
The sky outside darkened. Master Zist looked up and saw a thin raft of dark powder drifting down toward the lake from the direction of the mine shaft. Not smoke. Coal dust.
My father's down there,
one child wailed.
And my brother.
Shh, said an older child, cocking his head and listening very hard, his eyes never moving from the cloud exuding from the adit. There's been an accident? Zist asked, catching Kindan's expression of open-mouthed horror, the look in his wide, shocked eyes. Just then someone started cranking the mine alarm, and abruptly, as if spilled out, people turned out of their houses and made for the entrance to the mine. Kindan sat down hard on the edge of his desk.
Are your father and brothers on this shift, Kindan?
Master Zist asked. Kindan shook his head, not as a negative, but as a way to throw off the paralysis that had momentarily overtaken him.
Yes, they are, Master. Dad is a shift leader, and he has Dask with him today,
Kindan managed to say. We all have to go and help, he added after a moment.
There's a lot we can do, even if it's only carrying baskets to open a cave-in.
He stood up and joined the older children as they began to file out, heading toward the shaft opening. Even as Master Zist tried to prioritize what he should do now, he saw Natalan, shoving his arms in his jacket, coming out of his house to take charge of the situation. Men and women were bringing equipment of all sorts, picks, shovels, baskets, stretchers, to the mine entrance. The thin soot that had first tinted the sky had grown to clouds of black coal dust. Kindan's progress toward the mine was at first slow, but then the boy started to run. Master Zist looked around his classroom, now emptied of the older children, those who could be helpful in the emergency. Joffrey had not informed him what his duties would be in the event of a problem, but keeping the younger children occupied seemed a good idea, so Zist hastily called his class to order. Through the window he saw a group of miners with torches as well as glow baskets entering the shaft.
My dad's on this shift, Master Zist. May I go too?
The girl was barely 8 and slight as well, so Zist could not think what emergency task she'd be useful for. "Do you have an assigned task?" he asked kindly.
She's not old enough yet, one of the boys said authoritatively. Nor am I. You have to be 8 to be allowed to help, and bigger than Sula is. I could help. My mom has taught me ever so much, Sula replied with great dignity. Sis taught her, and I watched.
Zist knew that Sula's mother was one of the camp's healers. He went to the child and pushed her gently back into her seat. "I'm sure you'll be a great help once they discover what has happened. Until then, you must stay here." He gave her thin shoulders a little reassuring squeeze before he went to the head of the schoolroom and decided to teach this part of his class one of the new ballads he had brought with him. At a time like this, music could be a great comfort. Seeing him pick up his guitar caused the children to stop chattering and sit up attentively, though some of them continued to look over their shoulders toward the mine. Master Zist could see Natalon and Tarek arguing, even as Natalon was urgently gesturing men to enter the shaft. The miners were carrying tools or pushing the wheeled carts that brought the ore out of the mine. He wondered if that meant there had been a cave-in. But hadn't Kindan said that Dask was with his father? Watch-whers were supposed to have an excellent sense of smell, which allowed them to detect bad air long before a person could. When miners talked of bad air, they were referring to either explosive gases or gases which could suffocate. Either was deadly. Strumming the opening chords to the new song, he began to sing, trying to look and sound as cheerful as he could in order to distract the children. He had barely succeeded in claiming the children's rapt attention when the mine's alarm let off 3 loud, sustained hoots, and everyone rushed to the window again. The first thing that Kindan saw as he approached the mine entrance was Dask. His heart fell. Dask would never leave Daniel unless ordered, or cut off by the cave-in.
Where's Daniel, Dask? Where is he?
Kindan asked as he approached. The watch-wher's flanks were gouged, deep wounds oozing the ichor that was a watch-wher's blood. He blinked his eyes painfully in the morning light and turned back to the mine entrance. Kindan followed.
What happened?
Kindan asked, following the watch-wher. Dask turned his head to look at Kindan and gave him the sound for bad air.
Why didn't you warn them?
Kindan asked. Dask made an annoyed "eek," and then the sound for fast.
It happened too fast?
Kindan repeated. The watch-wher nodded. Inside the mine, Kindan could smell gas, sharp and bitter in his throat. It made him cough. The cave-in must have been caused by an explosion of trapped gas, he guessed. It must have been sudden, or Dask would have warned the miners in time. The watch-wher trotted ahead in the tunnel, leading the rescue party to the jumbled mass of the cave-in. Before the rest of the party could reach him, he had already started clawing at the barrier, using his head to batter at the loose bits. Men stepped out of the way of the debris that his claws were throwing back. One of the men positioned a wheelbarrow so that it caught the flying rocks and dirt, clearing the ground as other men began to dig next to the watch-wher. Now that the miners knew where to work, Kindan tried to get the wounded watch-wher to stop and save his energy, but Dask ignored him, burrowing on despite the ichor that was oozing from his various wounds. Hours passed, all the while with Dask digging and the miners carting away the fallen rock. Painfully, they excavated their way through the cave-in.
Natalon,
Kindan said, grabbing the miner's arm.
Let me take Dask back. He's bleeding.
Natalon looked over at the watch-wher. We need him here now, especially as he seems to know where our men are.
But he could bleed to death,
Kindan cried, tugging at Natalon's sleeve. Do what you can for him, but don't stop him, lad, Natalon said. Your father's on the other side. Kindan ran all the way back out to where the injury station had been set up. He was surprised to see that the sun was past noon.
Please, let me have some bandage rolls, Margaret, he said to the woman who was setting out the supplies.
"Have they found anyone alive?" she asked, and he had to disappoint her with a negative shake of his head. He knew that her spouse was in his father's shift. "Why would you want bandages then, Kindan?" she asked.
Dask was hurt bringing out those he rescued,
he said, gesturing toward the 3 men being cared for by the camp's healers. "You want my good bandages for the watch-wher?" she demanded, affronted.
"If he bleeds to death before he finds your mate, it'll be your fault."
"Why, you impertinent little scut," Margaret responded, swiping at him with the towel she had in one hand. He neatly sidestepped and, in doing so, scooped 2 rolls off the table and raced back to the mine entrance, avoiding the 2 men who were pushing laden barrels out to be emptied. Kindan was panting with exertion when he reached the cave-in site. Splotches of greenish watch-wher ichor were visible in the light from the glows, but Dask continued to claw at the barrier. Kindan pushed in beside Dask, hearing the laboring gasp of the watch-wher's breath. When a sudden movement caused more dirt and stone to shower the creature, Kindan pushed up beside him and tried to bandage the deep neck wound that was pumping ichor out at much too fast a rate. Muttering reassurances, he tried to get the watch-wher to slow down. Dask turned his head slightly, his eyes gleaming with irritation, and hissed at Kindan. Then he turned back to his task with renewed vigor. Ichor dripped faster.
"He has to stop, Nathalon, or he'll bleed to death."
Just then, they heard shouts from beyond the cave-in, urging them on. Frantically, Dask dug harder, with less control, showering the anxious Kindan with stones and mud. He shouldered deeper into the tunnel he was digging and renewed his efforts. There was a loud cry as his heavy claws broke through the last of the obstacle. The encouraging shouts from the freed miners were clearly audible. "Run back to the entrance, Kindan," Nathalon said, "and tell them to bring in stretchers." Kindan did not want to leave Dask's side, but Nathalon pulled him from the watch-wher and pushed him on his way. As he ran, Kindan began shouting the good news, as well as Nathalon's request for stretchers, to those waiting outside at the top of the shaft. They came pushing past him in their eagerness to see who had been saved, and Kindan followed more slowly, trying to get his breath back. Back in the shaft, Dask was lying in a lump, his big eyes fitfully gleaming. He didn't even pick up his head as Kindan knelt beside him. The first of the rescued men was being hauled out on a stretcher as Kindan tried to staunch the ichor that streamed out of the neck gash.
"Oh, Dask, what have you done to yourself?"
he keened as he felt the unsteady neck pulse. Dask curled his neck, placing his head on Kindan's lap and sighing sadly. Kindan began to scratch behind Dask's ears, soothing the beast as well as he could. And so, having led the rescuers to the trapped men, Dask finished his life. The boy had kept watching for the sight of his father's face, or one of his brothers, among those led out and up to the surface. It was when Nathalon remarked that the last of the live miners had been rescued that Kindan gave up hope. "We'll get the dead ones out now," Nathalon said. He paused beside Kindan, patting his head kindly. "Your father's neck was broken, lad, and your brothers are half buried under the rubble. We'll get their bodies before night falls." Kindan sat there a long time, holding the heavy head of the watch-wher, absently scratching ears that were turning stiff, his lap covered in green ichor, until Nathalon returned for a final inspection. "Still here, boy? Come, it's nearly dark."
"But Dask is dead, Nathalon."
Nathalon crouched down beside the boy and saw his tear-streaked face. He mopped some of the tears from the coal dust-smeared face and touched Kindan tenderly on the head. "There's a big hole not far from here where I will see he is buried, Kindan. But you must come with me now. It's all over down here." Nathalon had to help the grieving boy to his feet, ignoring Kindan's repeated request to stay by the watch-wher. "He made a good end, Kindan. He was a fine beast." Kindan found himself wandering among the wounded, looking for any of his brothers, his throat tight and tears streaming freely down his face. He went from stretcher to stretcher, fighting his way among the crowds, ignoring the calls of the women who were acting as nurses. He heard a voice croak out his name and turned quickly.
Zenor!
Abashed to realize that he had completely forgotten that Zenor had gone into the mine that shift, Kindan was at his friend's side in a second. Zenor was cut, bruised, and in shock. Kindan grabbed the hand Zenor had raised to him and held it with more force than he realized.
Did they get out?
Zenor asked. A look at Kindan's face told him the answer.
My father?
Kindan shook his head.
Your father?
Kindan's tears answered that question, too.
Desk did, though, didn't he? I heard him clawing through to us.
Zenor looked right into Kindan's eyes.
Kindan, he saved me. I would never have thought.
Desk was a good watch-wher, Kindan said over the lump in his throat. Zenor shook his head.
Not Desk. I meant Kalik. He and my dad pushed me back as the mine caved in. He knew what he was doing, Kindan. They both did. But they pushed me back.
Zenor's voice faded into sleep as the fellas juice he had been given earlier took effect. Kindan held his hand until Margaret noticed him, hours later, sprawled beside his friend in sleep. Wiping away more tears from her own face, she fetched a blanket and draped it over him. Chapter 4. I am too big to cry, and my voice is too shy to sing my sad, sad song, or say the words I long to say to you. Goodbye. Goodbye. The air was cold, and the wind swept it through Kindan's clothes with a sharp bite. Winter was driving out full, but Kindan was sure that it was always cold in the graveyard. The last words had been said. The rest of the hold was drifting back down to the main hall for a toast to the dead, but Kindan held back, a small shape at the edge of the new graves. His father had never said too much to him. As the youngest of 9 children, Kindan had been one face among many. His elder brothers had always been remote, larger than life, nearly like Master Natalon. All the same, Kindan felt that he should have said something more, should have left some remembrance. Jacris had made a carving, and Topher had left a drawing before they had both gone off with their new families. Tara and her husband, Reiterin, already had 4 children of their own, and all of them young, so they had been willing to take Jacris, the eldest. Besides, Reiterin was a woodworker, so Jacris's gift of carving would be well appreciated in their household. Topher had been fostered to Crom Hold itself, where his gift with drawing would be encouraged, and he might even take up mapping, a skill that was always needed in the mines.
Kindan?
Kindan turned his head toward the caller. It was Dalar. He ran up to Kindan.
Father said you'd still be up here. He told me that you're to come down before you catch your death of cold.
Kindan nodded solemnly and set off behind the younger boy. Kindan had seen more of Dalar in the past 7 days than he had in many months, but he suspected it was Natalon's way of looking out for those beholden to him. Not that Kindan minded. Dalar was okay, in a distracted sort of way. Dalar cast a backward look at Kindan, partly to see if he was really following, and partly out of sympathy for the youngest of Danil's sons.
There's some mulled wine down at the hold.
Only Dalar and his family called their large cottage the hold.
And Father said we'd get some soon as we got in.
9. Can you believe it? Milla was saying to Janella, Dalar's mother, as they made their way into the hold kitchen.
Most of them Danil and his sons. More's the pity. And what's going to happen to poor Kindan now? They've placed the other 2, and I don't see why they haven't placed him, too. It must be spooky sleeping in his place all by himself, poor lad.
Janella, Dalar's mother, saw the boys and coughed pointedly at Milla, But Milla, who had her back to them rolling dough, didn't pick up the hint.
Is that your cough come back?
It's got chill enough now, but you don't want it, what with you finally expecting another, she said. She went on blithely.
9 dead, 3 injured, and poor Xenor demanding his place in the mines for his father. Not that I blame him, the way Norla, his mother, is dealing so poorly with it all.
She placed the dough in rising tins.
And a shift leader short. What are they going to do? Daylor, Kindan, you look chilled to the bone,
Janella said loudly, cutting across anything more that Milla might think to say.
Milla, could you be a dear and pour them some of the mulled wine that's on the stove? Getting up's so tiring for me right now.
Janella was 7 months pregnant. Kindan had heard that she had been pregnant before but had lost the baby. Silstra had gone to help that night and had come back so distraught that her father had had to put her to bed.
Oh,
Milla exclaimed, turning around.
I'm sorry, boys. I didn't see you. The mugs are there in the cupboard. Why don't you help yourself so I can get these dainties into the oven?
Yes, ma'am,
Daylor said politely. He was taller than Kindan and reached the mugs easily. Kindan realized that he would have had to get a stool or something to reach them, and once again cursed his late growth. He was 6 months older than Daylor and still a whole hand shorter. With mugs full of hot, spiced wine in their hands — the spirit had left the wine when it was heated, or Kindan would not have been allowed to drink it — the 2 boys found a clear spot at the bench and sat quietly, not trusting that their luck would last.
Natalon will be sending for you shortly,
Janella told Kindan.
Yes, ma'am.
At a sharp nudge and a glare from Daylor, Kindan corrected himself.
My lady. Kindan had never been quite sure how to address Daylor's mother. Janella had always seemed so less able than his own sister. But then again, if Natalon could prove Camp Natalon, it'd be mine Natalon someday, and Janella would be the wife of a miner holder. But to prove Camp Natalon, they would have to mine the coal, and no one, aside from the investigating team, had been in the mines for the past 7 days. It was normal, Kindan had heard the grown-ups say, not to go back to the mines until after all the bodies were recovered and the funerals had taken place. I heard Xenor's been put on father's shift,
Daylor commented to Kindan.
With his father gone, there's no one else to provide for his family. How will he do his studies?
Kindan wondered aloud. Daylor looked at him thoughtfully and then shrugged.
I guess he won't. Perhaps that's just as well, with Master Zis giving classes.
Like you'd know, Kindan shot back, forgetting who else was in the room. He looked abashedly at Daylor's mother before muttering to Daylor, Sorry. Fortunately for him, Master Zist arrived at that moment. Kindan, please come with me. Master Zist led Kindan to the same great room that was normally used by the resident harper for classes in the mornings. There were 3 tables in the room, 2 long ones running the length of the hall, and another smaller one set perpendicular to the other 2. Master Zist usually sat at that table with the hearth behind him. Natalon and Tarek were seated at the nearer of the 2 long tables. At a gesture from Natalon, Master Zist and Kindan approached and took seats opposite them.
Kindan, Natalon began, I'm told that you wish to stay here in the camp.
Kindan nodded. He hadn't really thought much about what that meant until now. He'd have to be fostered. That, and he had heard enough whispered words by the adults to realize that he would never be allowed to stay in his cottage by himself. A quick look at Tarek made it clear who was hoping to move in. With Janella expecting, Kindan could imagine that Tarek, his wife, and 3 older children would probably be grateful to escape the noise of a newborn. Kindan felt a flush of anger come over him at the thought of Tarek moving into the cottage that his father had built for his family. Then another thought burned brighter in his mind.
Sir, Kindan said, what did the investigation find?
Natalon cast a sidelong glance at Tarek, who stiffened and gave Kindan a sour look.
As often happens when there are accidents like these, Natalon said, the results are not conclusive.
Kindan sat up straighter in his seat, preparing to argue, but Nathalon restrained him with an upraised hand. "We think," Nathalon said carefully, "that your father's shift had the bad luck to dig into some loose rock, and that it caused a slide both over and behind them."
"But there was a smell," Kindan protested. "Dask told me there was a smell. I smelled it too."
Nathalon and Tarek exchanged looks. Tarek shook his head. "None of the men I spoke with talked of a smell." "Are you sure you understood Dask correctly?" Nathalon asked.
"I thought it took years of training to understand a watch-wher," Tarek said sourly. "And the beast must have been in a lot of pain."
"It doesn't take years to learn the sounds for bad air," Kindan protested. "It and the other danger signals were the first I was taught."
He did not bother to mention that his teaching in watch-wher lore had come from Silstra, and there had been very little of it at that. Tarek shook his head.
"I saw no sign of fire."
"Could have been a small pocket," Nathalon suggested, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "The blast would have started the cave in."
"A pocket a watch-wher couldn't detect?" Tarek sneered. "The way Daniil boasted, I thought they were supposed to have magic noses."
Kindan glowered at the older man, but Master Zist moved quickly to block Tarek's sight of him. He reached over and placed a hand on Kindan's arm and squeezed it warningly. "If someone had driven a pick right into a pocket and made a spark, it'd all be over before the watch-wher could react," Nathalon argued.
"See?" Tarek demanded, seeming satisfied. "What's the use of them, then? I say we're lucky to be rid of the last of them. We'll mine faster on our own."
Nathalon prepared a hot retort, but Master Zist broke in. "What about Kindan?" Nathalon and Tarek looked startled, as though they had forgotten that Kindan was in the room with them.
"That house is too big for him," Tarek said. "There's plenty of others who could use the space better."
"And there's the memories," Master Zist said softly, as if to himself. "It's not good to linger where there are too many memories."
"Well," Nathalon said consideringly, "I could use the house."
Tarek spoke into the silence. He looked at Nathalon and said,
"You've got a new one coming, and me and mine would just be too many underfoot."
"Well," Nathalon said slowly, "if Kindan doesn't mind."
"It's not his house to give," Tarek said sourly. "The house will have to be emptied when Thread comes anyway."
Kindan flushed at Tarek's brusque manner. "That still doesn't answer where the boy will live," Master Zist noted, ignoring Tarek's response.
"He should foster with those who can handle an extra mouth," Tarek grumbled. "Maybe Narla could take him in."
Norla was Xenar's mother. Kindan liked her, even though she had always seemed a little overwhelmed by all her daughters. He'd be with Xenar, too, and that would be good. Or would it? Kindan wondered, soberly. It would be awkward to have Xenar in the mines while Kindan was still in classes with Master Zist. No, maybe that wasn't a good idea. And Kindan wasn't sure he'd like to suddenly become big brother to 4 little girls, one of them still in diapers.
"Well, he should go to the one with the least children,"
Nathalon said, quoting the old, long-established rules regarding fostering.
"Someone who's had some knowledge of raising children, but won't be too heavily burdened by it."
He raised his head to gaze directly at Master Zist. The harper sat bolt upright, astonished. Clearly he hadn't anticipated this turn of events. Tarek's eyes gleamed.
"You know something of grief, too, Master Zist."
Master Zist glowered at him. Kindan had followed the exchange with growing alarm, but even so, he could see how Tarek was trying to profit from others' loss and match the harper in his glower at the older miner. Tarek sat back and ignored their looks, a hint of a smirk on his lips. "I don't," Master Zist and Kindan said in unison, and stopped in shock, looking at each other. Nathalon stood up.
ending the discussion. "I think this will work out well, Master Zist. Kindan, you may ask anyone for a hand to haul up your things and an extra bed for you to the Master's cottage."
"I'll be glad to find someone for the job," Tarek added, a satisfied smile undisguised on his face. "If it's all right with you, Nathalon, I would like to begin moving today."
In the end, Swanee, the camp supply man, and Ema, the camp's butcher, gave Kindan a hand moving his stuff. "If you take the frame apart, you can carry it up in pieces," Swanee said to Kindan while he rolled the mattress up and heaved it over his shoulders. He tapped the empty frame. "There's good wood there," he said approvingly. "Get the slats first and then come back for the rest." Under Master Zist's directions, they took 2 chests of drawers and a smaller clothes chest out of Daniil's cottage. "Your sisters will doubtless want those when they hear the news," Master Zist said. "I'm sure you'll do well with just the chest, but set all of them up in your room."
"My room?" Kindan echoed. He had never had a room of his own. He had always shared with Topher and Jokris.
"Well, you won't be sleeping with me," Master Zist said with a wry look.
"I'd best bring lots of blankets, then," Kindan said thoughtfully. For all their trouble, Topher and Jokris had been enough to keep Kindan warm on the coldest nights, when they hadn't pulled the blankets off.
"If it's all the same with you, Kindan," Swanee said after taking a careful look around the cottage, "I'd like to take anything you don't need and give it to those that don't have. The rest I'd like to put up in storage. Tariq has enough stuff of his own."
Kindan heartily agreed to the request, and all 3 nodded in approval.
"Just a moment," Master Zist said, raising a hand. Everyone looked at him. "Kindan, is there anything special you'd like for yourself?" Kindan thought about that for a moment.
"Anything?"
"Anything."
"Well, if I could have Mother's old table, the one with the hinged lid and the old music inside."
"Music?" Master Zist raised an eyebrow.
Kindan nodded. "It was special to her, and to my father after."
Master Zist raised a hand to stop him. "Ema, Swanee, can you see to it?" The 2 nodded in quick agreement. "Anything else?" "Take a good look around, lad," Swanee advised. "If, after we've distributed everything, there was something you'd forgotten, we could always get it back, but—"
Kindan took a good look through the cottage. He stopped in the kitchen and looked at Master Zist. "Do you need any cookware or dishware?"
Master Zist shook his head. "The Harper's cottage is well supplied with both."
Kindan pursed his lips in a frown, thinking. Then he nodded. "I think that's everything, then."
Swanee gave Kindan a searching look and then nodded firmly. "Very well, we'll get your stuff up and distribute the rest. Thank you, lad. There's many will be grateful for what you don't need."
Kindan nodded mutely, not really understanding what the supplier meant. Nuella made Daylord tell her everything when he came upstairs.
"Kindan's moving in with the Harper?"
she exclaimed when he finished his tale. "And Uncle Tariq is moving into Daniil's old house," Daylor said by way of confirmation. He was glad. That way he wouldn't have to listen to their uncle complaining all the time.
"Oh, but it's awful," Nuella complained. "How will I get to see the Harper if Kindan's staying there?"
Daylor frowned, then said, "I don't know."
"And Master Zist was going to teach me the pipes,"
Nuella added sadly to herself.
"You're good already,"
Daylor told his sister stoutly.
"Only you would know,"
Nuella said, feeling miserable.
"And Mother." "This cave-in set Father's plans back, hasn't it?"
Nuella asked. Daylor shrugged. Nuella sighed.
"I wish—"
She sighed again, shaking her head, her wish unvoiced. After a moment,
she picked up her pipes and began playing a soft, sad song. Kindan was really surprised, hours later, to find himself sitting on his own bed, in his own room, with the sounds of the camp's harper pottering about in another room. Master Zist had popped his head in several times to ask, "Everything all right, lad?" The first time, Kindan had nearly jumped with shock at the question, and could only bring himself to nod mutely in response. "Well, then, I've got some things to attend to," Master Zist had said. "If you need anything, you can get it from the kitchen. I'll be in my study, and I'm not to be disturbed." A quick glance at the master's face told Kindan that disturbing him would not be a wise thing to do at all. He had nodded quickly but said nothing. "All right, then," Master Zist had said, to fill in the silence. "Get yourself settled in, and we'll have dinner when I'm finished with my work." Now Kindan heard voices from Master Zist's study, a younger voice and the master himself. Curious, Kindan listened more carefully. The young voice sounded a lot like Daylor, but he couldn't hear it clearly enough to be sure. Maybe Master Zist was trying to catch Daylor up on all his missed lessons. It occurred to Kindan to wonder if perhaps Daylor had received extra lessons from Journeyman Joffrey as well. Perhaps because he was Nathalon's son, it had been decided to keep him out of all the rough and tumble of the everyday classes. Kindan knew that all the kids in the camp thought that Daylor was a bit sickly, although, come to think of it, Kindan couldn't recall ever seeing Daylor coming down with anything. Perhaps Janella, who had lost so many babies in childbirth, was being careful with Daylor and keeping him in whenever he got the slightest bit sick. It didn't seem likely to Kindan, and the voice didn't quite sound like Daylor's. He wondered if he was allowed to open his door to hear the voices more clearly. As he pondered the notion, another voice joined in. Kindan immediately recognized the voice as Minor Nathalon's. It seemed as though Nathalon was not pleased about something. He heard the youngster's voice as well, and Master Zist's. Judging by the rise and fall of the voices and their tones, Kindan was certain that whoever owned the younger voice was someone well known to Nathalon, so it was probably Daylor, Kindan decided. Maybe Nathalon was annoyed to find Daylor bothering the master, Kindan guessed. The voices rose in parting, and Kindan heard 2 sets of feet walk to the front door and leave. A while later, Master Zist walked into the hallway and knocked on Kindan's door. Having never been afforded such a courtesy, Kindan didn't know how to respond. "May I come in?" Master Zist asked after a short wait. Kindan opened the door. "Of course, Master Zist." Master Zist entered the room and looked around. "Oh, settled, then?"
"Yes, thank you."
"Good," Zist said, nodding emphatically. "Come along, we'll eat in the kitchen." Kindan smelled the hearty beef stew before he saw it bubbling on the hearth in a pot he recognized from Janella's kitchen. He looked around for the dishes and cutlery and set the table. Master Zist served them, and they ate in an awkward silence. Kindan finished his stew quickly and waited politely to see if he could have seconds. Master Zist noticed this, but continued to eat in slow, deliberate bites. By the time the master was finished, Kindan was squirming in his chair. "Dessert?" Master Zist inquired.
"Well,"
Kindan began, then blurted,
"I was wondering if I could have some more stew?"
Master Zist gestured to the pot. "There's only you and me here, Kindan. You may have what you want." As Kindan refilled his plate, Master Zist regarded him thoughtfully. When Kindan returned to the table, the harper said, "When we are alone, Kindan, you may always help yourself. You just have to ask." Kindan, mouthful of stew, smiled and nodded. "You had a lot of older brothers and sisters, didn't you?" Kindan nodded again. Master Zist sighed. "I was the eldest in my family. I can't quite imagine how it must have been for you. But I can guess that you were probably the last to get seconds, or dessert."
"It wasn't all bad," Kindan said. "Sis made sure that I always got to eat something."
He made a face.
"But Kalek always tried to steal my desserts when we had them.
His face took on a sadder, more introspective look. You didn't get along with Kalek, did you? Master Zist inquired gently. Kindan shook his head.
No, not until just before.
He looked troubled.
Zena, my friend, he told me that Kalek saved his life.
Tears formed in Kindan's eyes.
He was always mean to me, but he saved Zena's life.
It's a bit hard to grasp, isn't it? Master Zist commented. I've been surprised how often people who only seem to be bad have turned out to be selfless when it really matters. Kindan nodded in wordless agreement. Kindan, do you know what harpers are supposed to do?
They're supposed to teach and to sing songs at gathers and play instruments,
Kindan said, not quite sure he had the right answer. Master Zist nodded. That's part of their job. Harpers also gather information and pass it along. We preserve knowledge. We help with the healers.
My sister did some healing,
Kindan offered. Zist nodded acknowledgement. And we also try to smooth things over. Kindan looked puzzled. Master Zist sighed. We listen to everyone and try to help when we think it's appropriate. Kindan tried hard to look as though he understood, especially because he had finished his stew and his mouth was watering for dessert, and he knew that Master Zist would keep on talking until Kindan showed that he understood what he was saying. Master Zist smiled in wry amusement. We are trained to be good observers, too. Sometimes we don't pay attention, but we're trained. He rose, taking Kindan's dish with him, and served them the dainties that the baker had sent over. A harper's trained to watch and listen as well as to play and sing, Master Zist said after he had had a bite of the dainty. Kindan nodded, his mouth full. And a harper's trained to keep secrets.
I can keep a secret,
Kindan said. Master Zist wagged a finger at him. Well, there are some times when you have to let others keep secrets, too. Can you do that? Kindan looked doubtful. Well, we'll see. For now, I expect that you won't try to overhear any conversations I have in my study or kitchen. If you hear something and you want to talk about it, you come to me. I'll tell you whether it's a secret or not. Can you do that? Kindan nodded. Good lad. Master Zist finished his dainty, saw that Kindan had finished as well, and stood up. You do the dishes and get some sleep. Tomorrow we'll start with your lessons.
Lessons?
Master Zist nodded. Lessons, he repeated. He nodded toward his study. Harpers also take notes. Joffrey left me his, and he noted that a certain son of Danil's was not only good at singing, but showed an interest in becoming a harper. Kindan's eyes lit with astonishment.
He did?
Master Zist nodded solemnly, but his eyes were twinkling. He did, he affirmed. He waggled a finger at the door. Now, finish up and off to bed with you. It seemed to Kindan that his new life was far more strenuous than his old life, and, sadly, very different. He still had duty on the watch up the cliffside hundreds of meters above the mine entrance with its splendid view of what most folk simply called the valley, but which he and the harper had started to call Natalon's Valley.
This is the end of disc number 2. Please insert disc number 3. This is disc number 3.
Kindan still had duty on the watch up the cliffside hundreds of meters above the mine entrance with its splendid view of what most folks simply called the valley,
but which he and the harper had started to call Nathalon's Valley. Now, however, he was not just one among the many, but the lad placed in charge of all the younglings on watch duty. That job might have been Topher's or Jacris's, had they remained, but Kindan was shocked to realize that he was the oldest boy in the camp who wasn't working in the mine itself. The first day he had looked down from his perch and had seen Zenor, dressed in overalls cut down from a pair of his father's, Kindan had felt a mixture of shame, awe, and sorrow. Shame that he wasn't going down into the mine as well, awe that his best friend Zenor was doing such a grown-up job, and sorrow to see the bitter proof of the disaster that had claimed not only the lives of his own father and brothers, but also Zenor's father and his childhood. But Kindan found that his new duties left him with little time to reminisce. Whether on purpose or just because the camp was so short of able bodies, he could not guess. When he was sure the watch was set up properly for the day, and runners had been arranged to be ready at all the usual spots, he found himself in charge of a group of sturdy boys and girls, 9 and 10 turns old, helping to trim the branches from trees felled the day before by the camp's adults. Zenor's mother, Norla, found that her years of dealing with younglings were put to good effect as she found herself in charge of a daily creche of all the camp's infants, while their mothers helped out planting the fields below, or working the herb gardens, or helping cut trees into timber for the mine. It was, Master Zist had suggested, a good way to immerse her in activity while keeping her close to her youngest children. Before, the task had been rotated amongst all the women with infants, but now Norla's cottage was filled with diapers in various stages of use, and mothers stopped in whenever they could to check on their babies, giving the widowed Norla more contact with the rest of the camp than she would have had otherwise. The hill of coal on the other side of the valley from the mine grew steadily in size, but not without cost. Kindan heard, but kept to himself, many late-night conversations spoken in low voices in the harper's cottage. With the exception of Tarek, nearly all the miners had come to pay their respects at one time or another to the new harper. Many returned. All were worried. Sure, we're getting coal enough, but for how long, was the common complaint. Without new diggings, we'll soon be reduced to either working the pillars or just giving up. Kindan hadn't been surprised the next morning when he had been asked to explain to the master harper what was meant by working the pillars.
A coal field's a huge field underground, Kindan had said. There's rock on top of it that's pressing down. When we dig, we leave large pillars of coal untouched to help support the rock above.
But that's not the only way to do it, is it?
Kindan nodded. You could build in supports and then pull out the pillars. In fact, if the field weren't so huge, or when it's finally mined out, probably not before the end of the coming pass, or even longer.
More than 50 turns?
Master Zist was impressed.
Kindan nodded again. The seam's a good 3 meters wide, and there's acres of it down there. The camp would have to be proved, and then they'd drill some more shafts, one for air and the other just for coal, and they'd probably make roads on the level wide enough for work beasts to haul the coal out, instead of just men with carts or wheelbarrows.
Master Zist sighed, shaking his head at his own ignorance.
Let's get back to the pillars.
Kindan nodded. The pillars keep the rock above the coal from bearing down on the field and crushing the coal. They support the weight. If you work your pillars,
then you run the risk of crushing the whole field, Master Zist guessed.
Kindan smiled at the harper.
Exactly.
So, when would it make sense to work your pillars?
Kindan shrugged.
I don't know everything about mining, Master Zist, he admitted reluctantly.
Just give me a guess, then, the harper allowed.
Well, I can think of 2 times. When you need to get coal out in a hurry and you're not going to keep mining, and when you've mined everything else and you're willing to build up new pillars to bear the load while you work the coal pillars, Kindan said.
So either way, it's the end of the mine, is it? Master Zist asked.
Yes, Kindan agreed in a troubled tone. If the mine were to close, he thought, what would happen to him?
Master Zist must have guessed his thoughts, for he punched Kindan lightly on the shoulder.
Harpers can work anywhere, lad.
He looked at the window.
And speaking of work, we've both chores to get started.
Classes with the Master Harper were different, too. They had been different before from those with Harper Joffrey, but now, as a fostering in the Harper's cottage, Kindan was aware of his unique position. He found himself backing Master Zist's gruff ways out of his strong sense of loyalty, when before he would have done his stubborn best to undermine the Harper's discipline. Daelord noticed it and said nothing. Kristoff noticed it and taunted him about it. Tarek's son had always lorded his position over the other children in the camp, but now he took special pains to rub Kindan the wrong way, taking every opportunity to remind Kindan that he was now sleeping in his room, and how nice Kindan's old house was. Kindan took the abuse as long as he could, until one day he caught Kristoff leaving the hold on his way back to his house for lunch. One deft hook of his leg, and Kristoff was sprawled in the mud and snow that was the pathway between Miner Nathalon's hold and the rest of the camp. "You need to watch your feet," Kindan said to him roughly, "as well as your tongue." Kristoff jumped to his feet, but before he could do any more, a huge hand gripped Kindan by the ear and dragged him back into the hold.
"I'll deal with this,"
Master Zist's deep voice said. Kristoff's opened mouth closed into a sly grin as he watched Kindan being hauled away.
"Wipe your feet,"
the Harper told Kindan when they reached the entrance to the hold. Kindan complied, still smarting at the grip on his ear, and followed the Harper back into the classroom.
"Sit,"
Master Zist ordered, indicating a seat at one of the long tables. Kindan sat and raised a hand to rub his injured ear.
"Leave it alone. You've earned the pain. Now, I want you to tell me what you did wrong and what you should have done."
Kindan furrowed his brow and tried to ignore his sore ear.
"He's been saying—"
"Remember that you're training to be a Harper," Master Zist reminded him. "Words are supposed to be your trade."
"But—"
Master Zist held his hand up and Kindan stopped.
"Tell me 3 good things about Kristoff," the Harper ordered.
Kindan closed his mouth and thought.
"Well, he's strong."
Master Zist raised one finger and gave Kindan an encouraging look.
"His mother likes him."
"That's a good thing about his mother," Master Zist said wryly.
"Aren't Harpers supposed to be trained at the Harper Hall?"
Kindan asked, hoping to change the topic.
"A master may take an apprentice wherever he is,"
Master Zist responded,
"and send him on to the Harper Hall later."
He raised his hand with the one finger extended.
"But you have not finished."
Well, he's not good at figures or writing."
"Those are faults, not virtues," Master Zist said with a sigh.
"No,"
Kindan protested.
"I'm just trying to think."
"I see. Well, this is taking too long, and we've both work to attend. So to help you think, in addition to your other chores, you will go down to Tarek's every evening after you've done your usual chores and wash all their clothes for them. You will continue doing this until you can report to me 3 virtues of Kristoff, and you will apologize to Kristoff for your behavior."
But how will I get Kristoff's mother to let me do their laundry? I can't imagine her being too eager to let me do it."
"How you get her to do it will be up to you," Master Zist told him. "But do it. You will."
Kindan rolled his eyes. Master Zist wagged his finger at him.
"I don't think that rolling your eyes will work with Dara," he said. He rose from his seat. "Get going. There might be a bite to eat left in the kitchen if you run."
"What about you, Master?"
"I," Master Zist stretched to his full height and assumed a lordly pose, "have a date with a young lady."
Catching Kindan's surprised look, he added with shushing motions,
"Go on, off with you."
It took Kindan 2 grueling days to come up with 3 virtues Kristoff possessed: honesty, loyalty, integrity. He managed to ingratiate himself with Dara by explaining that he had fond memories of doing laundry in his old house, and could he please do a few loads for them to relive the memory? Kristoff looked ready to die of laughter at the question, and Tarek looked sour, as always, but Dara relented after giving Kindan a long, searching look. All the same, Kindan was delighted when he reported his findings to Master Zist and got out of his extra chore. "Describe the house to me," Master Zist ordered then. Kindan started to run down the layout of the house from memory, but the harper stopped him with an upraised hand. "No, not how you remember it, how it is." Kindan struggled to find words, fumbled, and shook his head. "A harper must learn to observe. Wherever you go, you must be observant." Under the harper's questioning, Kindan slowly recalled all the details of Tarek's house and the items inside it. He was surprised to discover how much he knew of the state of the house, even though he had not consciously set out to learn it. "Good," Master Zist said at last. "It is late. You'd best get to sleep." Kindan looked rebellious. "Tomorrow we shall meet at the hold for the evening," Master Zist said. "We'll celebrate Winter's End, and I'll need you to have your wits about you and help on the drums." Kindan was surprised. Master Zist had started him working on the drums almost as soon as Kindan had moved into his cottage, but he had never suspected that the master, always short of praise, would let him perform with him. "Don't be so surprised," Master Zist said. "I can't play all the instruments by myself, you know. Now, to bed with you. Tomorrow will be long enough without the evening's festivities at the end of it." The next day Daylor had morning watch on the cliff heights. Kindan, woken up well before dawn by the harper, had as his duty the setting of the watchers. After a hasty cup of claw, breakfast would come later, he set off in the dark, looking to meet Daylor at the bottom of the path up to the cliff heights. The winter snow was still on the ground, but there had been no new snow for over a 7-day, and much of it had turned to slush with the warming weather. Kindan walked carefully, enjoying the crunch as each of his steps broke through the thin layer of ice that had formed over the snow during the cold night. There was no sign of Daylor. He waited a few moments, and then, aware that he had other duties, he set off for the hold. The instant he opened the door, he smelled trouble. There was something wrong with the air. He had learned enough about bad air in the mines to have some guess as to what had happened. The chimney had been blocked, or something had caused all the gases from the hearth to spread into the hold and not leave it. All his training told him to duck to the ground where the air was cooler and might still be breathable, but Kindan knew that time was of the essence. "Fire! Help! Help! Fire!" Kindan shouted at the top of his lungs. He started fanning with the door to suck some of the air out, but he knew it wasn't enough. He had to get a draft going. He ran from the kitchen door around to the front, all the while shouting as loud as his lungs would allow. At the front, he opened the great doors of the hold and fanned them a few times. Master Zist came running over. "Lad, what is it?" "Bad air," Kindan said. "I could smell it when I went into the kitchen for Daylor. I've got the door to the kitchen open, and I'm trying to get more air in, but—" "Fire! Help! Help! Fire!" Master Zist bellowed. Shapes were approaching from different directions. Kindan looked around. Help might be too late. He ducked into the hallway. "Kindan!" "It's okay," Kindan shouted back. "I'm little. I don't need as much air as others. If I can get upstairs, I can open the windows and maybe wake them up." The air on the stairways was definitely bad, Kindan realized as he started up them. He took a few good lungfuls and then held his breath, suddenly grateful for the dares he had had with Kalek on who could hold their breath the longest. His eyes were stinging as he reached the landing. His fingers fumbled with the window latch, but he got it open, finally, and took a few deep breaths before he turned to the bedrooms. He opened the first door, ran into the room, and heaved open the first window he could find. He heard the shouts of others entering the house and running up the stairs. He shook the person in the bed. It was Daylor. Dazed and confused, Daylor looked up. "Come on, Daylor!" Kindan shouted at him. "Bad air! Come with me!" Suiting actions to his words, he grabbed Daylor's arm. Shortly, he had the other boy leaning against him and started him out of the room, fighting his own lightheadedness as he did so. Some men met him at the door. One grabbed Daylor and threw him over his shoulders, and the other grabbed Kindan and did the same, despite his protests. Suddenly, Kindan was outside, spread out on the snowy ground, taking deep, steady breaths. His head ached.
Something was wrong. Someone was calling her name, but it seemed as from a great distance.
Noella? Noella?
It was Zena's voice. A smile played across Noella's lips. Zena. She really liked him. Her friend. The first friend she had made at the camp. Her only friend. She tried to move, but her limbs felt heavy, like stone.
Noella!
Zena's voice drew nearer. Dimly, Noella heard a door open, and then she felt someone shake her, grab at her. She was picked up and dragged out of her room.
The air's bad, Noella. I've got to get you out,
Zena said. Bad air? Noella thought to herself. Outside. The first faint stirrings of alarm grew inside her, but she was too heavy and tired to move. Outside? She wasn't supposed to be outside.
Not outside,
she murmured. Zena, panting and hauling her down the stairs, didn't hear her.
"Are you all right, lad?" Master Zist asked, kneeling down beside Kindan.
Kindan nodded feebly, wishing he hadn't for the way his head felt, and managed to gesture a question with an open hand.
"The others? They seem all right, thanks to you."
Another person dropped beside Kindan. It was Natalon.
Thanks, lad. We would have died in our sleep if it hadn't been for you.
Kindan sat up more, managed a sickly smile for Natalon, and looked around. Janella was being wrapped in a blanket, her eyes streaming with tears. Swanee was beside her, coughing deeply. Kindan's eyes narrowed as he saw Zena helping a young girl get her breath back. He looked up at Master Zist and raised an eyebrow inquiringly. The harper cocked his head and shook it just slightly. Kindan jumped up, ignoring the pain behind his eyes, and grabbed Daylor, with a conspiratorial look in his eyes. He jerked his head toward the girl, and Daylor's eyes grew wide. Kindan shook his head again and walked nonchalantly with Daylor over to Zena and the girl. Zena had placed a blanket over the girl's head. He looked up curiously as Kindan approached. Kindan raised a quick finger to his lips as he moved to block the girl from the view of the others.
"Come on, Daylor. You can get warmed up at the harper's fire," Kindan said loudly, motioning for the girl and Zena to stand up.
After that, it took only a little bit of work to arrange it so that Daylor was covered by the same blanket as the girl, and the four of them marched carefully to the harper's cottage, Kindan talking loudly the whole way. It was possible, he hoped, that things had happened too quickly for anyone but him to notice that 2 children had been brought out of Natalon's house instead of just 1. Safe in the kitchen, all 4 of them warmed themselves by the fire. Daylor and the girl, still in their nightclothes, were shivering more than Kindan and Zena.
"How'd you find us?"
Daylor asked, his lips still blue.
"You were late for watch,"
Kindan explained.
"Thanks,"
Daylor said. The girl reached up a hand hesitatingly toward Kindan and brushed his cheek.
"Thank you, Kindan,"
she said.
"You're welcome, Noella,"
Kindan replied. At Daylor's hiss of surprise and Zena's widened eyes, he added,
"Master Zist has taken me as his apprentice. He says that a harper has to keep secrets and has to respect the secrets of others."
He turned to the cupboard and pulled out some mugs.
"Zena, will you help me bring some warm claw while Daylor," and Kindan emphasized the one name, "warms up here?"
Zena grinned broadly at his friend.
"Sure."
Kindan winked at Daylor's surprised look and said,
"I'll see you later."
By that evening, everyone in the camp knew that the chimney had been blocked, apparently by a freak crack of brick, and that Natalon's hold had been thoroughly aired, and there was no danger to anyone attending Winter's End there. All the same, the great double front doors and the windows of the long room were wide open to reassure any worriers. The 2 long tables that by day served students were pushed to either side of the room,
and the teacher's table was pushed all the way to the far end of the room from the hearth, so that there was a good, warm area for dancing. Kindan and Master Zist were situated on top of the long table pushed against the wall. The harper instructed Kindan to keep a simple beat on the drums to accompany the songs. The drumming was so basic that Kindan could spare his attention to observe the partygoers. The whole of Camp Natalon was fewer than 200 people, including the smallest baby, but such a crowd should have filled the room nearly to bulging. As it was, Kindan calculated that less than a quarter of the camp's inhabitants were present. And no wonder. Regardless of what the miners knew about bad air, not even Milla the baker could be coaxed back into the kitchen that morning to make her dainties. Natalon's lady, Janella, was still suffering from the combined effects of the bad air and her pregnancy, and was confined to bed. The absence of others was easier to understand. Zener had 4 little sisters and his mother to look after. And, because of the cave-in that fall, it was still necessary to work 2 solid shifts, so the second shift was still in the mine. A third air shift had been organized to keep the air pumps going through the night, but that consisted of only 4 people working in 2 pairs, and they were mostly the youngest, the oldest, or the least skilled. Kindan was so lost in his thoughts that he didn't realize that Master Zist had stopped playing until the master was speaking in his ear, having gotten up from his chair and walked over to where Kindan was seated. "Keep up that beat, lad, while I'll go mix with the crowd." Kindan nodded without breaking beat, and watched as the master harper climbed down from the table and made his way over to the refreshments. Kindan beat a bit harder as the harper approached that table, and his hint must have been taken, for Master Zist tossed a backward wave at him. He would bring Kindan back some refreshments on his return. Still playing instinctively, Kindan scanned the small crowd to pick up snippets of conversation.
"Caravan coming in to pick up our coal."
It was true. With the snow melting, there should be a trader caravan in any day now to take the last 6 months' worth of mined coal. "Hope they bring some apprentices." Natalon had sent a drum message to the master miner in Crom asking for more apprentices. "No use. They'll be the worst, or who'd let 'em go?" Kindan sighed, as that last comment made too much sense. Any apprentices that could be freed to go to a new mine would never be the best apprentices. They'd be kept on by their masters at the current mines. Some of them would just be young and eager, but others might even be more trouble than they were worth, lazy or shiftless. "Without a watch-wher, how are we going to be safe?" Kindan's ears pricked up at that snippet of conversation, trying to identify the speaker. "There have been too many accidents, especially since—" Kindan guessed that the speaker was about to say the cave-in, but the voice had slipped away from him in the general noise of the hall. Kindan agreed with whoever had said that. There had been minor accidents once or twice a week since the cave-in that had killed his father and Dask. Partly, as Kindan had heard Natalon tell Zist one late evening when they both thought him asleep, because they were working hard with few people, and partly because it was just the nature of working underground, where any carelessness could easily result in an injury. Kindan searched the crowd and spotted Panet, one of Tarek's old cronies, stumping about with a cast on his foot. The old miner had not been paying attention and had let a trolley get away from him and run over his foot. "At the end of the day, it's the head miner who's to blame, isn't it?" Panet asked a small knot of worried-looking miners gathered around him. Kindan stiffened. "Maybe the problem's not watch-whers, but leadership." Kindan strained to see the reactions of the other miners, but only succeeded in losing his beat. With a quick flourish, he jumped back into it, but not before several heads turned in his direction, Panet's being one of them. "When you're listening in," Master Zist murmured in Kindan's ear, appearing suddenly at his side, "it's important not to be noticed." Kindan managed a sickly smile in return. "Sorry," he muttered back. Master Zist nodded. He thrust a mug and a plate of snacks at Kindan and said, "Take a break." Not long after that, the gather broke up. Kindan and the harper were the last to leave, bowed under the weight of their instruments and the length of their day. Kindan could never remember how he got into his bed that night.
Mr. Zist! Mr. Zist!"
Daler's cry woke Kindan far too soon. He stirred groggily, frightened by the tone of Daler's voice.
"Eh? What is it?"
Master Zist called out from his room as Kindan tumbled into the kitchen.
"It's my mother,"
Daler said, face pale with fright.
"The baby's coming early."
The harper emerged from his room, still in his bedclothes. He took one look at Daler and turned decisively to Kindan.
"Go, run to Margit's and get her up here."
He turned back to Daler.
"I'll be along as soon as I get some clothes on. You get on back. Start the cook boiling water if she hasn't already."
His tone turned softer as he took in the look on Daler's face.
"It'll be all right, lad. Now, off with you."
The moment Daler was out of earshot, Kindan told the harper,
"Margit's not much at midwifery. Silstra did most of that, and Harper Joffrey."
"Journeyman Joffrey learned his healing after I'd thrown him out of my singing class," Master Zist said. Then he sighed. "And I learned my singing after the master healer threw me out of his healing class."
Kindan looked alarmed. The harper made shooing motions with his hands.
"Get off now, we'll cope."
Kindan chivied Margit along as fast as he could when he woke her, but she was not to be hurried. They reached Janella's room in time to hear Milla, who was standing in the doorway, wail,
"It's too soon, it's too soon."
"No, it's not," Margit said matter-of-factly.
"It's a month before normal time, and that's close enough."
She drew herself closer to the baker and said harshly,
"And if you can't get yourself under control, you'll go back to the kitchen."
Milla, who wouldn't miss the excitement for gold, sniffed and drew herself up, but closed her mouth. Kindan, carrying Margit's work things, followed her into the room. Nathalon was holding Janella's hand. Master Zist had arranged sheets and blankets discreetly and placed himself to receive the baby. Margit shouldered the harper aside to make her own inspection. Satisfied, she went to Janella's side.
"You're fine, dear, just fine," she assured her. "When the next contraction comes, just bear on down. You know the drill."
Daler stirred uncomfortably from his spot in the room. Master Zist glanced at him, eyes narrowed, and then turned to Kindan. "Lad, get Swanee to cook some towels in boiling water. We'll need to clean the baby when it arrives. Take Daler to help you." Kindan gave the harper a quizzical look. Then enlightenment dawned, and he grinned. Dragging a reluctant Daler after him, he left the room. Out of earshot, Kindan said to the other boy,
"If we work it right, we can get your sister in to substitute for you some of the time."
"Oh, please," said a figure appearing out of the shadows. It was Nuella.
"I'd like to be there. Mother will want me." "But if Margit or Milla," Daler protested. "They won't know if there's only one of you in the room at a time and you wear the same clothes," Kindan said. "Not in all the excitement." "That will only work if you wear my cap," Daler said, pulling the cap he usually wore off himself and stuffing it on Nuella's head. "And put your hair under it," Kindan said. Nuella took the cap off, twirled her hair up into a bun, and stuffed the cap back on. "Perfect," Daler said. "You look just like me. But if you forget the cap or it falls off, you'll be caught out," Kindan warned.
Daler looked frightened. Nuella settled the matter, telling Kindan,
"When you go down, be sure to have the cook sterilize the sharpest knife she has. She'll moan, but don't listen. That'll be to cut the cord. Have her put it on one of the boiled rags so it stays sterile."
Kindan started down to the kitchen, wondering just when Daler's sister had taken charge. All the same, his plan worked perfectly. Kindan deftly managed it so that Daler and Nuella switched off every quarter hour. After Janella's first wide-eyed recognition of her daughter and Nuella's subtle nod in Kindan's direction, Janella calmed down with a grateful smile and clasped Nuella's hand tightly. When the baby came, Margit deliberately stepped away to let Master Zist receive it. Kindan got the distinct impression that she wanted to place the burden, figuratively and literally, in the harper's big hands. And that's how it turned out. One moment the harper was leaning in, calling soothing words to Janella, and the next moment there was a little snuffle and a slight mewing sound.
"Kindan, come here with that knife," Master Zist ordered.
When Kindan came around, he saw the small newborn still attached by its umbilical cord.
"Make a loop with the cord,"
Master Zist instructed. As Kindan complied, the harper said to Nathalon,
Come, cut the cord and welcome your new daughter into the world."
Natalon, with a proud look at his wife and a big smile on his face, cut the cord. Margaret took the baby from Master Zist, quickly wiped it off with the sterile towels, and looked up for blankets to wrap the baby in.
"I'll get them,"
Noella offered, hastily leaving the room. Margaret followed her departure with a penetrating look, saying to Janella,
"You've got a good lad there. Usually it's only the daughters that know where the baby things are kept."
"Daler's been talking about this for a while," Kindan said, improvising quickly. "Although I think he was hoping for a brother." "He'll be pleased with his sister, I'm sure," Natalon said. He gazed happily at Janella. "I know I am." Daler returned, sweating visibly, with the baby things, and passed them on to Margaret, who wrapped up the newborn and passed her to Janella.
"I don't know what the Harper thinks," Margaret said with a nod to Master Zist, "but I think she's perfect."
Kindan was surprised to see that Master Zist's face was flowing with tears. Margaret's face fell when she noticed.
"Oh, Master Zist, I'm sorry. I'd forgotten you'd had one of your own."
Master Zist nodded, wiping his eyes. "I did," he said, after clearing his throat. He looked to Janella. "I'm sorry, but your lass looks the same as mine did when she was born."
"What was her name?"
Kindan asked softly. "Carissa," the Harper murmured. He forced a smile on his face and looked toward the proud parents. "And what are you going to name this bouncy one?" Natalon and Janella exchanged glances.
"We don't know yet."
"There'll be plenty of time for that," Margaret agreed. "Now, why don't you leave while I help Janella and her babe get settled in?" And she backed up her words with determined shooing motions with her hands. "Milla, you can stay and help." By the time the others had collected downstairs, the early morning light was showing. Natalon bit back a curse. "I'm late for my own shift." "I think they'll understand," Master Zist told him.
"I had Swanee send word, Father,"
Daler added. Natalon gave him a grateful look and let out a big sigh of relief. "It will be a long day for all of us," Master Zist said to Kindan as they made their way back to the Harper's cot-hold. "But that's the way things go, sometimes." Kindan nodded in agreement, but was robbed of words by a huge yawn. "Some claw will help you start the day," Master Zist said. Kindan had a great tale to tell as he set the watch. It was still bitterly cold in the watch heights, so he stayed on to gather kindling and firewood as the first watcher got settled in. He was back down the hill in time for classes with Master Zist, and back up again at lunchtime when the morning mist was finally lifting, to spell Renna, Zena's eldest sister, while she got her lunch. So it was he who first saw the trader caravan approaching. Chapter 5. A baby's cry, a mother's sigh, sweet things make a day go by. Being the first to spot the trader caravan, Kindan quickly sought out the Harper, who was handling, between yawns, a class of busy younglings. "Natalon's in the mines," Master Zist said when Kindan told him. "You'll need to send someone to let him know." He paused consideringly. "Do you know what else to do when a caravan arrives?" Kindan nodded. "Well, you'd best get it done, then."
"But I've only turned 11,
Kindan complained, wondering how he would get such oldsters as Swanee and Ema to do his bidding. Master Zist looked down his nose at him. "Then it will be an interesting challenge for you."
"Right,"
Kindan said, catching on at once.
"I'll figure something."
By the time he met Ema, the camp's butcher, Kindan knew what to say.
"There's a caravan coming in. Master Zist sends his compliments and asks if you could prepare enough extra meat to feed another 20.
He used the same strategy with Milla and Swanee. It worked every time. Finally, having set everything in train, he decided that he was the right one to deliver the message to Natalon in the mines. He had kept Calic's second set of coveralls, but as he hurriedly put them on, he discovered that he was still a bit too small and had to roll up both the sleeves and the legs. Calic's hard hat fit once he adjusted the headband. Perhaps, he thought ruefully, Calic's teasing about his big head had some measure of truth in it. Properly attired, though without good work gloves, Kindan made his way to the mine entrance. Inside the mine, he was pleased to recognize Zenar. Zenar was tired and grumpy.
"All I ever do is work topside," he groused. "Honestly, Kindan, I saw more of the mines when you and I had to change the glows."
"Nathalon has you working the pumps?" Kindan asked rhetorically. When Zenar nodded miserably, Kindan clapped him on the shoulder.
"Well, he must trust you a lot, putting his life in your hands like that."
Zenar brightened a bit at the thought.
"Really?"
"Really," Kindan replied.
"You're what keeps him breathing."
"Well, and it's hard work, too," Zenar agreed. He was on a rotation, resting from the constant work of the pumps, but on call for running the lifts.
"I hadn't thought of it that way." "I've got to deliver a message for Master Zist," Kindan said. "Can you lower me down?"
"A message?" Zenar repeated, leaning in toward Kindan, curiosity shining in his eyes.
"There's a trader caravan approaching,"
Kindan told him confidentially. Zenar's eyes widened as he turned to look at the other 5 working the top of the mine on his shift, contemplating how this inside bit of gossip would go over with them.
"I hope they brought apprentices," he said fervently. "I could trade places and get down into the mines myself."
Kindan grinned.
"There's an idea,"
he said.
"But Nathalon needs to hear this too. Can you lower me down?"
"Sure," Zenar said, heading to the lift controls.
"Hop in."
Before lowering the lift, Zenar made a careful check of Kindan's gear and changed the glow that was strapped to the front of his hard hat. He thrust a heavy sack at him, too.
"Bring these clothes on down with you. They'll be calling for them soon enough anyways."
At the bottom of the shaft, Kindan climbed off. He was met by Todd, one of the miners.
"I was just about to go for those,"
Todd told him, nodding approvingly at the sack of glows Kindan had brought.
"I've a message for Nathalon from the Harper," Kindan said.
"I'm going back to him,"
Todd replied, throwing the sack over his back with the ease of long practice. He double-checked Kindan's gear, muttered about the 2 long coveralls, and motioned for Kindan to follow him. The solid rock of the mine shaft immediately gave way to the soot black of coal. Kindan had been in the mines before, but he always took the chance to examine the changes and take in more detail, and this was the first time he'd been in the mine since the cave-in.
"We're taking a different road from the one your father was on," Todd commented.
Kindan studied the shoring along the way. The trees nearest the campsite would have to be cleared long before Thread came again. So there was no shortage of timber to support the roof of the mine, but there was a shortage of labor to cut the trees. Kindan had been on many work parties that had trimmed the branches off felled trees, or had helped to cart the finished beams and planks to the supply shed up by the mine entrance. He measured distance by counting glows along the way. Todd paused a few times to replace dim glows with new ones from the sack Kindan had brought. Glows were placed every 3 meters, Kindan knew, so he knew that they'd gone 60 meters before they saw Nathalon's work party. Todd had to shoulder his way into the group to carve a path for Kindan. The rest of the crew took the opportunity to take a quick break from their labors. There was a line of carts on the track that they had filled with coal.
"What is it, Kindan?"
Nathalon asked cheerfully.
"There's a trader caravan approaching,"
Kindan told him. The other miners perked up at that and began talking happily among themselves, hoping that there were new apprentices in the caravan, or wondering whether the traders brought some of the things they'd been missing, such as new fabrics,
"For the wife,"
or pickaxes.
"Never can have enough."
"When do you think it'll arrive at the camp?" Nathalon asked.
Kindan pursed his lips thoughtfully. "Probably just as your shift ends."
The other miners, who had gone quiet to hear their conversation, raised a cheer over the news. Kindan could see the weary acceptance in Nathalon's face.
"Master Zist's got all the welcoming preparations underway," Kindan assured him. "He wanted to know if you would let him host another evening in the Hold's great room."
Nathalon nodded his assent.
And if there are new apprentices, they'll need to be assigned shifts and lodging, he added, diving into the administrative side of his job with a deep sigh.
Master Zist asked if he and Swanee couldn't consider that, Kindan said, happily stuffing words into the harpers and the camp suppliers' mouths. He knew how tired he was from all the excitement of the past day, and he hadn't been working shifts, nor was it his wife who had given birth that morning. He worked up a smile.
I believe Master Zist said that it would be an interesting challenge for him.
Nathalon gave in with a wave of his hands. I'll leave it to him, then. He turned to the crew. You lot, get back to work. You've had enough of a break. He put a fatherly hand on Kindan's shoulder. I'll walk you back to the shaft, he said. As soon as they were out of earshot of the others, he asked, Did you see how many coal drays they had with them? Kindan frowned, trying to remember. He had only just seen the head of the caravan in the rising fog.
It was still foggy, he admitted. I think there were 4.
Nathalon looked puzzled. We've enough bagged coal for 5, I think. Nearly 6. If they've only brought 4, it'll be months before we sell all our bagged coal. If they brought 6...
Kindan had learned a lot in his months with the harper. The camp could supply many of its own needs, lumber, coal, meat, some herbs and greens, but they needed flour, fabric, finished metal goods like pickaxes, spices, and all the little incidentals that made living more than just drudgery. Those goods had to be paid for, and coal was the way the camp paid for them. Traders preferred bagged coal, dry and ready to sell. They charged a penalty for wet coal and another penalty for loose coal. If the caravan had only brought 4 coal drays, then the camp could only buy goods equal to that amount. But if the caravan brought 6 coal drays, and Nathalon had only enough for slightly more than 5, there might be a bigger problem. No trader made a profit hauling half-filled wagons, or, worse, empty ones. The trader could well decide to move on to another camp in hopes of getting a full load. There'd be another caravan along soon that'd take what bagged coal Camp Nathalon had, but it'd be at least another month. Kindan knew how the miners would feel to see a caravan leave without trading, even if the camp had enough goods to carry it through until another caravan arrived. He could only guess at the unease the new apprentices would feel to arrive at a camp that couldn't buy the goods the traders had brought. Except for the coal bagged and set aside in a dry cave, all the coal that had been mined in the fall and winter was in a huge pile covered with melting snow. The warmer weather would easily see it dried out, but that couldn't be expected for at least another 7 days or more, far longer than any trader would be willing to wait.
How long would it take to mine enough coal to fill a 6th dray? Kindan asked.
Nathalon raised his eyebrows in surprise, then nodded in comprehension.
Master Zist asked you to consider all possibilities, then?
Kindan shrugged.
I'm certain of 4 drays, but if there were more out of sight, then there might be 6 altogether. It never hurts to be prepared, does it?
No, it doesn't, Nathalon agreed heartily, looking at the sturdy supports he had placed along this tunnel. Although, he said with a stern look at Kindan, it's better to be accurate than to guess.
I know, Kindan agreed mournfully. Next time I'll stay until I'm certain that I've seen the end of the caravan.
Nathalon looked at Kindan and noted the set of his jaw and the slump in his shoulders. It was obvious to him that Kindan had really thought through all the implications of his mistake and would not repeat it.
Good, Nathalon said firmly. So, how much to fill a 6th dray, eh?
He pursed his lips thoughtfully.
If we worked 3 shifts, maybe 2 or 3 days. But we can't work 3 shifts. I've no one trained to be a shift leader for the 3rd shift.
So, it'd take 4 days with 2 shifts?
Kindan guessed.
Nathalon agreed. But how long will it take to fill the drays?
Well, usually we take the working shift and have them fill the drays. With 10 men and 2 shifts, we can fill the drays in a day or 2.
So,
What if we could form a third shift to fill the drays while the other two kept on mining? Kindan wondered. They'd fill the drays in about 3 days, wouldn't they?
Nathalon considered the question and finally nodded. Yes.
So all we have to do is convince the trader to stay on an extra day.
Maybe, Nathalon allowed. Then he shook his head. But traders don't make profits sitting around. They're just as likely to decide to go to another camp for their coal.
They'd lose time with that, too. Kindan shook his head. Why don't I ask the Harper to help out? I'm sure he'll enjoy the challenge.
Nathalon chuckled. You've used that phrase twice now, lad. Is it one dear to the Harper?
Yes,
Kindan agreed, suppressing a grin. They had arrived at the mine shaft.
Let Master Zist take care of it, please. He managed the berthing. I'm sure this will be nothing for him.
Nathalon laughed aloud at the comparison. All right, Kindan. You may tell Master Zist that I leave it all in his capable hands.
I will,
Kindan said, tugging on the lift ropes to signal his assent. Master Zist was amused at Kindan's creative solutions to his challenge, but not at all amused that Kindan had managed to dump Nathalon's problem squarely in his lap. Well, he had said when he had digested all the news, if I'm to play the holder while Nathalon's resting and Tarek's working his shift, you'll have to play the Harper. He ignored Kindan's horrified expression and continued blithely. I'm sure that Swanee has got his list together and can talk all that's necessary about supplies and payments, but he strikes me as an honest man, and that's not the best sort of person to deal with traders. Kindan stoutly declaimed Swanee's honesty. Well then, the Harper said, there you go. Traders are honest in their own way, too. They'll always give you what you pay for, but they don't go out of their way to be sure to give you their best price. That takes bargaining. Traders love to bargain. From the glint in Master Zist's eyes, Kindan got the impression that the Harper enjoyed bargaining himself. Bargaining, the Harper continued, takes lots of talk, and talk is what a Harper does best. He wagged a warning finger at Kindan and added, although you'd never find a trader willing to admit that a Harper could out-bargain him. So, it'll be up to you to provide the entertainment while I provide the bargaining.
But I only really know how to drum, Kindan protested.
And what were you doing at the wedding?
I thought you didn't want me to sing, Kindan said.
Except when I tell you to, or there's no choice, Master Zist corrected. And I'm telling you, and there's no choice.
Oh.
Kindan's forehead puckered in thought. Something else is troubling you, Master Zist noted.
Well,
Kindan began slowly, considering his words carefully.
I've always been taught not to lie, and yet it seems that I've told an awful lot of lies recently. I've always found that lies tend to come back to me.
Master Zist nodded. When have you lied?
Well, I said that you had asked for the things to be set up for the gather tonight.
And did I not send you on that task? Master Zist asked. Kindan nodded slowly. So you said what you said in order to do what I asked you to do, isn't that so? Kindan nodded. That's not a lie, Kindan. That's being a good subordinate.
A subordinate?
Kindan repeated, unfamiliar with the word. Like Swanee is responsible for the supplies but works for Nathalon, Master Zist said, giving an example. Or a shift leader working for the head miner. A subordinate is someone who has been given a task by his leader and sometimes uses the authority of that leader to accomplish it. If you had said, Master Zist asks you to make me some bubbly pies, when I never did, that would be a misuse of a subordinate's powers, the Harper added. A subordinate does walk a tender line between lie and truth. A subordinate is supposed to guess what his leader wants and guess correctly. He wagged a finger at Kindan, eyebrows crunching tightly together in warning. You don't want to be wrong when you're my subordinate."
Kindan shrugged in wary acceptance. "But what about at the birthing? You didn't ask me to see to it that Noella was present, and we fooled Margaret and Milla. If that's not a lie, it's certainly stretching the truth."
"That was a difficult situation," the Harper agreed. "You did well, by the way. Lies and secrets are related, Kindan. Secrets breed lies. Because Natalon wants to keep Noella a secret, for reasons that I'm not allowed to tell you, you had to create some deceptions."
"But if secrets are so bad, why do so many people have them?" Kindan asked.
"Because sometimes they are the only thing some people can truly call their own."
"Well, I can't see how long Noella will remain a secret. Both Xena and I know about her, and we've been in the camp less than a year."
Master Zist nodded. "I have pointed out the same to Natalon, but he has his reasons."
"Because she's a girl or because she's blind?"
Kindan asked. Kindan had guessed she was blind the day he had found Natalon's hold full of bad air, but he wasn't certain if that was Natalon's reason for keeping her concealed. Master Zist smiled at the youngster.
"That was a good try, offering me a choice in hopes of getting me to reveal the secret. But I've been a Harper longer than you've lived. And it was perceptive of you to notice Noella's condition," the master continued. "Perhaps from that you can make some conjectures." He held up a hand when Kindan opened his mouth, "which, as my apprentice, you'll keep to yourself."
"I would have figured it out sooner if I'd seen her any other time but when the traders were here," Kindan remarked. "I thought she was one of them."
Master Zist nodded in understanding.
"In such a tight community as this camp, everyone knows everyone else, and most everyone has the same things," he continued. "Oh, there are a few special trinkets or family heirlooms, but mostly no one has more than another. So some people have secrets all their own, or they have secrets because they're afraid how others would react if the secret were ever known."
Master Zist gave Kindan a wry grin and added conspiratorially,
"Most of the time, other people wouldn't care a bit for another person's secret. But as I said, a secret makes a person who's got nothing else feel special, which is why Harpers are instructed,"
and Kindan heard the special emphasis on the word instructed as an instruction to him,
"to respect the secrets of others."
"So when is a secret a bad thing?"
"A secret's a bad thing when it can be used to hurt others, or when it hides a hurt," Master Zist said quickly. "You've an obligation, again as a Harper, to expose a secret like that when you find it."
"What sort of secret is that?"
Kindan asked, mentally running through the small list of secrets he had discovered about other people. Master Zist made a sour face.
"I once knew a man, a hard man, who, when he had taken too much wine, would lose his sense and temper. When he did that, he'd beat his children." His lips tightened. "That's that sort of secret."
Kindan shivered at the thought.
"So a bad secret is the sort of secret that when people know it, they can help."
Master Zist considered his words before responding.
"I suppose you could say that," he replied.
He got up, finished the last of the claw he had been sipping, and gestured for Kindan to follow.
"We'll talk more of philosophy later. Right now, we've got work to do."
There were 6 coal drays in the trader caravan. All the camp youngsters and women turned out to greet the traders who had walked up in front of the coal drays.
"You're the first fresh faces we've seen in 6 months,"
Milla exclaimed, passing out dainties she'd made especially for their arrival.
"Tari,"
a woman in her early 20s said, extending a hand to Milla and looking around at the rest of the crowd.
"Journeyman trader."
Master Zist stepped through the crowd with Kindan not far behind. "I'm Master Zist. Pleased to meet you." Tari's eyebrows went up at the sight of a master harper here at this small camp, but she quickly schooled her expression and gladly shook his hand. "I've 7 apprentices from the master miner along with me," she said, nodding to a knot of miners clustered nearby. Kindan smothered a puzzled look. He had heard Nathalon tell Master Zist that 8 apprentices had been sent, not 7. "We'll be glad to have them," Master Zist said cheerfully, waving to the group. Under his breath he said to Kindan, "Where are we going to put them?" Kindan whispered back, "They'll have to go where there's the most room." Master Zist's eyes widened in a combination of alarm and glee. "That'd be Tarek's place, wouldn't it?" Kindan gave an imperceptible nod. "Master Zist, would you know where the Couldrays go?" Tari asked. From her expression, Kindan guessed that she expected the harper wouldn't. "If you follow the fork in the road back there, you'll come right to the depot," Master Zist answered calmly. Tari nodded thanks and turned to the other traders, issuing orders. In a moment she turned back to the harper. "I imagine Miner Nathalon will be wanting to talk about supplies and the price for his coal." "Miner Nathalon's on shift at the moment and has asked me to show you the courtesy of his hold," the harper replied, bowing and gesturing toward Nathalon's hold with one hand. "If you'll follow me, I'm sure you're parched from the journey and wouldn't mind a bit of refreshment." The young trader nodded agreeably and strode on to the hold, side by side with Zist.
"Do you know where we're supposed to go?"
A boy, scarcely older than Kindan, asked of the remaining crowd before Kindan could follow the harper.
"He'd be just a lad,"
Milla told him, pointing at Kindan.
"Why don't you get the apprentices settled, Kindan, while I go serve the traders?"
Kindan suppressed his disappointment at not being able to stay around to learn the latest gossip, but admitted, with a nod, that he was outmaneuvered and outranked by the baker.
"I'm Kindan,"
he said to the gathering apprentices.
"I'm sure we can get you settled in, if you'll follow me."
In the end, Kindan managed to foist 4 of the apprentices, 2 older and 2 younger, onto Tarek's Dara, mostly through fast talking that alluded to how much esteem she'd gain in fostering the lion's share of the new apprentices. Dara's eyes, at first wary, grew quite appreciative as she imagined breaking the news to Tarek. Kindan, who thought Tarek would hold his privacy in higher regard, was not so sure of the miner's reaction. Tolder's wife, Alara, was glad to take in, too. The older Minar and young Gulligar, while Norla happily took young Rigellan when Kindan hinted broadly that he'd be on the opposite shift from Zener, giving her a constant chance of someone who spoke adult words nearby. With the apprentices all settled, Kindan went back to the harper's cot-hold to spruce up, change, and get his drums. Inside, he was surprised to hear the soft sounds of someone crying in Master Zist's study. It was Noella. The glows in the room were dim. Kindan realized that no one had had a chance to change them.
"What's the matter?"
he asked, as he caught sight of her sitting in one of the large chairs. Noella looked up at the sound of his voice.
Master Zist was supposed to teach me,"
Noella said shakily.
"I thought maybe I'd gotten it wrong, so I went back to the hold, only I heard him talking to someone else, so I came back here."
"Oh, things got all mixed up because the caravan's come in," Kindan said.
"I didn't hear the drums,"
Noella protested. "Well, that's because there's no one at the relay yet, I expect," Kindan said, referring to the drum relay midway between Crom Hold and Camp Nathalon. "I spotted them, and then got awfully busy between Master Zist and your father."
"But it was a girl's voice I heard talking to Master Zist,"
Noella said. "That's Tari, the trader," Kindan told her.
"A girl can be a trader?"
Kindan shrugged.
"Why not? Although I think Tari's older than that. She's a journeyman by her shoulder knots."
Noella sniffed.
"I heard Milla say that a girl could be a baker or a mother, but that was all a girl was good for. She was complaining to Mother about it."
I can't understand why Miller would complain, Kindan said without thinking. She's a pretty good baker.
Mother wants to name the baby Larissa,
Noella said in an abrupt change of topic.
She's all worried whether the baby can see. She doesn't want...
Kindan realized that Noella was telling him her secret. I'm sure the baby is fine, Kindan said, sounding far more like Master Zist than himself. Noella heard it too and frowned at him.
Mother says that you can't tell when they're first born,
Noella went on.
Sometimes it's years before they lose their sight.
She paused and bit her lip nervously before continuing in a rush.
I could see just fine all the way until I was 3, and then things just started to go blurry and dim. Now everything is just splotches.
With a look of determination, she stood up, steadying herself against the wall for a moment with an outstretched hand, and walked over to the door where Kindan stood.
Master Zist keeps the furniture in the same place, she said appreciatively.
I know, Kindan replied.
He keeps yelling at me when I move it. Father's afraid of what the others will say if they find out, Noella said. That's why he was so glad to get Tarek to move out. Christoph almost found out once, you know.
Why is your father so worried? Kindan blurted. Noella scowled and shook her head angrily.
He's afraid that we'll be shunned. Shunned? But you've done nothing wrong, Kindan said,
wondering why the ultimate punishment, expulsion from society, could even be considered.
Not like that,
Noella corrected him.
His mother was blind, too. There aren't that many blind people, you know.
Kindan nodded, then said,
I know. Well, I heard him and Mother talking about it several times. Arguing, really. My father's afraid that people will wonder what's wrong with him if his children are blind, and they won't trust him. And he's afraid that no one will marry Daylor.
With a catch in her voice, she added,
He doesn't think I'll ever get married. So he wants to keep you a secret? Kindan asked.
Noella nodded.
I don't see how. Master Zist knows, I know, and Zener knows. It was a wonder others didn't figure it out the other day.
Noella snorted.
Some people who have perfectly good eyes only see what they want. I usually wear clothes to match Daylor's. Once Milla brushed right by me without even noticing.
And what a choice bit of gossip she'd make of you, Kindan replied.
She would indeed,
Noella agreed, adding bitterly.
And then Uncle Tarek would spread the gossip throughout the camp. If he can't make decent children, what sort of miner can he be?
Kindan considered her words carefully. He could see Tarek saying such spiteful things, and he could imagine there would be some who would listen. Certainly Tarek's cronies would, and they'd repeat the gossip. And if anything went wrong, like the bad air in the hold, there'd always be some who would start believing the gossip.
All the same, you're going to be found out sometime, Kindan said.
Noella nodded.
I've been telling Father that ever since we came up here, and I want to get out, but he keeps telling me to wait until the right time. He had hopes for the cave-in.
Kindan felt his throat tighten as he remembered all that had been lost in that cave-in. Master Zist had kept him so busy that it was only in his sleep, his nightmares, that he remembered the past and his family.
There's a gather tonight, Kindan said. I've got to get over there. I won't hear it if I stay here,
Noella said, downcast. She held up her fingers, which were dotted with tiny pinpricks.
Mother says that everyone does this. I'm not sure.
Oh, they do, Kindan said reassuringly.
I saw Zener with the same pinpricks. Diaper pins, right? With his sisters?
Kindan could tell that his words had relieved Noella's fears. One thing bothered him, though.
How long has Zener known? Oh, since the first 7 days we moved here, Noella said with a grin. He fell off the fence when he was trying to get away from Christoph and hurt himself pretty badly.
She made a face.
I heard him crying. I couldn't just leave him there for Christoph to find and probably kick, so I bundled him up to my room and bandaged him up, and we've been friends ever since.
Kindan made a rueful face. Well, your secret's safe with him, that's for sure. I'm his best friend, and he never told me. Good, Nuella said firmly, causing Kindan to glance up at her. Well, he wouldn't be much of a friend if he couldn't even keep a secret from you, would he? Well, Nuella nodded. I see. You think that because he's your friend, he should tell you all his secrets? Is that it? Kindan's frown grew more thoughtful. Well, but now you know that anything you've ever told him, he's kept secret, even from me, Nuella pointed out. That thought cheered Kindan up. Wait a minute. It was you who threw those rocks when we were cleaning Dask. You warned us. But how did you know? There's a difference between keeping a secret and keeping out of sight, Nuella said primly. She giggled. Or out of hearing. I may not see, but I can hear better than anyone in the camp, and I can smell better, too. Kindan didn't say anything, so Nuella continued. I heard you and Zena talking. I heard what you were talking about. I wanted to help you, but I hadn't been invited, and I wasn't supposed to let anyone know about me, so... You hid out and listened in, Kindan finished. He flashed a smile at Nuella that faded as he realized she couldn't see it, but her hand reached out toward his face, found his lips, and traced lightly over them. People think you can't hear someone smiling, she said, her fingers still on Kindan's lips. Maybe it's not really hearing either, but I can feel it somehow. She drew her fingers back. I always thought you'd have a nice smile. I was right. Thanks, Kindan said, feeling a bit awkward. He found himself touching his own lips, as though feeling them for the first time. But I've got to get over to the gather. Let's see what we can do for you. In the end, they used the Harper's clothes basket. A brightly colored robe and hat made Nuella look like she might as easily be a trader or a miner. At Nuella's urging, Kindan applied a bit of makeup to darken her skin color. Make sure you bring some pipes, she said as they headed out the door. I don't play pipes, Kindan protested. I do, Nuella replied with a grin. They arrived just as the great hole was being set up. Master Zist and Trader Tari were parked in a corner with a plate of Milla's best dainties and a jug of good claw close to hand. Master Zist's eyes widened as he saw Kindan's companion. Kindan gave him a don't worry look, to which the Harper replied with an I'd better not have to grimace. Kindan helped Nuella up onto the table where he had performed the evening before, settled her on a stool somewhat behind him, and set up his own drums. I'd like to hear your pipes, Nuella, Kindan said. Nuella obligingly started into a lively little song. Master Zist looked up, caught sight of Nuella on the pipes, and gave Kindan another probing look. As the song came to an end, Kindan said to her, That was great! How many more do you know? I'm best at that one, Nuella admitted, but Master Zist has had me practice on 4 others. Kindan nodded to himself. Well then, I'll make you earn your keep. I'll start with the drums, and when I'm tired I'll ask you to do a song. I won't ask you to do more than 1 song for my 3. Can you do that? I can, but I've never had to play for very long. You'll find that if you get enough rest in between sets, you can play as long as they'll let you, Kindan assured her. Nuella smiled, and Kindan was struck by how much she looked like her brother, only prettier. Her sharp blue eyes really lit up when her cheeks curved in a smile. Kindan bent closer to her and said for her ears alone, Sometimes I'll want to leave you for a bit so that I can hear what people are saying. There are things they'd say when they don't know anyone's listening that they'd never share with the Harper. Nuella nodded. It's a pity the place will be so crowded, she said. I can hear much better than you. Yeah, I'll bet you can, Kindan agreed. And if you listen in when I'm playing and tell me what you hear later, I'd be grateful. Okay, I will. The first hour went marvelously. Every time Kindan caught sight of Master Zist's eyes, it was only to get a cheerful wave or nod. Nuella's piping was a great relief for Kindan, who mingled with the crowd, mostly women and younger folk, and caught tidbits of gossip as he did. He was pleased to discover that that everyone thought Dara lucky to have 4 apprentices put up in her place. A sour note was Dara herself, who, as Kindan had expected, had discovered that Tarek was not thrilled to see his privacy so eroded. Kindan suppressed a smile at the thought of Tarek's displeasure. Having acquired a generous tray of dainties and a jug of cool water from an appreciative Milla,
"And who's that lovely lass playing with you? I think she's a traitor."
Kindan returned to start another set. Just as he had begun a new, gentle drum set, he felt Nuella stiffen behind him. He glanced back her way quickly in time to see her strain her nostrils meaningfully. A blast of cold air mingled with the warmer air of the room. Nathalon had returned from his shift. A hand on his shoulder warned Kindan that Nuella had crept beside him.
"He's going to change first," she said.
Then her tone brightened.
"Zinar's here."
Indeed, at that very moment, Zinar entered the room. His face was newly scrubbed, and he arrived with his mother and young sisters all in tow. He gave Kindan a jaunty salute and turned toward the banquet laid out on the far wall, only to turn back again with a start.
"He's seen me, hasn't he?"
Nuella whispered. Kindan could only nod, which he realized a moment later would do Nuella no good, but apparently she had felt his movement through her hand, because he felt it leave his shoulder and heard the faint sounds of her regaining her chair. It was going to be a very interesting evening indeed, he thought to himself.
"Have you lost your mind?"
Zinar hissed at Kindan as soon as he could break away from his mother. As Nuella was doing another of her pipe solos, Kindan had found himself back among the now much larger crowd filling the great hall.
"Or has she?" "Aside from you, Zinar, who will know?" Kindan asked. "We darkened her face, hid her hair, and she pretty much stays up there. The traders will think she's one of us, while the rest of the miners will think she's one of them." "Well, her father and mother will know differently, won't they?" Zinar said, lips pursed tightly. "And if Tarek finds out?" "Well, he'll never hear it from me," Kindan assured him. He had been surprised to hear, from his rounds of the gather, how little regard the rest of the miners had for Tarek. In fact, Kindan got the distinct impression that they were only putting up with him as a favorite in Nathalon. Oh, there were a few, 2 to be exact, who thought highly of Tarek, but Kerdal and Panet were old cronies of Tarek's, and even the talk from their wives led Kindan to believe that their loyalty was due to hopes of high rewards from Tarek rather than any actual camaraderie they felt toward him. "But what about her parents?"
Zinar persisted. Before Kindan could make any reply, Zinar's jaw dropped. He grabbed Kindan's arm and turned him around.
"Too late!"
Kindan saw Nathalon and Janella enter the room. The new baby was in Janella's arms. Behind them, Kindan saw a wide-eyed Dailor looking all around the crowded room. Kindan leapt forward to greet them.
"My lord, my lady,"
Kindan said to Nathalon and Janella, executing the sweeping bow that Master Zist had drilled into him over the past several 7 days.
"Master Zist extends his welcome. He's there," Kindan pointed, "in conversation with Trader Tari."
Kindan waved toward the table on which the musical instruments had been placed, from which Nuella was playing a lively pipe ditty.
"I'm lucky to have someone who chose to accompany me tonight," he said. "I'm sure you've never met her before. I was given to believe that she's one of the traders' group who wanted to sit in on the festivities. I hope you don't mind."
Nathalon listened to all of Kindan's speech with an abstracted air, until his wife grabbed his arm urgently and turned him toward Nuella. Janella gave Kindan a piercing look.
This is the end of disc number 3. Please insert disc number 4. This is disc number 4.
Nathalon listened to all of Kindan's speech with an abstracted air until his wife grabbed his arm urgently and turned him toward Nuella. Janella gave Kindan a piercing look.
"If I've done wrong, my lady," Kindan said, I'm sure I could ask the lady to step down.
Nathalon glared for a moment at Kindan, then at Nuella. Janella tightened her grasp on his arm and shook her head.
I have always wanted to hear the pipes played, Nathalon said, after a moment's thought. Daylor, who had been behind his mother and father and not quite concentrating on their conversation, suddenly stiffened as he noticed Nuella and then relaxed again as he digested the conversation in front of him.
She plays very sweetly, he declared. He gave Kindan a look that was part thanks, part warning. Kindan nodded in acknowledgement.
Well, I must get back to my duties.
Kindan inclined his head toward Nathalon and Janella, and strode quickly back to the musician's table. As Nuella's song came to an end, Kindan whispered to her,
That went well.
Not from what I heard, Nuella whispered back. Kindan blushed at the thought of her hearing what he had said, not so much for the words, but for his ham-fisted way of saying them. Chagrined, he turned back to the crowd. People were growing restless, waiting for a new song. Instead of reaching for the drum, Kindan opened his mouth and sang the first song to come to his mind. It was Morning Dragon Song. Partway through the first verse, a haunting counterpoint joined in. It was Nuella on the pipes. Kindan nearly stopped singing, he was so surprised by the beauty of her melody. Instead, he raised his voice slightly and let her weave her pipes through the song. As the last words faded away, Nuella's piping chirped a last response and faded into a silence that Kindan hadn't heard all evening long. Then there was a thunderous applause. Kindan was thrilled to see Master Zist on his feet, clapping as loudly as the others. Even more astonishing was Nuella's voice in his ear.
Can we do another?
In the end, they did 6 more duets before the night was over. Zinar even managed, with Kindan's connivance, to sneak a dance with Nuella.
She'll follow your lead, Kindan told him.
When Zinar looked balky about dancing, Kindan said,
It's either her or one of your sisters, you know that.
Nuella was radiant as Kindan handed her down from the table into Zinar's arms. Kindan suppressed a smile as he saw Nuella school her expression before Zinar could see it. With matched, let's humor Kindan looks, they took their places on the floor. Master Zist joined Kindan on the musician's table with his fiddle for a rollicking song that challenged the dancers to keep up. Kindan smiled as he watched Nuella and Zinar navigate their way through the song, with the occasional squeak over a squashed toe.
They're too young to match, and you're too young to be matchmaker, Master Zist whispered in Kindan's ear when the song was over.
They're friends, Kindan replied, and at a gather the only thing they can do together is dance.
When Nuella returned to the table, she was tired but exhilarated. Master Zist waved Kindan off with a meaningful look.
You take a break, lad. This young one and I will see what a fiddle and a pipe can do.
Kindan nodded back and walked over to the banquet table. There were none of Milla's dainties left, and scant else to eat, but there was good clear water, mulled wine, and claw for the taking. Kindan's stomach grumbled as he wolfed down a few vegetables, but he really wanted the water more, and it was a while before his thirst was slaked enough to let him wander the room. He was pleased at all the praise he got from trader and miner alike for his singing. However, he knew that Master Zist was expecting him to do more than bask in praise, so he made himself small and wandered toward the knots of people he had noticed from the musician's table.
So, the watch-wher didn't come, Kindan heard a voice say. What of it? Can't recall much good ever coming from one.
The voice belonged to Panet, one of Tarek's men. The other men in the crowd weren't so sure, it seemed. Several wondered why the apprentice with the watch-wher had decided not to come. Kindan heard an undertone of worry in their voices.
Been too many cave-ins, one voice grumbled. Lazy people, that's what it is, Panet replied. They get lazy, thinking a watch-wher will save them. They get careless. We're better off without him.
There was a pause.
But it bothers me that Nathalon's so keen on having one.
Kindan snuck away, troubled. He knew that watch-whers were important. Shards! Wasn't it Panet himself whom Dask had pulled out of the mines? If people were bothered about working without a watch-wher, why not get more? And why would Panet want people to think Natalon was lazy? If they thought the head miner was lazy, would they want to stick at working the mine? Or would they leave, like that unnamed apprentice and his watch-wher? After the gather, when Kindan and Master Zist had trundled back to their cot-hold, the harper called Kindan into the study to talk.
"You and Nuella did a remarkable job on Morning Dragon Song," Master Zist said.
Thank you.
"I'd like to work with you on some other vocal pieces. I think we should try a duet."
What about Nuella?
Master Zist shook his head sadly. "When the traders leave, she'll have to leave with them."
But you teach her, don't you?
"Yes," Master Zist allowed. "And I am very careful in how I schedule her lessons."
I don't understand why Natalon wants to keep her a secret, Kindan said, his face reflecting all the injustice he felt.
Master Zist shook his head. "I cannot tell you why. That is Natalon's secret."
Nuella told me. Seems like a bad secret, Kindan replied.
"Your drumming was good tonight," Master Zist said, changing the subject. "I will start you on learning drum sequences, and you can start training some of the other youngsters."
I'm as old as Xena.
Master Zist raised a cautioning finger to his lips. "As I was saying, some of the other youngsters who are too impetuous and could use the exercise to burn off some of their excess energy."
Kindan accepted this new assignment with a shrug. What happened with the trader?
Master Zist smiled. "I thought I did rather well there. I asked her about the state of the trail up here, and when she told me how muddy it was, I suggested that she could do with a delay of a few days to let the roads dry out more." His eyes twinkled. "Naturally, she caught on immediately that we wanted the delay for some reason, and we commenced to bargaining."
As Master Zist explained, Trader Tari tried to negotiate a lower price for their coal, but Master Zist countered by pointing out the risks of losing a fully loaded coal dray on the slippery trail back down to Crom Hold. That would not be good for the trader's profits at all. He pointed out that it also would not do for the trail to Camp Natalon to get a reputation as dangerously slippery. So Master Zist offered that the camp would pay half their food and board for an additional day. Tari demanded that the miners send out parties to spread gravel on the worst parts of the trail, saying that it would benefit the miners more than the traders. Master Zist countered with an offer of enough gravel to spread over the difficult parts, but the traders would have to do it themselves. She said, "Done," and that was that. Master Zist sat back in his chair, looking quite pleased with himself. "And how did you get on with settling in the new apprentices?" Kindan explained where he had found lodgings for all the new apprentices. "I suspect you're right about Tarek's reaction to housing 4, Master Zist said when Kindan had finished. Kindan snorted derisively. Master Zist raised an eyebrow inquiringly. "Did you hear what Tarek's men are saying about Natalon?" Kindan asked.
"No," Master Zist began slowly. "My apprentice has not yet seen fit to tell me."
Kindan felt himself flushing. "Sorry," he said, and proceeded to repeat everything he could remember of the conversations he'd heard at the evening's gather. At the end, he looked up at the harper and asked, "Why is it that Natalon puts up with Tarek? And why does Tarek seem to hate his own nephew so?"
Master Zist sighed. "I was hoping maybe you could tell me," he said ruefully.
"And watch-whers,"
Kindan said, adding them to the list as an afterthought. He wrinkled his brow.
"And why didn't that apprentice come to the camp?"
"That maybe I can answer. I happened to work my way around to that very question with Trader Tari."
Kindan was all ears.
"From what I gather, and she was very circumspect about it all, it seems that the apprentice in question decided that his master's wrath was less troubling than life in this camp."
"The only thing I fear more than my master's wrath is death," Kindan said, with an apologetic look at the harper.
Master Zist laughed. Yes, and that was exactly Trader Tari's observation.
So you think the apprentice was afraid of dying in the mine?
Or losing his watch-wher, Master Zist remarked. I doubt the bonds between watch-wher and were-handler are as strong as that between dragon and rider, but the loss must be pretty hard regardless.
It is, Kindan said with feeling. I was not bound to Dask, and it still hurts.
Master Zist reached out and squeezed Kindan's shoulder gently. I know, lad. You've been through a lot. Better days are ahead.
The other miners were complaining that we need watch-whers in the mines, Kindan said, but Panet said that only lazy miners need watch-whers. He shook his head sadly. Panet's one of Tarek's men, but Dask still saved him.
Well, we've the new apprentices now, Master Zist reflected. Let's see how things work when they're in the mines, eh?
Kindan nodded blearily.
And now to bed with you, lad. It's way too late, and you've been up late 2 nights running. You sleep in tomorrow.
The first trader caravan marked more than the end of the winter thaw. 7-day after 7-day, caravans rolled in at all hours of the day, loading up with coal and heading back out again to Crom Hold, or farther to Telgar, where the smithcraft made the steel that rimmed the wheels of the drays, formed the bodies of the pot-bellied stoves and ovens that Milla so loved, was turned into plowshares, dragon's tack, and countless other things that could only be made from steel. Natalon had decided that with the new apprentices he could start a 3rd shift. He set them to building a 2nd mine entrance farther down the mountainside, closer to his hold. While Tarik and his cronies grumbled about work with no reward, the rest of the miners were relieved to know that there would now be more than just the one entrance to the mine. Natalon promoted his old friend Tolder to lead the new shift. Zener tried desperately to get himself assigned to the new shift in the hope of finally getting into the mines, and was bitterly disappointed when Regalan was chosen instead. Look at it this way, Kindan said, trying to cheer up his friend. With Natalon, you get on just at dawn and off just at dusk. The babies are all asleep by then. Regalan gets off his shift tired, only to be woken by your littlest one every morning.
Zener glowered, but said nothing more.
Kindan couldn't think of anything to say that might cheer up his old friend. Later, he realized sadly that he didn't have all that much to say to Zener anymore. Zener was rarely in class with the harper, never on the watch heights, and always tired from his long days in the mine. Kindan was always dealing with the younger ones, setting the watch for the watch heights, learning drum lore and messaging, and rarely found himself with a night to himself. Not sharing the same experiences, they found they had little in common these days. On the other hand, Kindan found himself talking a lot with Nuella. Master Zist had allowed her to join in their music-making occasionally, and the 3 of them had spent many happy hours making music or listening while one of them played a solo. Privately, Master Zist told Kindan that Nuella's voice was passable, but that didn't stop any of them from enjoying her efforts. Kindan also found himself enjoying the evenings when it was just he and Master Zist. Early on, they had found that their voices complemented each other's marvelously. The harper delighted in finding and composing new duets for them. As spring gave way to summer, and summer faded into fall, Kindan felt happier than he could ever remember. Chapter 6. Crom coal, burning bright, warm the cold of winter's night. Crom coal, underground, where the best of all coals found. For all the dangers of the mines, it was true that Natalon had found a rich vein of coal. Rumor had it that the master miner himself had spoken favorably of it. Still, it would take more than favorable words for Camp Natalon to become Mine Natalon, a mine permanently listed on the Cromhold master list, with Natalon as its leader. Accidents in the mines continued to plague their efforts.
Without a watch-wher, we haven't a chance of knowing where the ground's good or not,
miners grumbled in Natalon's hearing. Natalon did not need to hear the grumbling. He knew it himself. Regardless of his Uncle Tarek's sour opinion, Camp Natalon needed another watch-wher. He had said as much to the master miner, who had listened appreciatively and had told him that he'd ask the Lord Holder to put their name on the list. But Natalon knew how long that list was, and their camp was the last on it. Strangely, it was Master Zist who brought him the news. Or rather, it was the harper drums and Kindan. The boy had been practicing with the message drums and all the drum rolls for many days. Zist had put him in charge of training the group of lads that Natalon had elected to be the camp's drummers, so it was natural that Kindan was up on the heights when the message came in. It was an odd message, and while he could transcribe it, he didn't understand it. He brought it down to Master Zist, who had just finished with the first years. "Elisa will trade," the message read. Zist read the message, gave Kindan an undecipherable look, and then said to himself, "Well, I suppose I'll have to show this to Natalon." Kindan found himself tagging along behind the old harper. Zist turned back once, waggled his white eyebrows at the youngster, and continued on his way. Natalon was at the mine entrance talking in a low voice with the shaft foreman. He looked up at their approach, frowning slightly as he recognized Kindan. "It concerns him," Zist said, answering Natalon's look and handing him the note. Natalon grunted, taking the note and glancing at it. So she'll trade, will she? Doesn't like the cold, I'll bet." He eyed the cloudy sky. "And it'll be a very cold winter, that's no doubt." "You realize that she can only trade you the chance," Zist said, his eyes traveling from Natalon to Kindan. "The rest is up to the lad." "Yes, I understand," Natalon replied. He looked sharply at Kindan. "They say blood tells. You'll have a chance to prove it now." Master Zist nodded agreeably and laid a hand on Kindan, guiding him away from the miner. "Blood tells?" Kindan repeated. Master Zist nodded. "You'd better hope so, youngster. Natalon's betting a winter's supply of coal on you." "Master Zist!" Natalon shouted down the hill to them. The harper looked back and waved to show that he had heard. "Light the beacon and show the flag for a Dragonrider!" Natalon yelled. The harper waved his arms in acknowledgement. Kindan's eyes bulged wide. We're going to send for a dragon?" "That'd be a first for you, wouldn't it?" Zist asked, his face breaking into a wide grin. "We'll have to ask for a ride. Elisa's hold is too far away, and we'll need swift transport." "A dragon? Do you think it'll be a bronze, or a blue, or—" Kindan was overwhelmed with anticipation. "We'll be glad of whichever we get, and you'll be doubly so." Master Zist glanced back up the hill as they reached the clearing. "I only hope that Natalon's as good a bargainer as he is a miner." That night, when he and the master were seated for their dinner, Kindan raised the issue that he had kept in the back of his mind the whole day. "What is up to me, Master Zist? And who is Master Elisa?" Master Zist's eyes glinted under his white eyebrows as his mouth curved up in a smile. "You have learned to keep things to yourself, I see." "You've taught me that there are times to listen and times to talk," Kindan agreed. The harper's smile faded. "This is a time to listen, then." "You've heard how badly the camp needs another watch-wher," he continued. "After that were-handler apprentice declined his assignment here, Natalon figured, rightly, I believe, that we would not get another any time soon." "Is Master Elisa the master of were-handlers?" Kindan asked, wondering why he hadn't heard anything about this from his fathers or brothers. "No more than there is a master of fire lizards or a master of dragons," the harper responded. Kindan raised an eyebrow, mimicking Master Zist's own questioning expression. "Master Elisa is the were-handler of a queen watch-wher. Her master is an honorary title. Natalon's trading for an egg."
blood tells.
Kindan's eyes grew wide as he comprehended Nathalon's meaning.
You want me to raise a watch-wher?
He asked in a shocked whisper. He struggled not to blurt out, "But I want to be a harper." Master Zist faced him gravely across the table. "Nathalon thinks, and I have to agree, that unless we can get a watch-wher soon, the mine will fail." Kindan took a deep breath, clenched his mouth tightly shut, and lowered his eyes from the master harper's. Slowly, he found himself nodding in agreement. The beacon was lit, and the flag flew for 2 whole days before there was any sign of an answer. At last, a dragon appeared in the sky, swooped around the flagpole, dipped over the beacon, and then blinked out of existence, going between to somewhere else. Kindan, whose duties had been stretched to include manning the beacon fire, saw the dragon and waved excitedly at it as it performed its antics and disappeared. His tale was the talk of the camp with the youngsters. Zist listened appreciatively and gently guided him to crafting a better tale, so that by the end of a 7-day, Kindan's story took a full 15 minutes to tell, and left all eyes peering up to the sky, hoping for a glimpse of their own. When not guiding Kindan in his storytelling, Master Zist was consoling Nathalon, who was growing desperate for a Dragonrider. "What is taking them so long?" Nathalon moaned. "How long can Elisa wait?" Zist shook his head. "I don't know. Fort Ware would have dispatched a Dragonrider on the same day, even if the Watchrider couldn't land." "Where would a dragon land here?" Nathalon asked, eyes darting around the camp. "Is that the problem? Is there no suitable landing?"
"Dragons aren't so big that they couldn't land here, Nathalon," the old harper reassured him. "Only the bronzes or queens would have problems, and then they'd probably land up on the heights near the beacon."
"Would the Dragonriders walk all the way down from there?" Nathalon asked, somewhat astonished at the notion of a Dragonrider walking the half-mile that he made all the camp youngsters take at a run.
"I don't see why not," Zist responded with a grin. "They do have feet."
Nathalon glowered at him, but the old harper was unrepentant and kept grinning until finally Nathalon smiled.
"I suppose they do at that."
Zist slapped the miner on the shoulder.
"They do."
"What if they don't come soon? What if it's too late?" With a sigh, Zist answered, "When you get to my age, Nathalon, you learn to take things as they come." Nathalon laughed. "When I get to be your age, Master Zist, I'm sure I'll be able." That night, Kindan noticed that Master Zist was unusually dour when it came time for bed. Kindan himself had been in equal parts both depressed and elated for the last 2 days, sometimes depressed because a dragon hadn't yet come, sometimes elated because a dragon hadn't come, sometimes elated that he had been chosen and a whole year of coal traded to get a watch-wher egg, sometimes depressed for the same reason.
"A lot's being asked of you, lad. You know that, don't you?" Zist said to him.
"Yes."
"Your father taught you about watch-whers, right?"
Kindan shook his head mutely.
"You know how to hatch them, how to feed them, and how to rear them, right?"
Again, Kindan shook his head.
"My father used to say that I'd never be expected to do such things. I was too little to train," the older boy said.
Master Zist closed his eyes briefly. When he opened them again, he smiled.
"Well, you're a bright lad. I'm sure you'll find yourself able."
"I won't let down my hold.
Camp," Kindan said, despite his fears. Master Zist pulled the blankets farther up and tucked them around Kindan.
"I'm sure you won't, lad," he said firmly.
Kindan noticed that the harper had a troubled look in his eyes, something others likely wouldn't have seen.
"Is something wrong?"
Master Zist raised an eyebrow in surprise.
"You've gotten far too good at reading my moods, youngster," he said.
He took a breath and let it out with a sigh. "There is a problem, maybe only a slight problem, but it has me concerned." Kindan gave him an encouraging look. "Maybe it's just that I've mixed feelings about all this," the harper muttered to himself. He looked at Kindan and said, "You know, if you do this, you'll not be my apprentice much longer." Kindan nodded solemnly. The thought had been on his mind for the past several days. He was torn between his duty to the miners, Natalon and Zena in particular, and his own dream of being a harper. He had held the fancy that perhaps he could do both, and hadn't tried to examine the idea too closely because, in his heart, he knew the idea was unrealistic. "Well," the harper took a breath and plunged on, "our meeting with Master Elisa is set for tomorrow."
Tomorrow?
Kindan sat bolt upright.
But what if a Dragonrider doesn't come? What if they won't take us?
Master Zist made soothing motions with his hands. "It may still turn out all right, even so."
How?
Master Zist frowned thoughtfully. "This is a craft secret, understand?" Kindan paused, then nodded solemnly. "And not a harper craft secret. I suppose you'd call it a dragon craft secret," the harper explained. He continued, "You've proved that you can keep your secrets, but this one especially you must not reveal." Master Zist took another breath and plunged into his tale. "Long ago, when I was a journeyman, I was posted to watch-wher." Kindan's eyes widened in amazement. "I made many a good friend while I was there, and used all of the poor healing skills I'd ever had, and learned more." He gave Kindan a frank look. "I was not all that good at healing, and still am not, so I was posted to copy their records." He smiled at his memories of long ago. "There was a hatching the first 7 days I was there." Kindan couldn't help but gasp at the thought. Master Zist grinned at him and nodded, confirming that the event was just as amazing as Kindan had imagined. 25 eggs on the hatching ground, the harper continued, and the last was slow to crack. Big, but slow to crack. The Dragonriders said that it was probably a bronze, and they were worried about it. The remaining candidates were all gathered about it, and I was high up in the viewing stand, so I couldn't see all that went on. But finally, the crowd opened up, and one lad, the first one to greet me when I arrived at the weir, Matal, impressed the bronze. Kindan realized that he had been holding his breath, and let it out slowly so as not to distract the harper. I was so excited for my friend, Matal, now, that I let out a loud cheer, the harper said, his face going red. The sound must have echoed over by the hatchling because it startled and caught its wing in its claws. Then it really started to get frantic, and it seemed to take forever before Matal and the others could calm it down. When they did, I could see that the dragon's wing was terribly mangled. Kindan let out a gasp of shock and sympathy. It was all my fault, Zist said bitterly. Get help, the weir leader shouted. I ran out as quickly as I could, hoping to find the weir healer, only to run full tilt into someone coming the other way. I didn't recognize him. He pulled me up. He had a sack of supplies. It'll be all right, he told me. It wasn't your fault. Do you want to help fix it? Please, I said. He grabbed my arm and spun me around back to the hatching ground. Together we approached the wounded dragon, Gaminth, and Matal. He had me put numbweed on the gashes. He had all the supplies that were needed, some thick fabric on which to lay the torn wing, and fine needles to sew the torn pieces together. We were done in no time. He'll be all right now, the man said. Matal looked up and started to say his thanks, but stopped, looking from the other man to me, and back again, gasping.
Todd exclaimed. I didn't understand at the time, thinking that he recognized the healer. And you, the man said with a smile. I've got to be going. When I made to follow him, he held up a hand to stop me. I can find my way out, thank you. And he left. Gaminth healed just fine, and Todd has since gone on to become the weir leader of Bendon-weir, the harper finished.
And who's the man, then? Why did Lord Todd say you? Kindan asked.
Master Zist smiled. There's a song in that answer, he said.
Kindan raised his eyebrows.
I won't sing it for you, but I'll tell you the title. It's called When I Met Myself Healing.
Kindan mouthed the title to himself and looked up sharply at the harper.
You met yourself? The healer was you? But older? How?
It's a croft secret, the harper replied. But maybe we can get the Dragonriders to do it for us again.
Kindan pursed his lips in thought.
Dragons go between, from one place to another. Can they go between times?
Master Zist smiled and nodded.
You'll make a good harper.
But I'm going to be a were-handler now, Kindan answered sourly. Master Zist's smile faded.
Yes, if that's your choice.
Kindan's face screwed up in anguish.
I can't let the others down. I'm sure I'll love being a were-handler, and I'll get to stay with my friends.
There is that. If you become a harper, you'd have to apprentice in the Harper Hall, and there's no telling where you'd be posted.
He nodded to himself.
You're right to see the good in the situation.
Kindan nodded glumly.
Kindan was awoken roughly the next morning. Zist was shaking him, a pitcher of cold water in his other hand. Up now, lad, the harper said gruffly. Kindan rushed out of bed looking for his clothes. No time for it, just throw this on. Zist threw a cloak at him. And get your boots on.
Kindan worked as fast as he could, but he was fumble-fingered in his excitement.
Master Zist growled at him. All haste, too much waste. Take a breath and try again.
As soon as he had finished lacing up his boots, Master Zist rushed the two of them out of the cottage and up toward the beacon heights. It was pitch black outside, and Kindan only made it up the cliff without stumbling because he knew the trail well enough to walk it in his sleep. 3 figures greeted them at the top by the beacon, and one was huge. Kindan looked up, and finally found the face of the dragon. It peered down at him as though he were a mere trundlebug, blew a breath out its nostrils that turned to steam in the cold morning, and then looked away.
Here they are, Nathalon said. This is Master Zist, lately of the Harper Hall, and Kindan, the son of our late were-watcher.
The man whom Nathalon addressed yawned pointedly.
You set a beacon for this?
Kindan sensed Master Zist tense angrily beside him.
We had hoped that we could ask for the hospitality of transport, Nathalon replied. We give fair tithe. The beacon and dragon pennant are for emergencies, minor, the dragon rider responded, beckoning to his dragon and preparing to depart. Lord! Zist called urgently, stopping the irritated dragon rider in his tracks. I am Lord Dagan, harper, lately weir leader of Telga-weir, the dragon rider replied, drawing himself up to his full height. We are most honored, Lord Dagan, Zist said, sketching a courtly bow. Hastily, Kindan copied him as best he could. Camp Nathalon is a prosperous camp with good prospects, my lord. We have found much coal here, which is greatly in demand, not by dragons or their riders, Harper, Dagan interjected. If you were mining Firestone, it would be a different matter. I care little if holders are a bit cold this winter.
We are mining smith coal, my lord, Nathalon said. Our coal is of such quality that the master smith himself has laid in a large order for it." Dagan cocked an eyebrow at him. "I'm very pleased for the master smith."
"My lord," Zist said, and Kindan could see signs of restrained anger in the old harper's face. "That coal is used to make the steel that binds your fighting straps, strengthens your helmet, and buckles your belt."
"I am glad to hear it," Dagan replied. "We have had many complaints on the quality of steel coming from the Smith Hall. Now I know the source."
He moved toward his dragon.
"My lord!"
Zist called. "Of old, the Dragonriders of Pern have been courteous in responding to the just requests of the holders and crafters."
Dagan stopped and whirled back, his hand on the dagger at his side. "Courtesy is much lacking in this camp. Of old, the Dragonriders have been given more respect and have not been asked to provide frivolous thrill rides. Do not presume on my courtesy any more."
Kindan drew in an outraged gasp, covering his mouth quickly to hide his gaffe. But both Nathalon and the harper had also reacted to the accusation.
"Thrill ride?"
Master Zist repeated, appalled, staring at Dagan.
"It is indeed to redress a serious problem at this camp. We have no watch-wher, and our mining efforts cannot continue without the aid of one," Nathalon explained.
"We are to collect a new egg from Master Elisa, and time is of the essence," the harper went on.
"Oh."
There was studied insult in Dagan's manner as he inspected the three in front of him.
"Our Dask died, leading us to a tunnel collapse," Kindan was bold enough to say.
Master Zist put his hand on Kindan's shoulder, a gesture more approval than rebuke.
"It enabled us to rescue the others," Nathalon said.
"So, a watch-wher is your hero."
To everyone's surprise, the dragon dropped his head toward their cluster and made a funny snort. It sounded a bit like a noise Dask might have made.
"He was, I gather, just doing his duty."
Stung, Kindan replied,
"Had he rested, he would have lived. He did not rest while miners were trapped in a dark cave-in."
Dagan made a dismissive gesture with his hand.
"You have only convinced me that Tolga's previous weir leader was far too accommodating. Asking a dragon to give transport to collect a watch-wher?"
He snorted again and smoothed his hair back.
"Thread is coming again, as you should know, Harper. Do not presume on interval courtesies any more."
With that, Dagan turned and flung himself onto his dragon's back. In 2 chilling beats of its wings, the dragon was airborne, and in another, between. Nathalon turned questioningly to Master Zist, but the old harper was too busy swearing to offer him any advice.
"What shall we do now?"
Kindan asked, after having learned enough new oaths from the angry harper to dine on for a week. Master Zist paused in his swearing, aware that Kindan had been listening intently. "You'll remember that I believe that any youngster who swears should have his mouth washed out with soap, and I shall remember not to swear in your presence."
"You were quite justified," Nathalon said from behind them. "I have never met a Dragonrider before."
Zist held up a hand.
"Do not say anything against Dragonriders until you've had a fair sample."
"And how will I get that?"
Nathalon snapped back. "I have my ways," Master Zist answered. He looked at Kindan. "Put out the beacon and lower the flag. When you're done, meet me at the drums." When Kindan had completed his tasks, Master Zist had presented him with a message to beat out on the drums. The message had been simple. Zist requests Umtal. Kindan had had to spell out both Zist and Umtal, so the drumming was longer than he was used to. He waited until he got an acknowledgement from the 2 nearest drums, and then reported to Master Zist.
"What are you doing here?"
Zist bellowed when he saw the boy. "Get back up to those drums and wait for a response."
"Master?"
"What?"
Zist bellowed again, clearly in a rare anger.
Could someone send me some breakfast?
The harper drew breath for another bellow, saw the pale look of the lad, and let his breath out again. Very well. And take this sweet roll up with you.
Thanks,
Kindan answered, and trotted off back up the hill with the sweet roll in his tunic. I'll send some proper clothes for you as well, Zist boomed after him. Unseen in the early morning light, Kindan turned bright red as he realized that he had met his first dragon rider in his pajamas. Later in the day, Master Zist trudged up to the drum heights with another young lad beside him. Blond and brown-eyed, the lad was happy to hand his bundles to Kindan's day clothes. Asking the harper to carry such a bundle up to the heights by himself would be tantamount to insult. Kindan tried not to look embarrassed as he took his clothes from the other boy and slid into them under his cloak, but Master Zist must finally have noticed his discomfort, for he charitably asked, "So, Kindan, what did you think of your first look at a dragon?" The other boy gave Kindan a look of awe, but it was Master Zist who was surprised by Kindan's offhand answer.
"Oh, they're pretty enough, but you'd never fit one into mine."
Someone shook Kindan awake, and he jumped up with a start, aware that he had fallen asleep on watch. It was deep night. The beacon burned bright, still fueled by the last logs Kindan had piled on it earlier, so he figured he couldn't have been asleep more than an hour, 2 at most. The person who shook him was dressed in leather. A dragon rider.
"My lord,"
Kindan said, sketching a quick bow. Behind him, he heard a gentle snort from way up high. Turning, he saw the dim outline of a dragon, its great eyes peering down at him with interest.
I am Kindan. Master Zist asked me to keep watch."
The dragon rider smiled. He was nearly as old as Master Zist, Kindan judged. His hair sparkled with silver strands in the night. His eyes were amber, and he was all that Kindan had ever imagined a dragon rider to be, except perhaps older. "Well, Kindan, please tell Master Zist that Tal has responded to his request," the dragon rider said. "No need," a voice called from the darkness, startling Kindan. "And do stop jumping, Kindan. You'll wear yourself out." "He seemed quite worn out already," Tal remarked. Master Zist stepped into the light. "I'd noticed," he said lightly, "which is why I decided to keep him company for a bit."
"You were here too?"
Kindan asked in aggrieved tones. The 2 men laughed. "It's a habit of leadership, youngster," Tal remarked. "It's always a good idea to check up on a sentry from time to time." With a frown, the dragon rider turned his attention to Zist. "When I got your summons, I had expected to find you at the Harper Hall. I was sorry to hear of your loss." "Thank you," Master Zist replied gravely. With a flick of his hand, he changed the subject. "Thank you for coming here. I was hoping to ask a favor of you." Tal's eyebrows creased in curiosity. "This—" He stopped with an inquiring wave around the campsite. "Camp?" Zist supplied helpfully. Tal nodded. "This camp looks to Telgar, doesn't it not?" He looked at Kindan.
"It does, my lord."
"Your leader, Dagan, did not consider our request a good use of his resources," Master Zist explained. Tal's lips thinned as he considered Master Zist's response. "Ah. And what was your request?" "Minor Natalon requested transport for himself, me, and Kindan here, to meet with Elisa, the Weremaster," Zist replied. "Kindan?" Tal repeated, surprised. "Minor Natalon has promised a winter's supply of coal to the Weremaster if she will give Kindan the chance of a watch-wher's egg," Zist said. Seeing the dragon rider's interested look, he added, "Kindan's father was the camp's previous were-handler." "I see.
Umtal replied. And when is this meeting to take place? Master Zist's reply was an angry mutter. Yesterday.
Yesterday?
Nathalan repeated in astonishment later in the morning, banging his fists down hard on the table in the camp's main dining hall. Yesterday? I've pledged a whole winter's supply to someone for a deal that ended yesterday? Umtal had lifted his mug of claw from the table at Nathalan's first word, but Kindan and Master Zist were not as prescient. Claw spilled from their mugs onto their tunics and ran to the floor below. At a wave from Master Zist, Kindan rushed off and found a couple of rags with which to wipe up the spill. There are certain Harper songs, Master Zist began, only to splutter to a stop at the sight of Miner Nathalan's face. My miners say they won't work if we can't get a watch-wher for them, Nathalan said in dejected tones. We've had 2 more near disasters in the mines. Tunnel snakes have raided our stores, and I promised a winter's supply of coal for a chance at a watch-wher, Umtal broke in. And you shall have that chance. How? Nathalan asked in disbelief. There are some old Harper songs, Master Zist began again. Kindan's eyes danced, remembering their conversation several nights back. Which I hope will be quietly retired, Umtal said with a pointed glance at the old harper. Master Zist bowed his head. I am sure, Weir-Leader Umtal, that my old head is already having quite a hard time remembering them. Good, Umtal replied with a twinkle in his eye. I shall return at noon, so that your lad can have some time to rest. I'm not tired, my lord, Kindan lied stoutly. Minutes after lying down in a shuttered room, Kindan was fast asleep. He awoke to the sound of voices talking softly outside his room. We're not really like dragons, you know, Umtal was saying. So I gathered, Zist replied. But they're not like fire lizards either. There's not much lore about them, aside from a simple song or 2. Perhaps you could learn more from Master Elisa, Umtal suggested. Zist snorted. I'm sure I could, if Nathalan would let me. I can't see why he'd stop a harper. Aye, he probably wouldn't, but he'd be mighty curious, probably too curious, as to why I have to ask Master Elisa when I'm supposed to have an expert sleeping in the room next door. The boy? Umtal's voice was full of surprise. His father was the last were-handler here, Master Zist reminded him. Nathalan's desperate, and he's convinced himself that Daniil taught Kindan everything about watch-whers. Says that Daniil let the boy wash the watch-wher, and on the basis of that he decided that Kindan must be special. Umtal snorted. Well, oiling a dragon is a big part of my job, so I could see that a were-handler would spend a lot of his time washing his watch-wher, which might explain your miner's confusion. He shook his head as he caught Master Zist's somber expression. He'd be far too young to impress a dragon, you know, the Weir-Leader said soberly. If the watch-whers are more like dragons, or even like fire lizards, I doubt he'll attach one. Zist sighed. He must. If he doesn't, then Camp Nathalan will fail, and he'll be blamed. That's an awful lot for one youngster to handle, Umtal noted. Well, he's got broad shoulders, Zist said. They might bear the load. To himself, Kindan swore that he would bear the load. Chapter 7. Watch-wher, watch-wher in the mine, help save life, yours and mine. Guide us in the darkest night with your keen, unfailing sight. Between only lasts as long as it takes to cough 3 times, Umtal told the others as he helped them up onto Bronze Gaminth's back.
Cough 3 times? Nathalon repeated. He coughed experimentally 3 times.
Like that?
Kindan was glad to hear the miner ask the question. He had been too afraid to ask it himself.
Just like that, Tall reassured him. It won't take any longer this time, Master Zist asked with a strange look in his eyes.
Tall shook his head warily.
No, not longer. We'll be there in time.
I don't see how, Nathalon said sourly.
Oh, Mattel replied airily, grinning at Master Zist. Dragons are faster than you think.
When they were all settled on Gaminth's neck, Tall made one last check of his passengers and called out to his dragon.
Let's fly, Gaminth!
The great bronze jumped into the air, swooped down toward the camp, and with one beat of his wings soared high. The dragon slowly flew higher. Master Zist knew that Gaminth was capable of much quicker ascents. In their youth, Tall had been proud to illustrate his dragon's capabilities to those who were properly appreciative, so he guessed that the bronze rider was making this slow climb only to avoid upsetting his more nervous passengers. A quick glance assured him that Kindan, who was wide-eyed with an ear-to-ear grin, would never be considered a nervous passenger. Nathalon, however, was quite pale. Tall turned back to them again.
We're ready to go between. Are you ready?
I still don't see how we can get there in time, my lord, Nathalon said, with only the slightest hint of nervousness. Tall grinned at him.
Trust me, we'll be on time, he answered. You might find the effects a bit more draining than you'd think, but that's the price of the journey, as it were.
Nathalon swallowed hard and nodded uncertainly. Tall took this for acceptance.
Good,
he said. He turned to Zist and Kindan.
All ready?
When they nodded, he instructed them.
Take 3 deep breaths and hold the 3rd one. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
And suddenly it was all darkness around them. Kindan felt a thrill of terror and excitement as he realized he could feel nothing but the press of the men before and behind him and the neck of the dragon beneath him. Tall's words came back to him. It takes as long as it does to cough 3 times. Kindan started coughing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He started to get worried. We are almost there, a soundless voice said to him. Kindan was so surprised that he didn't react at all. And then there was light. Or rather, lights. It was dark outside as compared to the midday sun they had left. Kindan could see a few twinkles spiraling toward them and realized with a start that they must be gliding steeply down to the ground. Unable to contain himself, he let out a whoop of pure joy. They had arrived the day before they had left.
That's the spirit,
Master Zist shouted back over his shoulder.
I think I'm going to be sick,
Nathalon moaned, his eyes squeezed firmly shut.
Do you understand what you ought to do?
Elisa asked Kindan.
I think so,
Kindan replied. His body felt tired and stretched. He wondered if that was from going back in time, or because he was so nervous, but he was too excited to tell anyone. Elisa raised an eyebrow.
Thinking won't do, little one.
The Weremaster was much taller than Kindan. She was a lithe, slender person who spoke little. Kindan could tell by Nathalon's manner that the miner was also awed by the Weremaster. Kindan took a deep, calming breath.
I'm to bow to the Queen and make my way toward the clutch. If she lets me, I'm to choose an egg and take it, bowing again and walking backward.
She'd better let you, Nathalon added in a hard voice. There's a winter's coal gone either way. Kindan gulped. Don't dawdle, Master Zist warned him.
When you go in the cave,
Master Elisa said, pointing to a crevice in the side of the cliff.
They're right.
The crevice was wide enough for a watch-wher, and tall enough for Kindan, but just barely. It was also, Kindan discovered as he followed the way up and down, left and right, awfully twisty, like a tunnel snake's wiggle. Kindan was amazed that Master Elisa, who looked as if she had joint ail, could possibly manage, and then realized that she would have many to help her do her daily wear carrying. Still, as he entered the dark space, he knew her standards must be high, because the place smelled very clean. He cleared his throat and murmured the soft chirps that his father had always used when entering Dask's lair. Behind him, he heard a surprised remark from Elisa.
Well, at least the lad knows what to say to her.
Eyes opened up ahead of him, and in that light and the pale glow of light that filtered through from the crawlway, he could see the watch-wher, but not her eggs. Elisa had said there were 12, and he must make his own plea to the queen. She had refused 2 prospective handlers already. Kindan increased the intensity of his chirping, trying to sound kindly as well as eager. He had to prove to Nathalon that he was worth a whole winter's fuel coal, and some left over to keep the hatchling warm until its second, tougher coat came in. Remembering that, Kindan felt more confident. He knew more than he thought he did. Maybe blood would tell, which reminded him of something else he had to do. When he was close enough to the queen, he held out his right hand. There was not much of a scar left from where his father had slit his thumb pad to blood him to old Dask. He altered his sound to a reassuring tongue trill and showed her his palm. She ran her tongue over it. It was a nice, dry tongue. Sometimes Dask's had been slimy, and not at all something you wanted licking you. He increased his trill to what he thought was a glad thank you. She responded with a click of her own, and Kindan knew that he had performed an appropriate greeting. What should he do now?
May I please have one of your eggs?
His father had never had to ask such a thing, so he didn't know if there was a sound that was appropriate. He responded with a quizzical brrr. He had been teased by his siblings because he could roll his R's and L's better than they did. Although their family had done well by housing the mine's watch-wher, none of his brothers had aspired to their father's calling. Well, he could be a sort of hero for the camp if he did get a watch-wher egg. The men had been talking in fits and starts while they coasted a dragonback down to the cliffside where Master Elisa's hold was, reinforcing how important it was to rear a healthy specimen, and maybe even breed a few themselves if this new one met the master's standards. Dask had been chosen to sire 2 clutches in his youth. Maybe that had been part of Elisa's willingness to give Daniil's family a chance, Kindan thought. He increased the intensity of his trill, making more complex noises, sinking into them his earnest entreaty. The watch-wher had opened her eyes wide at him now. Unable to control himself, Kindan yawned. He was still tired from all the recent early morning rising.
"Excuse me," he said, deathly afraid that he had insulted her. "I'm tired. We went back in time to get here, and, well, I'm afraid."
He bowed to her and formed the image in his mind of Gamenth and their journey back in time from tomorrow. The queen gave a surprised chirp, and Kindan got the impression that she had picked up the image from his mind. Her eyes intent on him, she twitched aside her wing. He gasped in astonishment at the pile of dimly glowing eggshells.
"Oh, how beautiful they are!"
he exclaimed, leaning toward her hidden treasure, and only recalling at the last moment that the queen would not permit just anyone to touch her eggs. He grabbed his hands back. They were certainly not dragon eggs, at least according to all the teaching ballots Kindan had learned, being half the size and sort of rumpled, as if the layers of shell had been badly applied and the skin had wrinkled in forming. In fact, one egg had a distinct ring on one end, raised above the rest of the shell, like a necklace. but he had never seen anything like them. How amazing they are! He almost fell into the eggs when she gave her wing a sudden flap and folded it against her backbone. Her spine did not have prominent ridges as a dragon's would, so they'd be more comfortable to sit on, if one ever did. His father had ridden Dask on some evenings when the air was heavier and easier for the watch-wher to fly in. Usually, watch-whers didn't make the effort, especially with a rider, but Kindan had seen it happen. Then he brought his mind back to the present and the realization that she had dropped her defensive posture. He made an interrogatory noise, and with a grace he hadn't expected, she made a small gesture with her wingtip from him to the eggs. "I should choose?" he asked. Ever so carefully, he extended his hand to her again. She licked him, her tongue rasping his skin, before she inclined her head to him and then to her eggs. "Oh, kind one! Oh, gracious watch-wher!" he said, trilling with his tongue when he finished speaking. He couldn't believe his luck.
"Shall I come rescue you?"
Master Elisa called.
"She's let me see her clutch,"
he called back over his shoulder.
"Then she means you to have one, young Kindan. Pick it, make your farewells of her, and leave. There are others here who want to try their luck."
Kindan shook his head in surprise, breathless with his success. Only which one should he pick? The children's selection chant popped into his head. Well, why not? Pointing his finger at each egg, with each syllable, he chanted, "Eeny, meeny, tipsy, teeny, ah, voo, bumberini, isha, gosha, bumberosha, 1902, I pick you." His finger was pointing at the one with the odd ring. He bundled it into his arms. It was heavier than he had thought, and warm, but then the sands under him were warm as well. The shell felt hard enough that he could clasp it as tightly as he needed to and do no harm, which was fortunate, as he found it very awkward to clamber around on one hand and lurch forward. He turned back briefly and gave the loud, trilled tongue sound of gratitude.
"Is the boy hurt?"
someone outside asked.
"No, sir,"
Kindan said, ducking under the screen above the entrance to the lair.
"Just happy."
Hands came under his arms and whooshed him out and onto his feet.
"All right, it's your turn, Losfer,"
Elisa said, motioning for a short, chunky man to enter the watch-wher's lair. She grinned at Kindan, her eyes twinkling with an expression of surprised approval. "Got the ringed one, I see. Good choice." "Why? Why is it a good choice?" Natalon demanded.
"Just is,"
Elisa said.
"Knew how to talk to her, didn't you?"
Grinning, she cocked her head at the lair, from which only the sounds of scrambling could be heard. Then she chuckled.
"Oh, that one hasn't a clue."
She gave Kindan's right hand a look.
"At least you knew how to talk, and what to show for her favor." "What? What?"
Natalon demanded, irritated by all these cryptic remarks.
"Your lad here can explain at his leisure. Here comes the others. You see that I get a delivery of that fine coal of yours by the next trader through Crom, or you'll never hear the last of it, Natalon. Away with you. You bore me."
Somehow, Kindan knew not to take Elisa's comment personally, and helped stow the egg in the fleece-lined bag they had brought to protect it on the journey back to Crom.
"How long before it'll hatch?"
he asked her, deciding that was a perfectly legitimate question. She put a hand on the top of the egg in its bag.
"I'd say within the next 7 days, possibly sooner. I'll have my drummer warn you if I hear others are hatching."
She gave the egg a final proprietary caress.
"One more detail?"
Kindan said, as she began to turn away from them.
"Yes,"
she replied, half turning back to him. Her expression suggested he should not have to ask for details.
"My father raised Dask before I was born, so I just don't know what he ate right after he hatched."
He had phrased his query correctly. "We've been experimenting, actually, on the best post-hatching meal. Watch-whers are not as insatiable as dragons, but they will gulp meat down and sometimes choke, you know." She pinned Kindan with a fierce glare, and he nodded as if he knew exactly what she meant. "Do you have oats?" Kindan nodded, glancing over at Natalon to be sure he was also listening to Elisa. "Then arrange to get fresh blood from whoever butchers at the camp. Make a porridge of the oats using water and add the blood as the oats thicken in the pot. I'd say a half pail a day would be sufficient. If you keep the blood cool, a pailful should last over a day or two, no trouble. Most camps hold slaughter every other day. Feed it as often as it wants, and some of the liver and lights that might go to waste otherwise. Don't start meat hunks until 3 months, when it has enough back teeth to chew with. You can continue the porridge feeds in the morning until the hatchling starts to coat out." Kindan nodded, mumbling something in his throat about being glad to start out this watch-where with the best possible feeding in between his thanks for her suggestion. Then she turned back to deal with the newcomers.
"Well done, Kindan," Zist said, clapping him on the shoulder. "Well done, lad. What sort of soft talk did you employ?" "Something learned from you, no doubt, Zist," Umtal said teasingly. "No matter, Kindan. Well done. Let's get the 2 younglings back home, and then we can all celebrate."
"And in time, please," Zist said, with a bit of a bow to the Dragonrider.
"No easier said than done," Umtal replied. "Come, lad, step up on Gammon's knee and grab the safety strap. I'll give you a bit of a heave."
Keeping one hand firmly under his egg, Kindan made it to the dragon's back and settled down between 2 ridges with a sigh of relief. Curious, he glanced over at the lair just in time to see the man erupting out of it as if propelled by something strong and annoyed. He couldn't help giggling at Zist's remark about some folks not knowing when they weren't welcome.
"Didn't know how to sweet-talk her, I guess," Umtal added. "Proud of you, boy. Glad to have been able to help you out."
"This is just the beginning," Natalon remarked. "Are you up to it, lad?" "Sir," Kindan said, swiveling around to speak to Natalon. "Would you give Ema," who was the main hunter and butcher for the camp, "the orders to let me get the blood I'll need, and to Swanee to allow me enough oats?" "Of course I will," Natalon said briskly. "And loan you a big enough pot to make porridge for the watch-where in. I doubt you'd have one large enough for the purpose." The miner looked a bit uncomfortable at the reminder that the lad was no longer living in his own home, where he would have had a good selection of pots.
"And I have some herbal candles to burn to get rid of the stench," Zist said,
making a face as if he already knew how noxious the mixture would smell.
"And you must promise me not to burn the oats."
Yes, of course," Kindan said, and fixed his face forward, just as Umtal warned them of their passage between. When they returned to the camp, it seemed to Kindan as if they had only just left. It must have taken several hours to complete their mission, and yet not much had changed. The first carts, full of the black rock, still hadn't reached the top of the rail where their contents would be tilted over in the huge storage area. He shook his head as the dragon made a careful landing near the watch-where's lair. Natalon called out as the dragon settled to the ground. Tarek came rushing out of the shaft. Natalon motioned for Kindan to descend first. "Help him down, Tarek," he ordered. "You got the egg, then?" Tarek asked, though it should have been obvious from the sack weighing down Kindan's shoulder that they had been successful. As Kindan swung his leg over the dragon's ridge, he was certain that Tarek had expected the journey to be fruitless, but he helped Kindan as if the boy had suddenly become fragile. Politely, Kindan thanked Tarek, then made his way as fast as he could to the watch-where's shed. He had prepared it carefully, with lots of straw. He felt the warm bricks he had placed under the floor of the small den. They hadn't cooled at all, which was odd, but he was just as glad that he didn't have to wrangle more in here just yet. Choosing a spot that he thought was just as warm as the hatching lair had been, he carefully took the egg out of the sack and set it down, piling the warm straw around it to approximate the cover and warmth of the queen's wing. He looked down at his handiwork and passed his hand over it, close to the straw. The heat felt sufficient. He was very hungry, though he had eaten a good breakfast just before the Dragonrider had arrived. Tarik and Natalon were talking together while Zist chatted with his old friend.
"Come, Kindan, we owe Todd some hospitality. All that traveling made me hungry. How about you?"
Zist held out his hand and, when Kindan reached him, waved in the direction of his cot-hold. Chapter 8. Watch-wher, in the egg, grant to me the boon I beg. Todd begged off lunch, as he had to return to his weir soon.
"Well, I don't want my stomach to get the wrong idea about what time it is," he explained with a wink at Kindan.
Kindan and Zist made a quick lunch of the bread and soup that had been kindly left for them in the Harper's kitchen. Kindan wished he had asked Elisa more questions, which he could have easily added when he explained that Dask had been a hatchling before he was born. When he mentioned this to Zist, the Harper frowned slightly.
"I shall have to see what I have here," he said, waving toward his small collection of hidebound books on the shelf in the living area. "I don't recall there being much about watch-whers." He grimaced. "They weren't high on the archival list when I did my time with the Master Archivist. Still, there might be some."
"I know my father,"
Kindan faltered, still keenly feeling the loss of the one parent he had known.
"trained Dask with the other two Cromhold watch-whers. They seem to educate each other."
"But you were talking to it."
"I was talking to the queen, not the hatchling. Kids have to be taught to speak, you know."
"Yes. Well, that is true enough. So, you have to teach it to respond to the sounds. Do other watch-whers always use the same ones?"
"I don't really know,"
Kindan admitted. The Harper stared into space, idly stirring the last of the soup. "Well, the important thing is that you got the egg, Kindan. We can wing anything else, somehow. Todd's our ally, and they have watch-whers at bend and hold. A few adroit questions, you'll have to think what you need to know. Could be answered surreptitiously." Kindan was more impressed than ever with his teacher, and with the morning's incredible events. He mopped the rest of the soup from his bowl with a fresh piece of bread. Then he took his things to the sink and stacked them.
"I'll wash them when I get back from checking the bricks,"
he told Master Zist as he left the cot-hold. That seemed to be all he did, every waking hour. At night he slept in the shed, wrapped warmly in his warm fur. Often he started from sleep to rise and make sure the egg was warm enough. He had increased the cot-hold's supply of oats and had made a mess of porridge in the big kettle that had been placed on the back of the open range. A pail of blood was already in the cooler. Natalon had quickly given the orders for Kindan to receive whatever he needed to tend to the watch-wher.
This is the end of disc number 4. Please insert disc number 5. This is disc number 5.
Natalon had quickly given the orders for Kindan to receive whatever he needed to tend to the watch-wher. The first evening, after the day shift, Zener popped in to see the egg. His expression of awe made Kindan feel warm inside. All right, it was only Zener, but to receive such unalloyed approval alleviated some of his worst anxieties. He kept delving back in his memory for all references his father had made about watch-wher tending. He had remembered the right sounds and gestures. He had gotten the egg back to the camp. It was warm, and it would hatch.
"When?"
Zener asked, his eyes glowing as he regarded the egg under its blanket of straw.
"Master Elisa said in a couple of days,"
Kindan replied as nonchalantly as he could. "Would you mind getting me some more coal so I can keep the bricks warm?"
No, of course not,"
Zener said, and darted out of the shed. Kindan felt the shell of the egg, then started burrowing in the straw to find which bricks were cool enough to be reheated. He was using the tongs to haul heated bricks out of the fire and filling in the spaces with cool ones when Zener returned, staggering behind a loaded wheelbarrow. With an exaggerated sigh, Zener upended it near the fire.
"Thanks, Zener. I appreciate your help. Can you let me see the hatching, too?"
Zener asked wistfully.
"Oh, it's nothing like a dragon impression,"
Kindan replied, rather wanting that moment to be private.
"Which I haven't seen anyhow, so please, huh, Kindan?"
"Well, I'll try, but I can't promise anything, especially as you may be on shift."
"Oh, if possible, please, Kindan. I'll bring all the coal you need."
"All right," Kindan said, relenting. Zener was his very best friend. "Would you stay in the shed while I make another batch of porridge? I like to keep it as fresh as possible."
Sure,
Zener said. Kindan had to scour the pot to remove the brown bits that had stuck to the bottom before he could start a fresh batch. He thought he'd be wasting a lot of oats, but he wanted to be sure he had porridge ready and waiting when the egg cracked. He knew how important it was for the hatchling to be fed as soon as possible after it emerged from its shell. 3 mornings later, he was startled awake from a restless sleep by a loud noise. He sat up, momentarily confused, then opened the glow and carefully pulled the straw off the egg. A large crack almost bisected the center of the egg. He put a hand on it and felt something beat against his palm. He stroked the egg. "Let me get the porridge," he said, struggling to disentangle himself from his sleeping fur and dashing barefoot across the short distance to the Harper's cot-hold. He got the pail of fresh blood he had acquired that afternoon from the cooler, hauled the cook pot to the front of the range, and carefully poured in the blood, mixing it with the stiff porridge. He tried not to wake the Harper, but Zist heard the clink of the spoon against the side of the pot and, holding his fur about him, came into the kitchen.
"Is hatching?" he asked, rubbing sleep from his eyes and finger-combing his hair back.
"It's got one great crack across its middle," Kindan said.
Carrying the pot, he returned to the shed, the Harper following him. Kindan did remember his promise to Zener, but didn't dare leave the shed, nor could he consider the effrontery of asking Master Zist to wake his friend. The crack had widened, and a chip of the eggshell lay in the straw.
"I believe a watch-wher is born light-sensitive,"
Zist remarked, half closing the glow basket and turning it to face the back of the shed so as not to blind the creature on its emergence. The oval rocked, and Kindan wondered if he should move it away from the bricks. Would they be too warm for the hatchling? He compromised by pulling his sleeping fur over as a carpet. The egg gave one more lurch and fell into 2 sections. The hatchling reared up and tumbled out, landing on its nose on the fur. Kindan chirped encouragingly and reached out to touch the watch-wher. It managed to raise its head, open its mouth, and squawk.
"Feed it,"
Zist urged, and Kindan inserted his hand in the not-too-warm porridge mix and offered it to the watch-wher. Or, to be specific, dumped it on the hatchling's tongue. It gulped back the offering, swallowing instantly and opening its mouth for more. Kindan used the spoon this time. Considering how the hatchling seemed to inhale the porridge, he could see why feeding it cubes of meat might cause it to choke to death. He continued feeding it until the pan was empty. The watch-wher cocked its head, as if surprised its feeding was interrupted.
"I'll make another pot,"
Zist said, leaving the shed while Kindan stroked the hatchling and crooned encouragingly. Kindan guessed by the dim light that the watch-wher was green. Female, then. Wanting confirmation, he examined her carefully to be sure all the necessary parts were there. Yes, there were, and she was. He worked the stumpy wings to be sure they functioned, and stroked the eye ridges and scratched her ears. The watch-wher butted at Kindan, squawking urgently and trying to take his fingers into her toothless mouth. Kindan remembered that watch-whers teethed, not unlike human babies, and with the same pain and discomfort. He made a mental note to get fresh numbweed, or some of the distilled spirits human mothers resorted to for teething infants. Not that any mother he knew would find the watch-wher lovable. It had a really misshapen, ugly kind of dragon face. Like its stumpy wings, which were sort of draconic, but not quite, so was this watch-wher, with eyes that blinked furiously until Kindan dimmed the glow to a thin sliver of light, earning a purr of pleasure from the hatchling. Master Zist stumbled back into the shed, holding the pot in front of him. The hatchling made a snarling noise, smelling the proximity of food, and lunged in the right direction. Luckily, Kindan was able to seize the pot, grab the spoon, and dump a big glob into the watch-wher's open maw. This time, the moment Kindan felt the spoon scrape the bottom of the pot, he asked Master Zist to prepare a new batch. As Zist obeyed, it occurred to Kindan that maybe it wasn't proper for him to order his master about like this. When would this creature have eaten enough? Her belly was well-rounded, and she still opened her mouth or nudged Kindan's body when she felt she had been unfed too long. Finally, though, she gave a monumental burp, emitting a sour, bloody smell, and crawled to a spot of straw that seemed appropriate, curled up, laid her head on her forepaws, and started to snore. Zist got wearily to his feet and scrubbed at his mussed hair.
I shall get properly attired and announce the arrival of...
He looked down at Kindan, who was lying back in the straw.
Did it give you a name?
Kindan shook his head. I didn't ask.
Is it enough like a dragon to know its own name?
Kindan shook his head. I don't know. I wish we knew more about watch-whers.
Is it male or female? Though I don't suppose it matters.
It's a green. They're like dragons that way, so she's a female.
Then I shall report that to Nathalon.
He reached over and tousled Kindan's hair.
You've done very well, lad. Very well, indeed.
Master Zist left, and wearily Kindan gathered up the odorous porridge pot and took it inside to the sink to clean. Then he started a new batch on a back burner, not knowing how long the current feeding would stave off the pangs of hunger in his new charge. While the pot simmered, he went back to the shed and settled down to await developments. He roused somewhat to the sound of Zist's soft voice and Nathalon's pleased remarks.
"And no idea what its name is?" Nathalon asked Kindan.
She didn't say. She was too busy stuffing her mouth and swallowing. Next time she's awake, I must blood her, Kindan said, giving a convulsive shudder.
"Is that essential?" Zist asked, wincing slightly.
"It's how watch-whers know who they answer to, and that tradition has already served me well."
Zist held out his hand. "Do you have a belt knife? I'll sharpen it for you. That way you won't feel the cut as much."
"I'll leave you to it," Nathalon said, giving Kindan a sympathetic wave in farewell. Kindan handed over his belt knife, murmuring a thank you. He hated to tell the harper that he was going to ask him to make the cut, as he wasn't brave enough to slash his own hand. He shuddered again as Zist left the shed. With nothing to do, Kindan settled himself on the warmest spot of straw he could find, and then remembered that he hadn't let Zener know about the hatching. His friend would be topside by now from his shift, and maybe still awake. Zener was still awake, but yawning mightily when Kindan called at his window. "You were on shift when the shell cracked," Kindan said apologetically. Zener muttered under his breath, but slipped back into his tunic and joined Kindan. "You actually didn't miss much. One single big crack woke me, and then it fell into 2 pieces. It's a green, so it's a female." "Is that what you wanted?" "I wanted a live, healthy watch-wher, and I suppose a female is as good as a male." "Shards, does she eat?" Zener grinned. "My mother says my sisters eat more than I do." "Come on," Kindan urged, quickening his pace. "I don't know how long she goes between feedings, and I still have to blood her." They entered the shed, Zener with a properly respectful attitude. He looked around. "Where is she?" A head rose instantly from the straw in which it had burrowed, the wide eyes blinking. "She's not as big as I thought she would be," he murmured. "Big enough to have the appetite of 9 dragons," Kindan said, almost proudly. The hatchling worked her way across the straw to where Kindan stood, and, opening her mouth, made a noise that he instantly interpreted as a demand for food. "I'll be right back," he said, giving the watch-wher a reassuring chirp. When he got to the cot-hold, Master Zist had just put down his sharpening stone, and the new knife edge glistened in the sunlight. Kindan gulped, thinking of that edge cutting into his hand, and stirred the simmering porridge. "Hungry again?" Zist asked.
"Would you mind coming with me now so I can blood her?" Kindan asked. "And then start another batch?"
"Is there enough blood left in the pail for more?"
"I think so. I'll get more as soon as she's asleep again."
The harper followed him out to the shed and greeted Zener, who hadn't moved from the spot in which Kindan had left him. The hatchling had been trying to crawl up his legs, her hungry bleak more insistent. Kindan put the pot down and turned to Zist, holding out his right hand. He pointed to the original scar, barely visible in the dimly lit shed.
"Here, please."
He turned away so he wouldn't have to look as the harper steadied his hand in his. Neither had realized how quickly the hatchling would react. Just as the dizzying pain shot up Kindan's arm, a wet tongue was licking the blood from his hand, even before Master Zist had released it. The watch-wher mumbled a happy sound as she sucked at the wound. "Isn't that enough?" Zist asked, just about the time Kindan thought it was more than enough. The thin wound ached. Kindan disengaged the watch-wher and held her away from him as he lobbed a spoonful of porridge into her mouth. That did the trick. She was immediately diverted from Kindan's still throbbing wound to sucking down the blood porridge. "Here, Zener, wrap this around Kindan's hand before the creature savages him," Zist said, passing Zener the bandage roll. Kindan could feed the creature as easily using his left hand, while Zener wrapped up his right. "You'll need some numbweed on that, as well as a healing salve," Zist said. "I'd no idea the hatchling would be so voracious." Kindan hadn't either.
"I wish we knew more about them."
Zener gave his friend a surprised look.
"You mean you don't—"
Kindan shushed him.
"Shh! Not a word to Natalon, Zener," he said imploringly.
He exchanged looks with Master Zist, then continued with more assurance than he felt.
"I'm sure I'll get it all sorted out when the time comes." "Well, I'll help all I can," Zener promised stoutly.
Kindan grinned at him. "And I," Master Zist added. "First, however, I shall get your things." Kindan's brow puckered in surprise.
"My things?"
Master Zist nodded. "Yes, you'll sleep here from now on. You'll need your things here, too."
"Here?"
Kindan looked around the shed. It had not been built for warmth. Dask had had a notoriously thick hide that kept him comfortable. "You need to be around the watch-wher," Master Zist declared. In a lower voice, he added, "And there's some that might not wish it well." Zener and Kindan both looked toward Tarek's house, not more than a dragon's length from the shed. With a sigh, Kindan nodded. "But I'll have someone check on you regularly to see if the watch-wher needs food," Master Zist said. "But I understand that it will be a hardship for you," the harper went on. "But you made your choice when you agreed to raise the hatchling." Kindan bit off any more objections and nodded dejectedly.
"I suppose I've made my nest. Now I'll have to lie in it."
Master Zist let out a hearty guffaw, drowning out Zener's softer laugh. "Good one, lad. Good one."
"I could come and stay with you for a bit, after my shift," Zener suggested. "Thanks," Kindan said, shaking his head. "But I can't ask you to stay too long. You've got your own work, and—" "It'll be no problem," Zener declared, "especially if you let Miner Natalon know that you asked me." The new arrangements left Kindan exhausted by the end of the first 7 days. He was constantly fending off visits by the camp's children, the camp's miners, and Tarek with his constant sour prophecies. "It'll eat more than it's worth," was Tarek's first dour comment. Later it was, "And how long before it's ready to go down the mines? When does that ugly creature reach its growth?" was the next snide remark. "Not much use as it is now, is it?" And yet again, "Natalon paid how much coal for that bag of bones?"
Kindan's hatred of the head miner's uncle grew steadily greater with each return visit and insulting comment. He found himself afraid to leave the watch-wher unattended, not only for fear of what Tarik might do, but also for fear of what the watch-wher might do out of its own fright. The poor thing had already nearly bitten Zener once when he arrived early one morning and threw back the heavy curtain draped down behind the door to protect the watch-wher's delicate eyes. Kindan was frazzled and bone-tired every day, wondering how he would survive the watch-wher's fierce and frequent pangs of hunger. Day by day, he grew more and more red-eyed, less able to stand the least cheerful comment, and barely keeping himself civil in his dealings with the harper. He found himself having the deepest respect for Zener, and could not understand how he could ever have been so thoughtless as to tease his friend when he had complained about losing sleep dealing with his younger sisters. One morning, nearing the end of the second 7-day, Kindan woke groggily. Something was different. He looked around in the darkness. Someone was in the shed.
"Ah, you're awake," a voice said. "It's about time. I think she's getting hungry. Why don't you go get her breakfast while I stay here?"
"Noella?" Kindan said in surprise.
"Who else? Go on, get. She's stirring." "Ah, the lovely thing."
Kindan rushed out of the shed and up to the harper's cot-hold. It was still dark, although there was a hint of dawn on the horizon. He let himself in, stoked up the fire, and began to heat the porridge.
"Who's there?"
Master Zist asked irritably from the room beyond.
"It's me, Kindan. I'm just making breakfast for the watch-wher."
"Huh."
Kindan heard the harper rumble about in his room for his robe and slippers.
"Wait a minute. Who's with the watch-wher?"
"Noella,"
Kindan said. "Ah," the harper responded abstractedly, clearly still not entirely awake. "Good." Kindan grinned and rooted about the cabinet for claw bark.
"I'll put on some claw,"
he shouted.
"Good idea,"
Master Zist boomed back, entering the kitchen. Then he blinked.
Did you say Noella was with the watch-wher?"
Kindan nodded.
That's not good. What if something happens?"
"She can hide in the shadows,"
Kindan suggested.
"But what if she has to raise the alarm?"
Master Zist returned. Kindan started to make a number of different replies before he finally stopped and shook his head.
"I see what you mean."
"I'm glad you do,"
the harper replied testily.
"Go get the blood from Ema. The porridge is nearly hot."
Kindan was nearly frantic by the time Ema delivered his pitcher of blood. He raced back to the harper's cot-hold, nearly spilling the pitcher in his haste. Panting, he made the mix and ran down to the watch-wher's shed.
"Where were you?"
Noella asked testily when he returned.
"You took forever."
"Sorry," Kindan gasped.
"You sound as if you've been running all over the place."
"I have," Kindan replied, pouring the noxious mix into a bowl for the wakening watch-wher. Noella crinkled her nose at the smell.
"You know, it's really surprising that something as pretty as her would eat something as awful as that."
"Pretty?" Kindan exclaimed.
"Yes, pretty,"
Noella repeated emphatically.
"You see, pretty with the heart, not with the eyes, you know."
She paused, giving Kindan a chance to argue, and, when he didn't, reverted to her original topic.
"Wouldn't meat scraps make more sense?"
"But Master Elisa said—"
"She's the one you got the egg from, right?"
Noella asked. "Yes," Kindan agreed.
"What did your father's watch-wher eat?"
"Well, mostly meat scraps. But Dask was much older, and she's still young." Noella cocked her head at the watch-wher, who had already begun to eat, and stroked the soft neck gently. She muttered to herself. She clucked at the watch-wher, diverting the creature's attention long enough to dip a finger into the bowl. Noella sniffed at the blood porridge mix on her fingertip, and then, much to Kindan's astonishment, licked it clean. She made a face at the taste, and then said,
"If I were you, I'd try meat scraps. It'd be much easier all around."
"I suppose it wouldn't hurt to try," Kindan admitted.
"And what are you going to call her?"
Noella asked impatiently.
"Well, I was hoping her name would suggest itself," Kindan said.
Gingerly, Noella ran her hands over the watch-wher. Kindan was surprised and a little abashed to realize that he had not yet done so himself.
"Oh, she's beautiful,"
Noella said. Kindan grinned.
"She is, isn't she?"
The watch-wher was an ugly lump of muscle, scantily clad with skin, her oversized eyes looking even bigger in her young head. But she was his, and he wouldn't trade her for anything.
"So what's her name?"
"I'll tell you this evening," Kindan promised.
"Or the next time you come here."
Noella nodded.
"It might not be this evening, but I'll see what I can do."
She rose, feeling her way toward the curtain and the shed door.
"The sun's up,"
Kindan told her warningly.
"That's why I borrowed Daylor's clothes, silly,"
Noella replied.
"Help me put this hood on right. It's cold enough this morning that no one will think it odd if I'm wearing it."
Kindan rose and helped her settle the hood on her head. Noella pushed her long hair back out of sight and rubbed her face with her hands, dirtying it.
"How do I look?"
"Dirty," Kindan told her. She frowned at him.
"You don't look like Daylor when you take on that sour look," he commented, "and you won't be able to play at being a boy too much longer."
"I know,"
she said softly, lips downcast.
"I've heard Father talking to Mother late nights when they think I'm asleep, wondering what will become of me."
She raised her head and gave Kindan a determined look. She was about to say more when they heard voices outside the shed.
"You'd better go," Kindan said. "Do you know the way?"
Noella snorted.
"Kindan, I'm blind, not stupid."
And before Kindan could apologize, she slipped through the curtain and headed out into the early morning light. Spurred by the watch-wher's alarmed squeals, Kindan hastily pulled the curtain back in place. After his eyes readjusted to the darkness, he returned to his watch of his watch-wher. Sated with the morning feed, the little green had curled up again, but she was happy to lay her head in his lap before falling asleep once more. Idly, Kindan used the width of his hand to measure her length. She measured about 10 hand-widths from nose to tail, slightly more than a meter, as near as he could make out, and she would stand about 3 hands high at the shoulder. He grinned down at her sleeping head, feeling full of pride, and a little awed that she seemed to trust him so much.
"What are we going to call you?"
he murmured to her as he stroked her ungainly head. The small watch-wher raised her head and peered straight at him intently. Kindan stared back, feeling as though he could almost hear her talking to him. After a long moment, the watch-wher let out a little "murph" and laid her head on his lap again.
"Kisk,"
Kindan said. The watch-wher opened one eye, shook her head, and closed the eye again.
"Your name is Kisk."
The watch-wher shifted her weight, once more oblivious to everything around her. But Kindan felt Kisk's acceptance of her name. Kisk was quite happy to try some meat scraps with her next meal. Master Zist fretted that it might be too soon, but Kindan made sure the scraps were all small and contained no bone or gristle, and he could feel how happy Kisk was with the new diet. Her rubbing her head against his leg contentedly and making small murring sounds only confirmed his opinion. Certainly Ema was much happier to be asked to make ready a supply of scrap meat instead of fresh blood at all hours of the day. Supplying the growing watch-wher with scraps was much easier on everyone than the time-consuming blood porridge. In fact, as the watch-wher reached her first month, Kindan found himself wondering how much Master Elisa really knew about the raising of young watch-whers, or whether the whole blood porridge idea had been a joke on the part of the cranky were-master. Master Zist came down to the shed every spare moment he had. He insisted that Kindan learn all the songs there were about dragons, on the principle that because dragons and watch-whers were related, the songs about dragons would provide insights into raising watch-whers.
"But there's not all that many songs about raising dragons, is there?"
Kindan said after several days. Master Zist frowned, shaking his head. "You're right. Most of the songs are about fighting thread and chewing firestone." He scratched his head thoughtfully. "And there's the bit about how they grow."
"And when a dragon's old enough to ride,"
Zener, who had joined them earlier, added.
Well, that should be about the same for watch-whers, shouldn't it?
Nuella asked. Nuella, Zener, and the harper had established a routine of meeting in the shed just after the end of the day shift. Zener would arrive at the harper's, and he and Kindan would escort Nuella down to the shed, keeping her well hooded and away from probing eyes.
That seems likely, Kindan agreed.
That would be a turn and a half, Master Zist said.
Kindan groaned.
That long?
Zener explained.
But how long until you can start training her?
Nuella wondered.
I don't know,
Kindan confessed.
Well, Master Zist said consideringly, she's too young to start training right now. It'll be months before she's ready, I'm sure.
Is it just me, or is she more active at night? Zener asked. She should be. She's nocturnal,
Nuella snapped before Kindan could respond.
I wonder if I should take her out at night,
Kindan said. Master Zist shook his head.
Not yet. I think when she's ready to leave her lair, she'll let you know.
Nuella cocked her head thoughtfully.
You might want to put a collar on her, with bells. I'd hate for you to be asleep the first time she decided to go for a stroll. Isn't that what happened with you?
Zener asked Nuella.
I mean, when we first met?
Nuella smiled impishly at him.
I wasn't wearing a collar, but I did manage to go for a stroll.
You're lucky Kristoff didn't catch you, Kindan remarked. Nuella shook her head.
I'd smell him at least a dragon length away. He wears that awful scent his mother likes.
She frowned and thought.
I wonder how good Kisk's sense of smell is.
The others considered her comment silently.
I imagine we'll find out, Master Zist answered finally.
He rose and stretched.
But not tonight. Nuella, it's time for your lessons.
We could do them here,
she suggested hopefully.
No, Zener's got to get some sleep, the harper replied. I can't ask him to stay here the extra hours it would take to finish your lessons before he walks you home.
Zener grimaced.
Master Zist is right. Mother needs me even now that Wren has gotten big enough to look after the others some more. She's doing most of the work Kindan used to do, isn't she?
Nuella remarked. Master Zist cleared his throat warningly. Nuella frowned at the noise and turned back to Kindan.
It's not as though you could do all your old work and look after a new hatchling too, you know.
I suppose, Kindan agreed morosely.
But it seems that all I do is look after the hatchling.
Zener gave him a commiserating look.
She'll grow up before you know it, Kindan, and then you can help us in the mines.
With that bit of encouragement, they left. Kindan curled up in a warm spot, and Kisk draped herself over and around him with a series of chirps and squeals. But she didn't sleep. First she twitched one way, and then she twitched another way. Kindan moved away from her, but Kisk moved back toward him and curled up again. Kindan was finally drifting toward sleep when a warm tongue licked along the side of his jaw. Kindan blearily opened one eye and saw that Kisk was lying next to him, her head raised to look him in the face. He made a soothing sound and closed his eye. He was licked on the other cheek. He opened both eyes. Kisk cocked her head at him and, with a chirp, darted her tongue out to lick him on the chin.
Hey! Stop it!
Kindan shouted grumpily. Kisk recoiled at his tone and made a sad click.
I'm tired. It's time to sleep. Oh, no, don't tell me that you're not tired. Please don't tell me you're not tired, he thought to himself.
Within 5 minutes, Kisk had made it abundantly clear that she wasn't tired at all. In fact, she wanted to play. She found one of his shoes and grabbed it in her mouth, tossing it in the air and catching it with a claw, and then tossing it back to catch it with her jaw again.
Hey, that's my shoe,
Kindan complained, grabbing for it. In a moment, as the little watch-wher tossed it out of his grasp, he realized that he had made a big mistake. He had taught Kisk the fun game of finders keepers. It took him 10 minutes and a handful of scraps to get his shoe back. And still, Kisk showed no signs of sleepiness. Instead, she started rooting around the shed. She grabbed the curtain with a claw and played at flipping it back and forth, pausing at first when the outdoor light startled her. She hissed and turned her head away hastily, but after a moment she turned back to the dim night light and stuck her head under the curtain. Kindan found himself leaping to his feet to grab Kisk's tail before she could dart out. As it was, it took all of his effort to get her to hold still long enough for him to hastily rig a halter out of some old rope before she tugged him outdoors. No mean feat for a creature that was barely up to his kneecaps. "Okay, Kindan said as the watch-wher pulled him down toward the lake. "We're going to the lake, Kisk. Is that what you want?" He remembered how Zener had talked to his littlest sister, always telling her what she was seeing and what was happening. So he began a narration of their journey down to the lakeside, where Kisk sniffed at the water and, after a few daring darts of her tongue, lapped up a good several mouthfuls of fresh water. "Were you thirsty, then?" Kindan asked. "Did you want to get a drink?" Kisk looked up at him, blinked her big eyes, and gave a little cheep that Kindan couldn't interpret. "Apparently not," he muttered to himself, when the watch-wher yanked her head around and nearly pulled Kindan off his feet. "Those are the cots, Kisk. You don't want to go there," Kindan told her. "People are sleeping, and they aren't much fun." But Kisk wasn't interested in that. What had caught her attention was the forest, just beyond the line of cabins. She sniffed about at the smaller plants, tried and spat out any number of bushes. Fortunately, Kindan knew of none in the vicinity that were poisonous, or he would have been more worried, and worked her way up alongside the pathway that led back toward Kindan's old, now Tarek's, house. "Are you ready to go to sleep?" he asked, keeping his voice low and soft in hopes of inspiring his charge. Kisk looked up at him and gave him a wide-awake chirp, which was anything but reassuring. She started sniffing toward Tarek's cot-hold, and Kindan grew alarmed at the notion of attracting Tarek's attention and, doubtless, wrath. Somehow, Kisk must have guessed his feelings, for she made another little inquisitive noise, sniffed at him, snorted at the house, and turned her attention elsewhere. She bounded toward a bush and hissed angrily at it. It was then that Kindan realized they were not alone. "She won't bite, will she?" whoever was hiding behind the bush asked nervously. It was Kristoff. "She bit me," Kindan said irritably, lying to impress him. Kisk looked back at him and snorted. "But that's because I was blooded to her, you see." Kristoff stepped out from behind the bush. "She's pretty small. Were her teeth sharp?" Kindan held out his bandaged hand. "See for yourself." "You'd better leave it wrapped until it's healed," Kristoff said, pushing Kindan's hand away. "Suit yourself," Kindan said brusquely. He and Kristoff had barely said 2 words to each other in the past turn, and before that they had either fought until dragged apart or ignored each other contemptuously. "What are you doing out? Skulking?" Kristoff's hands balled into fists, and he looked angrily at Kindan. Kindan frowned. "I'm sorry, that was mean. But, honestly, what are you doing out tonight?" Well, Kristoff found himself tongue-tied, searching for an answer. At last, he blurted out, "Mother says that watch-whers are nice. I wanted to see for myself." Kindan's eyes widened in surprise. Kisk gave a surprised noise herself, and craned her neck up to peer at Kristoff, pointing her tail nearly straight back for counterbalance. Kindan was surprised to see how high she could lift her head on her long, sinuous neck. It almost reached his neck. "I know my father doesn't like them," Kristoff continued breathlessly, holding out a hand palm up to the watch-wher. "But my mother says we should respect them. She says a grown-up makes their own decisions." Kisk darted her tongue out and licked Kristoff's outstretched hand before he could pull it back. She made a sad, "Don't you like me?" noise at Kristoff. "She gets scared by sudden moves," Kindan warned him. Honesty compelled him to add, "I think she likes you. I haven't seen her try to lick many people." Kindan forbore mentioning Nuella's tart remark about the scent Kristoff wore. Encouraged, Kristoff put his hand out again. At his sudden move, Kisk ducked her head behind Kindan's back, but slowly she peered around again. In short order, she licked his palm, muffled a sneeze, and darted her tongue quickly around the boy's face. Kindan smiled at Kristoff. "She likes you." Christoph!
A voice shouted from inside the house. It was Tarek.
I'm here,
Christoph shouted back. Before Kindan could back away, Tarek appeared.
What are you doing?
Tarek demanded, his lips pursed tightly.
I just wanted to see the watch-wher,
Christoph replied, but Kindan could hear the fear in his voice. Tarek stepped out of the house and joined the boys. He looked down at Kisk, eyes narrowed suspiciously.
So this is the watch-wher that will save us all,
Tarek said derisively.
It's smaller than a wherry. Emma's been saving the best scraps for this? She's nice,
Christoph responded quietly.
She's a waste of time,
Tarek said with a snort.
They all are.
He gave Kindan a dismissive look.
And so are those who care for them.
Kindan stood up to his full height and glared at Tarek.
Miner Natalon thought her worth enough to pay a whole winter's coal for her.
Tarek barked a laugh.
My nephew's a fool. A winter's coal? What a waste. Tarek!
Dara called from inside the house. She peered out the door.
You found Christoph. Good. Now the two of you come in for dinner.
She saw Kindan and smiled at him.
Ah, Kindan, good to see you. Is that the new watch-wher?
Kindan caught the narrowed look she gave her husband.
A green. Has she given you her name yet?
Kisk, ma'am, Kindan replied politely. Dara nodded.
A good name,
she judged. Then she said,
You'll have to forgive my men. The dinner's ready.
It's quite all right, Kindan replied, using his best Harper-trained manners. With a frown, he added,
I think Kisk has gotten bored again anyway.
He was right. The watch-wher had started tugging on her lead. However, to Kindan's dismay, Kisk was not ready to return to her lair. In the end, he was certain that he had heard the first of the dawn chorus before Kisk emitted a huge yawn and nearly curled up where she was. It took all of Kindan's charming to get her back to the shed, where they both fell into a deep sleep before the first cock crowed. Chapter 9.
Walk, baby, walk, come you to me.
Soon, baby, soon you'll walk away from me.
Well, I've given up.
Master Zist sat back on his haunches with a disgusted look.
I've read everything I could. Got Tari to bring me references up from Crom itself, and we still don't know anything more about our voracious friend here than what we've learned ourselves in the past 3 months.
Kindan, Zener, and Nuella all nodded in agreement.
They're smarter than fire lizards,
Zener said stalwartly. One of Tari's traders had a fire lizard, and Zener had observed it closely the last time the caravan had come.
And Kisk at least can sense when I'm sad or happy,
Kindan said, his voice breaking as he spoke. Zener grinned at his discomfort, earning a scowl from Kindan. He was glad that the Harper had not commented on Kindan's voice, which seemed to be neither fish nor fowl, either too high or too low. He remembered with deep regret how horribly he had teased Kalek when the older boy's voice had broken.
I'll bet you'd be happier if she could understand when you're sleepy, Nuella murmured.
Oh, not to worry, Nuella, Master Zist said with a wave of his hand. Kindan's just turned 12, and as soon as he hits his growth, he'll find himself a night owl just like Kisk here.
Zener, who had shot up in the past several months, nodded glumly.
Growth spurts hurt, Kindan, he said. But at least you won't worry about your sleep schedule.
Zener had teased Nuella when he had passed her height, but she had ignored him. However, when Kisk grew tall enough to butt her head, Nuella had been quite startled.
Well, it's only fair,
Zener had joked in his new deep voice.
You started growing earlier and have been taller all this time. It's about time you got a dose of your own medicine.
Kindan, whose height was still less than Nuella's, wisely kept quiet. In fact, if he didn't grow soon, Kisk's shoulders would be level with his. She was 12 hands high at the shoulder, and nearly 40 hands from nose to tail. She had all the size of a near-grown work-beast, like those pulling the drays.
She's filled out a fair bit, too,
Master Zist commented, patting Kisk firmly on the side of her neck. Her muscles, always visible under her skin, were now tight and well-formed, firm with strength.
I think she'll reach her full height in another 2 months or so.
Is that earlier than dragons? Kindan asked.
There's one way to find out, Master Zist said. He stood up. Kindan, why don't you leave Kisk in our care while you go to the watch heights? I'm sure Todd would like to see how well your watch-wher's grown.
You're going to send for a Dragonrider? Nuella asked in amazement.
He's an old friend of mine, Master Zist confided.
But I thought that Telgar wouldn't answer the call. We're leader Matal, Kindan said, pausing to savor his friend's astonishment. Leads Bendon, not Telgar. Bendon?
Xena and Nuella gasped in unison. Both of them had been born and raised in Camp Natalon. Cromhold was an unimaginable distance to them. Telgar Weir, a place only in the rarest of dreams. They couldn't begin to imagine a place as distant as Bendon Weir. All right, Kindan, now that you've seen their jaws drop, you can run off and drum out the call, Master Zist said drolly. You do remember it?
Zist requests Matal, Kindan recited easily. Kindan knew that it would take some time before Todd would even get the drum message, and probably longer still before the Weir leader could find time to respond. Winter had come again to the camp. Tolder and his evening shift had finished cutting the new shaft into the mine. There had been a special gather at Natalon's hold to celebrate. Because there were no traders, Nuella couldn't attend. It had looked like Master Zist would have to handle the evening's entertainment by himself, but Nuella, with Xena's connivance, had volunteered to watch Kisk. She'll need exercise, Kindan had warned. Nuella had dismissed that with a toss of her head. You can exercise her when you get back. I'll keep her here, thank you. How will you get back to the hold? Kindan had asked. How else? You and Kisk will escort me, Nuella had replied. Honestly, don't you think everyone will be too tired to notice, or more likely, asleep? Kindan had cheered up. Thanks, Nuella. I appreciate this. Nuella smiled at him. Then she added, Don't think I won't remember it, you know. And I'll keep Xena out of trouble, Kindan had added. That goes without saying, Nuella had responded, shoving him out the door.
You're lucky she was willing to take the risk, Master Zist had commented later. I'm afraid this is the last time we'll be able to perform together.
What?
Kindan had been aghast. Think about it, Master Zist had said. Your watch-wher is getting bigger. She's almost old enough to start training. And then she'll start work. Watch-whers work and train at night. There will be very few gathers during the day until the thaw, and then you'll be working full-time.
Kindan had been thunderstruck. He had known that becoming the were-handler had meant that he couldn't remain Master Zist's apprentice, but he had hoped to always be able to find time to perform with the harper. Master Zist had seen the look on his face, and had worked carefully to cheer Kindan up before the gather, finding dainties for him and talking encouragingly about the watch-wher and Kindan's sacrifice for the good of the miners. Kindan was sad when he returned to the shed after the gather. He found Kisk and Nuella curled up together in the straw. He woke Nuella, and Kisk stretched luxuriously in what appeared to be the beginnings of a long, active night. What's wrong? Nuella asked on the silent walk back up to the hold. Kindan told her. It has to happen, Kindan, she said. The night shift only sees a gather on a rest day. You can't be at gathers and in the mines at the same time. I know, he replied sadly. He looked at Kisk, whose great eyes whirled green and blue in her love for him, and sighed. But I liked singing and playing. You're not much good for singing with your voice going up and down like that, Nuella remarked. Kindan grunted sourly. You know, Nuella said, after an uncomfortable silence, that new mine shaft's awfully close to Father's secret passage. Secret passage? Kindan repeated. Yes, the one that I used to get Master Zist back to his cottage before you the first day he came, she answered. She smiled in memory. You should have heard the way you reacted, all panting and then gasping in shock. I nearly burst when I heard you. Kindan stopped, struck by a sudden inspiration. "Noella, can you show me that passage?" It had taken very persuasive talk on Kindan's part to finally get Noella to agree to let him see the secret passageway. "You'll wait until after dark, of course," Noella told him. "Then meet me on the second-floor landing." "I want to bring Kisk," Kindan objected. "Well, of course you do. You told me that it'd be good training for her, although I think it'd be more for you. She can see in the dark." Kindan shrugged. "We have to work together." "I understand," Noella said condescendingly. "So meet me tonight, after I've finished my lesson with Master Zist." "After?" "Well, you can't expect me to go along and miss my lessons, can you?" she asked with a touch of exasperation. "You're coming?" "How are you going to find your way about without me?" she asked, tapping her foot impatiently. "It's not as though you'll be able to see in the dark, you know." Kindan gave in with a reluctant sigh. "Fine, I'll see you tonight." Then he frowned. "But why do you want to meet on the second floor? Why not by the kitchen?" "Because the entrance to the secret passageway is on the second floor," she told him simply. From the very start, things did not go the way Kindan had planned. He found himself at the end of a line with Noella leading Kisk. "Why am I back here?" he complained as they reached the first turn in the passageway. He stumbled and caught himself. "That's why," Noella replied calmly. "You want Kisk to learn how to lead people safely in the dark, don't you? Well, how can she do that if all you can teach her is how to stumble around?" "But it's dark in here," Kindan said defensively. Noella snorted. "It's no darker here than it is anywhere else for me," she said. "Honestly, Kindan, have you never tried walking with your eyes closed?" "No," Kindan replied, stumbling on a rock and going down hard on his knees. Again. "Well, it's time you learned," Noella said. She added conversationally, "It was the first game I learned to play with Daylor." "Really?" "Well, he used to tease me so much, and it really got to me," she admitted. "But my mother asked me one day why didn't I play a game that showed my strengths, not my weaknesses. So we started playing in the dark." She added with a laugh. "It got so that I used to move the furniture around to make Daylor trip." Kindan, feeling the smart from his shins, still couldn't understand why he was behind Kisk and Noella was in front of her. Noella's explanation was that she could show Kisk where to go, and it made no sense for the two of them, who could see well enough in the dark, to have to halt their stride just because Kindan couldn't. But it was a pity the passageway wasn't quite wide enough for Kindan to travel side by side with Kisk. "How much farther is it?" he asked, when he felt that they had gone on forever. He regretted letting Noella convince him that they should leave the glows behind. What if something happened to her? But, Kindan reflected ruefully, everything so far had happened to him. "I told you," Noella's voice carried back in a whisper from somewhere up ahead. "There are 2 turns, this last one and another gentler one. The sharp turn comes about 1/3 of the way along, and the gentle turn comes about 3/4 of the way along. Of course, it's just the opposite on the way back." Kisk turned her head back and blew a soft reassurance at Kindan. "Hey, I can almost see her eyes," he said excitedly. "Almost?" Noella repeated. "How can you almost see something?" "Well, it's hard to explain. Like, maybe I can and maybe I can't," he replied, trying to recall the image now that Kisk had turned her head back. Noella's reply was thoughtful. "Sometimes I think I can see things that way, too. It's like when I dream. My eyes worked fine until I was about 3, you know. Mother thinks that's why I see things when I dream. It's rather confusing, to be honest." Kindan, whose light-starved eyes were reporting all sorts of strange lights, nodded in understanding. At least the air was cool and clean, he noted. He brushed his fingers against a wall, as Noella had advised him, and corrected his course slightly. Originally, he had tried holding on to Kisk's tail, but the watch-wher had flicked it away from him impatiently. The sound of Noella's breathing and the lighter, faster breathing of the watch-wher were reassuring in the darkness. Kindan stopped feeling wrong-footed, blind, and started feeling more comfortable in the darkness. He strained his ears, hoping to hear with Noella's ease, but admitted after a while that it was hard.
"You're thinking too much," Noella's voice piped out of the darkness. "Just listen. Don't try so hard."
"How did you know what I was doing?" he demanded, eyes bulging in surprise.
"Your breathing changed," she said simply. "You took a really deep breath, then a couple of short ones, and then you started breathing in spurts."
Kindan sighed.
"And just then you sighed because I guessed what you were thinking," Noella went on. "I used to play this game with Daylor, too. It really infuriated him."
"I can understand."
"Okay," Noella said. "I'll stop now. But just listen, okay?"
Kindan nodded, not worrying whether Noella could hear him or not, and the three continued on in unlit silence. After a while, Kindan noticed that his right hand was brushing against the wall. He moved to the left, but noticed a short while later that his hand was brushing the wall again.
"Is it curving now?" "Very good," Noella said. "I was wondering if you'd notice."
"So we're almost there."
"Yep, about 50 more paces."
That had been another surprise to Kindan, being told he had to keep count of the number of paces he took. He'd forgotten to keep counting, too, and wondered if Noella had, or if she had just memorized the distances.
"Wait,"
she called.
"Listen."
Kindan strained his ears. He felt Kisk turn her head this way and that.
"Can you hear it?"
Noella asked after a long moment.
"No,"
Kindan confessed.
"It sounds like they're putting up the entrance for the second shaft," Noella said. "It's just through the rock on the right here."
"How far?" Kindan wondered.
"Not more than half a meter. Probably less," she answered promptly. "I heard Father talking. I'm sure he had it made that way on purpose so that this passage could be connected to the two shafts before the next pass."
That made sense. When threats started to fall again, it wouldn't be safe to have people going outside to get into the mines. With the passage, people would be able to go straight from the hold to the mine without venturing outside at all. Perhaps, Kindan mused, Natalon had also thought of building a special enclosure so that all the mined coal could be safely stored without worrying about thread. Thread was voracious. Kindan knew that as well as any child in the camp. The teaching ballads said it would eat anything organic, flesh or coal. He was glad that the next pass, when the red star drew thread down on the planet, would not be for another 14 turns. Kindan realized that he'd be really old by then. 26 turns.
"That'll be a good thing for the next pass," Kindan said aloud. "Only if the camp is proved," Noella responded. "Otherwise it'll all be a waste, like Uncle Tarek's camp."
"What do you know about that?" he asked, intensely curious.
"Shh," Noella hissed. She added in a whisper, "We're getting near the end of the passage. I'll tell you later."
Noella had explained, when she had first shown Kindan the entrance to the passage, that the exit was in a pocket toward the back of the mine entrance, close to where the shaft's huge pumps were placed.
"Father had it built to look like part of the supports," she had said.
Kindan could well imagine that no one would guess about the existence of the passage. It had been expertly concealed at the back of the upstairs hall closet in Natalon's hold. What had looked like simple, round trim at the top and bottom of the back wall had turned out to hide carefully crafted latches that slid back top and bottom on one corner when Noella moved them. Only someone who had known how they worked would have had a chance of discovering them. On the other side were protruding dowels. When pushed in, they caused the door to close neatly, so that no one, even someone who knew about the secret passage, would know they had entered. The doorway to the exit was much the same. Kindan guessed that Canaher, Crom's itinerant woodsmith, must have made the doors. Kindan wondered how many other people knew about the secret passageway. He made a mental note to ask Noella later. He felt a change in the air in front of him, and a lighter spot showed ahead.
"What are you doing?" he whispered. "Opening the door. You didn't think we'd come all the way here without going into the mines, did you?" "Are you mad?" Kindan shot back, thinking that it was becoming the most common question he asked this uncommon girl. "We'll be seen." "By who? Tolder's crew are still working on the other shaft," she replied, unperturbed. "Daylor told me that you can't see here from the pumps, and that's the only place people would be." "Daylor told you?" Kindan whispered back, eyes wide. "Sure," Nuella said. "You don't think this is the first time I've come here, do you?" "Of course not. You were here at least once before with Master Zist." "Exactly," she agreed in a tone that told Kindan she had been here many more times than just that once. "How is Kisk here going to learn the mines if she doesn't explore them?" "But we might get caught," he responded, sweat beading on his forehead. "And no one's supposed to go into the mines without the shift leader knowing. What if there were a cave-in? We'd be trapped." "I suppose you're right about that," she admitted after a moment's silence. "I hadn't thought about it before." Kindan snorted, remembering how he had had to remind Nuella to put on a hard hat. There was a shelf of them behind the secret door into the passageway. Everyone who ever went into the mines was taught to wear a hard hat as a matter of reflex. "Well," she said reluctantly, "I suppose we could turn back." Kindan sighed. He was as reluctant as Nuella to turn back, but he had heard too often about the dangers in the mines, and he could still remember the cave-in and Dask's bleeding body to be willing to take such a grave risk. "Yes, next time we can tell someone, maybe Daylor." "Daylor would be perfect," Nuella agreed. "Maybe Zener. I don't know about Master Zist." "Seeing as you're in front," Nuella said, after they had retreated through the door and closed it, "why don't you lead us back? It'll be good practice for you." It was. When they came across the gentle turn a quarter of the way back, he walked right into the wall. "I told you to count your paces," Nuella commented unsympathetically when she realized what he had done. Kindan groaned, rubbing his sore nose. Nuella smothered a laugh. "Well, maybe it hurts enough to keep you from making that mistake again. Clearly, my telling you isn't enough." Kindan started counting his paces. His pace was shorter than Nuella's, who was still taller than him, but he corrected for the difference and was delighted when he accurately made the sharp right turn 2/3 of the way back to the hole's entrance. "I think we're at the door," he said, not long after, when his pacing told him they should be there. "Yep, I can smell it," Nuella confirmed. Kindan felt for the dowels at the top and bottom of the door and slid them back. "Wait," Nuella whispered cautiously. "Listen first. You never know when someone might be out there." A sudden rush of fear and anger at his own foolishness swept through him, and for a moment he could not hear anything but the sound of his blood pounding in his ears. Nuella laid a comforting hand on his shoulder. "I just don't think it'd be easy to explain you and a watch-wher suddenly appearing from our closet." She listened some more and then said, "All clear." Kindan slowly opened the door to reveal the still dark closet. He cautiously opened the closet door and peered around before beckoning Kisk to come through. Nuella followed behind, and they closed the door. "I'll lead you down to the kitchen door," she said. "Is this light too bright for you, Kisk?" Kindan anxiously asked the watch-wher, wondering if he could shield her eyes with his hands. Nuella flicked open the closet door and pulled something out. "How about this?" she asked, handing him a robe. Kindan, who had been watching Kisk closely, shook his head. "She seems okay. Clothes don't seem to bother her all that much." "Well, I'll bring it anyway. It might be cold outside." But they needed it before they got outside. In the kitchen, Kisk skittered away from the open hearth and its roaring fire, making anxious noises in the back of her throat. Kindan quickly grabbed the robe from Nuella and shielded Kisk's eyes from the fire. Her anxiety diminished immediately, and she gave Kindan a thankful noise. "You know," Kindan said thoughtfully, "we'd never get away with this in a proper hold. There'd be a guard or something."
Well, this is more like a house, isn't it? Nuella said. And Milla only comes down to feed the fire when she gets chills. Coming outside into the cold evening air, Kindan felt as though he'd awoken from a dream. Well, thanks, he said to Nuella as she stood in the doorway. We'll be going back to the shed now. You're welcome, Nuella returned with a small smile. Shyly, she asked, Do you want to try again tomorrow night? Maybe. We're hoping Tal might come tomorrow. Could I meet him, do you think? Nuella asked. I don't know, Kindan said hesitantly. What would your father say? Nuella dismissed his objection with a wave of her hand. Who cares? It's not like the weir leader of Bendon is going to tell on me, is it? Kindan was still not sure. Master Zist says that the more a secret is shared, the less it is a secret. Soon everyone knows. Secrets like to be free, Nuella quoted in agreement. My mother always says that. That sounds right, Kindan agreed. Why don't we talk about this tomorrow? All right, Nuella said, but she sounded as if she expected to be disappointed. As Kindan drifted off to sleep that night, he couldn't help wondering which would disappoint Nuella more, not being able to meet a Dragonrider, not going into the mine. Considered the question, he imagined that Nuella rarely had a chance to stretch her legs or get out and about until he realized that she had probably spent a lot of time navigating around the hold. She had certainly done enough exploring to find and memorize the secret passageway. He fell asleep, wistfully remembering the ease with which Nuella had navigated the dark corridor.
Oh, she's really grown, Tal said as he examined Kisk in the darkened shed.
The weir leader had come the third day after Kindan drummed out his message. They were lucky to catch him, as the snows had settled in on the high mountains, including Bendon Weir. While snow was deterrent to dragons and dragon riders, Tal told an envious Kindan that the weir was naturally warm during winter. It could cause problems for holders and crafters caught unawares. Tal and his weir had spent the first 7 days after the snowfall rescuing people trapped by the cold or isolated without needed supplies. Kindan's eyes had widened when he heard that, for he had never heard of any Telgar dragon rider bothering to check up on the holders or crafters during foul weather, and after his encounter with Dagon, weir leader of Telgar, he could understand why. The two weir leaders were clearly cut from very different cloth.
And you say she sees in the dark, Tal mused now. Dragons can't, you know.
Yes, she's... Kindan stopped, not wanting to break Nuella's secret about the passageways. I think she's almost ready to go in the mines, he added hastily. Tal patted Kisk gently and rubbed his hands over her body.
Not quite a dragon in miniature, he commented. She's got more muscles. At least that I can feel. She feels well grown. And you say her skin never itched or cracked.
Both Kindan and Master Zist shook their heads and said in unison, never a bit. Tal sighed feelingly.
I wish I could say the same with Gaminth.
What we were wondering, old friend, Master Zist said to the dragon rider, is whether there is any lore gathered in the weirs that might help us in training Kisk here. Tal stroked his chin thoughtfully. Then he grimaced.
Not at Bendon, as far as I know. What about the Harper Hall?
Master Zist shook his head ruefully.
My request to the Harper Hall for any information on watch-whers crossed their request for all the information I had on watch-whers. Apparently watch-whers have become forgotten on Pern.
Tal frowned.
I don't like that. They were clearly bred from the same source as dragons, so there must have been a need for them. We shouldn't have lost that lore.
Gently he extended Kisk's vestigial wings.
I can't imagine how she could fly with these.
My father once flew Dask, Kindan reported. Tal looked up.
Really? How?
It was late at night, Kindan replied. I don't think they went up too high. I think my father was afraid of heights."
"They fly at night," Tall mused. He continued thoughtfully. "And they see in the dark, don't they? Perhaps they were bred for night." "So it would seem," Master Zist agreed. "Kisk is much more active during the night, definitely nocturnal and not just light-sensitive." "She's certainly smarter than a fire lizard," Tall noted. "I wonder." He trailed off, frowning. Suddenly, Kisk's body jerked, and she gave a question. Tall patted her soothingly. "That's just Gammonth, my dragon," he reassured her. He turned to the others, eyes alight with excitement. "Gammonth can speak to her." "Really?" Master Zist said. "Wow!" Kindan exclaimed, glancing at Kisk admiringly. Then he asked her, "Can you talk to Gammonth, too?" Tall's eyes widened with the possibilities. "That is certainly worth exploring, Kindan. If watch-whers could talk to dragons, send messages," Master Zist murmured, imagining all the ways in which such communication could benefit people, dragons, and watch-whers. "Must think about this," the weir leader said, still lost in thought. He slapped his hand against his thigh decisively. "Zist, if you don't mind, and you too, Kindan, I'd like to mention this to some acquaintances of mine. Perhaps we can help each other in learning more about watch-whers." "Sure." "Certainly." Tall nodded his thanks. "In that case, I must be off. I shall return as soon as I can, maybe in company." And with that, he departed.
"And you didn't even tell me?"
Nuella shrieked at Kindan the next morning. Kindan was still groggy from the late night. Kisk had remained excited for most of the evening, and it was only when the first light of dawn could be seen that she became even remotely tired.
"It was all so sudden," he protested. "Lord and Tall arrived and came straight into the shed, examined Kisk, and then he was gone."
Nuella was not in the least comforted.
"And now you want me to help you into the mines? Why should I?"
"Because you offered," he replied, wishing that somehow Nuella would retreat from her anger. Kindan's wish was granted. The head miner's daughter drummed her fingers on her leg for a moment, flared her nostrils in one last spat of anger, and sighed.
"All right, but only because Kisk needs the training, and only if you tell me everything that Dragonrider Tall said last night."
Kindan did so, his narration interrupted constantly by Nuella's questions. Kindan realized as he answered her that Nuella was very good at illuminating every detail of a conversation. Her questions reminded him of things he had forgotten, and brought nuances of the conversation to light for him that he otherwise wouldn't have seen.
"All right,"
she said at last, standing up and dusting herself off determinedly.
"Meet me at the hold this evening, after my classes with Master Zist."
"This evening?" Kindan was surprised. Nuella, despite her eagerness, had had to postpone their sojourn the past 3 nights.
"Yes," she said. "Daylor will meet you and bring you upstairs."
"Ah, so you convinced him, eh?"
"Not so much convinced as blackmailed," she admitted. "I happen to know who he's sweet on, you see."
Kindan's eyes widened in surprise, then narrowed again, thoughtfully. Daylor was growing steadily and thickening out into a strong-muscled young man. Kindan himself was in that awkward stage of adolescence where his voice was neither fish nor fowl. In some ways, it was a relief that he had Kisk to train. He would have hated the disappointment his breaking voice would doubtless have given Master Zist.
"And he's gotten taller than me," Nuella added in an aggrieved tone. "I can't use him as a double anymore."
"You've changed, too," Kindan countered. "You couldn't pass for as Daylor, even if he hadn't gotten taller."
"What's that supposed to mean?" Nuella demanded. "Oh, I suppose his voice is different, but if he kept silent, no one could tell."
"Nuella, we're all growing up," Kindan responded.
"I've noticed it, you've noticed it,
and I'm sure Zener's noticed it."
"Oh."
Nuella paused.
"Do you think so?"
she asked, her tone wistful.
"Yes,"
he replied firmly, relieved that he had managed not to burst out laughing at her response. It seemed he knew who Nuella was sweet on, too.
"Don't you dare tell him,"
she warned him icily. This time, Nuella made a point of letting Kindan lead the way through the secret passageway from the hold to the mine. He had to reassure Kisk that he would be right back before the watch-wher would let him leave them. Quickly, he scouted out the area around the pumps, making certain that it was possible to get from the secret door to the lifts. Then he came back for Nuella and Kisk. He led them to the lifts without alarm, although his heart raced as they clambered onto the platform and he began to lower them down. The mine lifts were built to operate in parallel. When one was lowered, the other was raised, so that there was always a lift at the top and the bottom of the mine shaft. Kindan was sure that the noise of the lifts would be heard throughout the mine on such a still night. As soon as they reached the bottom, he hustled them off the lift and over into a spot unlit by glows. When his pulse had slowed enough for him to think, he peered around to see the lay of the land.
"Come on,"
Nuella said impatiently, pushing past Kindan and turning to the left.
"We're heading south,"
Kindan observed quietly.
"I know,"
Nuella replied testily.
"South is where Father's shift is digging the new street."
Natalon had adopted the convention of calling tunnels dug through the length of the coal seam streets, and the tunnels dug through the width of the coal seam were called avenues. In Natalon's mine, streets ran east-west, while avenues ran north-south. There were already 2 streets dug into the coal seam, both north of the main mine shaft. Natalon's new street was being dug 1/3 of the way between the current mine shaft and the newly dug shaft that Tolder's crew had just finished. What the miners called Main Avenue had been dug following the edge of the coal seam north and south of the first mine shaft. It met and went beyond the new mine shaft toward the very edges of the coal seam. Natalon had ordered the tunneling southward to stop short of the end of the seam as he wanted to avoid the chance of tunneling into water under the lake. The coal seam was thick, nearly 2.5 meters. In making the streets, the miners had to dig out coal.
This is the end of disc number 5. Please insert disc number 6. This is disc number 6.
Natalon had ordered the tunneling southward to stop short of the end of the seam, as he wanted to avoid the chance of tunneling into water under the lake. The coal seam was thick, nearly 2.5 meters. In making the streets, the miners had to dig out coal. As they progressed in their mining, they would divide the huge coal seam into rooms, leaving pillars of coal to support the rock above the seam. Now that the surface seams were all depleted on Pern, this room and pillar mining was the only method practical with the tools and manpower available. Each of the east-west running streets followed the sloping coal seam as it angled deeper into the mountain range. Kindan knew that there were several north-south avenues cut between the older streets, but the miners had not yet started on a connecting avenue to Natalon's newest east-west street.
"The glows are dim around here," he said, looking at one flickering glow mounted on a joist.
"Really? I'd hardly noticed," Nuella replied with a grin. Kindan snorted.
"How come you're in front?"
he asked, a few paces later. Nuella raised her arms slowly to either side. She shook her head.
"I don't know. The tunnel's wide enough for all of us."
Kindan bit back a tart reply, shook his head ruefully, and caught up to Nuella's left side. Kisk poked her head between the two of them.
"Here's the turn,"
he said when they reached the new street.
"I know,"
Nuella said. Kindan didn't bother to ask her how she knew. He had been around her long enough to guess that she had either heard the difference in the sound of their footsteps, or felt a breeze, or smelled new air, or something. There were times, he admitted to himself, when he had a hard time believing that she was blind. Nuella turned right into the new street.
"Wait,"
Kindan called.
"Why?"
she demanded.
These supports, he said. There are an awful lot of them.
He ran a critical eye up and down the thick timbers that held the huge supporting beam overhead. There were 3 such joists in close succession, spaced within a meter. He walked past the opening to the new street and saw that there was a matching set of 3 joists on the far side of the new tunnel.
There are 3 joists on either side of the entrance. I heard Father say he always puts in extra support when he starts a new tunnel, Nuella said. She added, he and Uncle Tarek were arguing at the time, actually. Uncle Tarek said that Father was being too worried and that a single joist would do just as well, but Father said you can never be too careful. Uncle Tarek said that there was no point in taking all the extra time and effort, so it was a waste. I'll bet he did. Him and his talk of people being lazy.
Kindan noted as they went down the new street that there were 3 more joists on it, too, about 2 meters beyond the entrance. The glows were slightly brighter there, no doubt because Natalon and his shift would have wanted fresh glows to work with. Kindan kept pace as he walked down the new street. Just as on the main avenue, tracks ran down the center for the coal carts. Nuella stumbled once on a poorly driven stake, but recovered quickly. Her look dared Kindan to say something. He kept quiet. The tracks ended when they had gone 48 meters down the new road. Kindan could clearly see the pick marks in the wall facing them just a few meters beyond. Nuella continued forward, her right hand held up, palm out. She stopped when her fingertips stroked the still-trapped coal. She felt the entire length of the wall, grimacing when she couldn't reach the top. She turned toward Kindan.
I always wanted to know what it was like where my father works, she told him shyly.
Then she grinned.
It's not bad.
Kindan, looking at the dimming light and the dirty coal of the walls, shook his head in disbelief. Nuella took in deep lungfuls of air.
Smell anything?
She asked after a moment. Kindan sniffed.
Nope. The air's a bit stale, maybe. Well, Father said that part of the reason he wanted to make this new road was to see if there might be more of that bad smell Dask mentioned. He was afraid that if there was, it would show that the mine was too dangerous to work. Uncle Tarek said that's what happened to his mine.
Nuella's tone clearly showed that she didn't believe him.
But the accident was on 2nd Street,
Kindan protested. 2nd Street was the northernmost tunnel through the coal seam. Nuella nodded.
That's what Uncle Tarek said. But Father said that if the problem was at the west end of the field, it would probably stretch the whole way. If it was only at the northwest end of the field, then we could still work the southern part unless we got too close to the lake. Well, I don't smell anything.
What about Kisk? Nuella asked.
What about her? Well, isn't she supposed to notice those sorts of things?
Nuella suggested.
I suppose. So, why don't you ask her what she smells?
Kindan finally understood that Nuella planned to start the watch-wher's education there and then, with smelling.
What can you smell, Kisk?
The watch-wher made an inquiring noise.
Come on, smell the air, see what you can smell. I smell coal and stale air. How about you? Less talking, Kindan, more thinking, Nuella snapped. What do you know about it? He snapped back. I know just as much about training a watch-wher as you. More, in fact. More? Yes, she replied, raising her head. I've been playing with Larissa, teaching her. What can you learn from a baby that you can teach a watch-wher? Kindan demanded angrily. Manners, for one thing, she said bitingly. And it seems to me that Master Zist needs to work on yours.
The two traded more barbed comments before Kindan cooled off. He paused, looking shyly at Nuella, whose nostrils were still flaring in anger, until he realized that his breathing was labored.
Nuella, the air, Kindan said. It's bad, really bad, not just stale. We need to get out of here.
Nuella looked up at him, took a deep breath, and nodded.
You're right. I've got this terrible headache, and it's not just from your shouting.
She grinned.
Talk to Kisk. What? Tell her about the air. Get her to remember what it smells like. I've been hoping this would happen. Hoping? Yes, so we can teach Kisk. Oh, do talk to her, or must I do that too?
Kindan patted the watch-wher on the neck.
Do you smell the air, Kisk?
He took a deep breath by way of example.
It smells stale, doesn't it?
He took another breath.
Stale.
The watch-wher took a breath and let it out with a rasp. She looked up thoughtfully at Kindan and chirped, "Oh."
Stale,
Kindan repeated, taking another breath. Kisk took another breath.
"Oh." "You've learned a word,"
Nuella exclaimed. Kindan gave her a look and was glad that she couldn't catch it.
"I can't see how you can say that sounds like stale. I didn't say that. I said that you've learned a word. Now you know that when Kisk chirps, she's telling you that the air is stale."
A look of comprehension dawned on Kindan's face.
"You mean she's teaching me her language?" "I doubt watch-whers have a language. Even the dragons don't have a language. They make noise for emphasis, but they don't speak. They don't need to. They use telepathy. But that doesn't mean that the two of you can't work out ways to communicate together."
She stretched a probing hand out toward the watch-wher, and when she found it, gently rubbed Kisk's nose.
"What a good little girl."
"We'd better go," Kindan said.
"My head is killing me." "See? And you've learned that your head aches when the air gets stale," Nuella added triumphantly.
"I knew that already. My head ached for days after I pulled you guys out of your house."
"Oh,"
Nuella said, crestfallen.
"Right. I'd forgotten."
Silently, Kindan turned back down the street. A moment later, Nuella's hand crept shyly into his and squeezed it.
"Thank you,"
she said softly. Kindan could think of nothing to say. Chapter 10. Hot air rises, cold air falls. These are thermodynamic laws. Zena was furious with them when he found out 2 days later.
"You went down there by yourselves? You could have been killed. What if something had happened to you?"
"Taylor knew," Nuella replied just as hotly.
"I wasn't talking to you,"
Zena said to her.
"Well, I was talking to you,"
Nuella snapped back. Kisk gave a worried cheep and nudged Kindan.
"Stop it, both of you,"
Kindan said, his voice quiet, his pitch, thankfully, deep and his tone firm. It had, he realized as Nuella and Zena both gave him startled looks, the tone of command to it. He suppressed a smile and continued with his momentum, saying, "Zena, we were as safe as we could be, maybe even safer because we had Kisk with us."
"An untrained watch-wher makes you safe?"
Zena cried in disbelief.
"And how do you expect her to get trained?"
Nuella inquired in a tight voice. Her hands were balled into fists at her sides. Kindan started to say something to try his command voice again, but Kisk nudged him with her head, stood up off her front legs, and flapped her tiny wings at him, making a throaty "Frrrr." Kindan cocked an eyebrow at her. Kisk repeated herself, complete with "Frrrr."
"You two, we're going to have company," Kindan said.
"What?" Zena said.
"How do you know?"
Kindan gestured.
"Kisk told me. A Dragonrider."
The watch-wher shook her head firmly, unmistakably.
"2 Dragonriders?"
Kisk nodded vigorously.
"You've been practicing,"
Nuella exclaimed delightedly.
"What's it like?"
"Well," Kindan said, consideringly,
"it's almost like I get images from her, but it's not. And I guess it's more like communicating with a fire lizard than with a dragon, or maybe somewhere in between. Whichever way it is, she tells me until I understand her. Zena, would you run and warn Master Zist?"
Zena glanced at Nuella.
"What about her? Shouldn't I get her back to her room?" "No way," Nuella cried. "I'm staying right here."
She stalked over to Kisk and wrapped her arms around the watch-wher's neck. Zena flushed with anger, but Kindan gave him a quick, calm-down gesture.
"Please, Zena, I'm sure the Harper will want to know."
Zena's mouth worked angrily.
"Well, at least hide, Nuella. Don't let them see you."
Nuella's response was to bury her head in the watch-wher's shoulder with an audible humph. Zena grimaced again, but left.
"It's not my secret, anyway,"
Nuella muttered softly into Kisk's tough hide.
"What?"
Kindan had been distracted, wondering what 2 Dragonriders could want.
"I said it's not my secret. It's Father's. He's the one who doesn't want anyone to know about me. His mother was blind, too, you know.
He's afraid it's passed on, that any daughter we kids have will be blind too, and he's afraid that it makes him look weak, as if anyone would care. It's not like he's the one who's blind. Kindan sensed that Nuella was telling him because she just had to tell someone. He also guessed that she felt she couldn't tell Zener, or was afraid. He tried to say something comforting. "But, Larissa, it's too early to tell still," Nuella interjected. "I could see just fine until my third turn, and then, over the course of a year, everything got blurry and dim." "Does Tarek?" "I think that's why Father keeps him around," Nuella said. "He's afraid Tarek will spread tales. He's afraid about what'll happen to me, if I'll ever get married." "Zener, him!" Nuella snorted. Kisk curled her neck around to butt Nuella gently on the shoulder with a soothing Kindan, whose ears had gotten much better under her tutelage, asked, "Nuella, are you crying?" "No," Nuella said, but Kindan could hear the tears in her voice. "Why should I be? I'm fine. I'll be just fine. I don't need to get married, you know. I'll take care of myself. I have plans, you know." "Plans?" Kindan repeated. "What sort of plans?" "Secret plans. I'll be okay. Don't you worry about me." Kindan was rather sure that Nuella's plans were secret, even to her. He tried again to comfort her. "Nuella, I'll always be your friend. Kisk and I will always be there for you." "How?" Nuella asked, turning away from Kisk's side and wiping her eyes. "How can you say that? What happens if there's a cave-in or something? What if you killed, both of you? What then? What are you going to do then?" "We won't be killed," Kindan said firmly. "If there's a cave-in, Kisk and I will dig ourselves out, and then we'll dig the others out too, Zener and Daler and everyone." "Don't put yourselves out over Zener," Nuella said grumpily. Kindan reached out tenderly and brushed the tears off her face. She caught his hand in one of her hands and wiped her tears with the other. "Thanks," she said softly. "I'm okay now. It's just sometimes I wish I could see." She made a rueful face. "I wish I could see Zener's face when I get him angry. I can feel the heat of his blush. Who couldn't? But I don't know if it's the same." She trailed off, and her face took on an abstracted look. "I've just had a thought. If I can feel the heat off Zener's face, I wonder if Kisk could." "Well, Nuella shook her head briskly. "No, I don't mean like that. I mean like maybe her eyes see heat." "See heat," Kindan repeated blankly. "Well, her eyes are huge, aren't they?" "To see in the dark," Kindan objected. Nuella shook her head in disagreement. Or maybe it's not the light that she sees, but the heat. And everything is so much hotter during the daytime that it'd be like looking at the sun to her." "An interesting theory," a man's voice said behind her. Rena was on watch duty that night. She had been so proud of herself when Kindan had had to give it up so that he could raise the watch-wher. "It's not because you're Zener's sister, you know," he had said when he told her. "It's because you're the most responsible. I'm sure you'll do an excellent job." Rena was sure that she had. It was hard being the one to set watch, and she had had to do a lot more to make sure that everyone else did their jobs. She would wake up in the middle of the night and check up on the younger watchers. Sometimes she found one asleep. She usually had a lot of fun sneaking up on the laggard and shrieking in his, it was mostly the boys who fell asleep, ears. Tonight she was spelling Jory, who was taking extra long over her dinner. Rena didn't really mind, though. She liked the late evening up on the watch heights. Her ears were good, and she could hear almost every word spoken as it rose up from the valley below, echoing off the hard cliff walls. She also had a great view of the lake under the night stars. When two dragons popped out over the lake, she jumped with delight. They were huge, larger than anything Rena had ever seen, certainly larger than Kisk, Kindan's growing watch-wher, and far prettier. She watched in awe as they glided over the houses and landed on the hillside that led up to the mine entrance. A man's voice drifted up to her.
Lanter, are you sure?
She watched the two Dragonriders dismount. The dragons rose again, flew toward the lake, and then plunged with frightening abandon into the water. Rena was afraid they had drowned until they popped back up again, bobbing like large wooden rafts on the water. She shivered. It was a cold night. Dragons must have tough hides to like that water. Or maybe they had just come from a hot place.
Lolanth felt a strong presence, the other Dragonrider Jalantir replied. Chitrell would know for sure, Montal, but my guess is that there is a young girl here who could ride gold. Only...
What?
Well, Lolanth tells me that this girl is in constant darkness, Jalantir replied in a puzzled tone.
Trapped? Is she in danger?
Montal pressed.
I don't know. Lolanth seemed to think that the girl had been that way for some time, Jalantir replied.
You don't suppose she's blind?
Montal wondered softly.
Maybe that's it, Jalantir agreed. What a pity, to be so gifted and not able to impress.
Their voices grew fainter as they headed down toward the watch-wher's shed.
This camp looks to Telgar, and Dagon won't search, Montal said after a moment. I think we shouldn't mention this to anyone.
I think you're right, Jalantir agreed.
Ah, we're expected, Montal said with a laugh. Gamenth tells me that Kisk is curious about your Lolanth and wants to come out.
Well, at least we know she can talk to dragons, Jalantir replied with a chuckle. I've told Lolanth to say later to her.
The two Dragonriders ducked into the shed, and their faint voices were cut off from Rena's hearing. She ignored the sounds of the dragons splashing in the lake below as she recalled the conversation. For one thrilling moment, she had hoped that perhaps they had been talking about her, and that she might be the one who could ride gold. Did they mean a gold dragon? A queen dragon? Oh, wouldn't that be marvelous? Rena mused. But then she had heard Montal saying that maybe the girl was blind. Rena ran through the list of girls in the camp. She knew of no blind girl. Perhaps they were thinking of a baby or something? But if they were, she mused, wouldn't their dragons be able to tell them? Maybe the girl was hidden someplace, but who would keep a person hidden away? Anyway, where could anyone hide someone here? In the mine? She shook her head. That would be too dangerous. But she couldn't think of anywhere else, and she had been everywhere in the camp. She creased her brow and thought. Everywhere? Except the second floor of Natalon's hold. Rena spent the rest of her watch in thoughtful silence. She didn't even grumble when Jari arrived back half an hour late.
Nuella, this is Lord Montal. We're leader of Bendon Weir, Kindan said, as the two Dragonriders entered the shed. He looked at the other one. My lord, Jalantir, rider of Lolanth, wing leader at Istawir, the second Dragonrider supplied deftly. You must be Kindan, he went on jovially, holding out his hand. Kindan shook it quickly. Jalantir turned and held out his hand to Nuella. Kindan started to sidle unobtrusively over to her, to give her a nudge, but stopped when he saw Jalantir and Montal exchange a thoughtful look. Before the silence grew too large, Nuella raised her hand. Jalantir quickly moved to grab it. I'm Nuella, she said. She quirked an eyebrow at him, and then her face fell. You moved, didn't you? I did, Jalantir admitted. How did you know? I can feel it in the angle of your hand. She moved closer to him, letting go of his hand and raising her own. Would you mind if I touched your face? She asked, very nervously. That's the way I get to know people. Not at all, Jalantir replied gallantly. Nuella raised her hand up, hesitantly. Her fingertips touched his chin, then traced his jaw, his lips, his nose, eyebrows, and forehead. You're sunburned, she said with surprise. Is it still warm at Ista, my lord? Sometimes the sun can burn worse on cloudy days, Jalantir admitted. However, in my case, it comes from flying above the clouds, where the sun is still shining. At Ista,
The clouds sometimes gather very low.
You fly above the clouds? Nuella repeated, awed.
I do, Zlantir affirmed. Umtal stepped beside him. I am Umtal, he said to Nuella, reaching out to her. She found his hand and shook it and, with his permission, traced his face.
Do you have a good harper at Bend and Weir, my lord?
She asked when she had finished. A good harper, Umtal mused. Why, yes, we do. Why do you ask?
It seems to me that your face laughs a lot, Nuella answered. I thought maybe that was because your harper was funny.
Yes, Umtal replied with a laugh. I'll be sure to tell him you said so. I think he'll be very pleased.
Nuella dipped her head in acknowledgement, only partly hiding her blush.
Nuella,
Zlantir said after a moment,
you had an interesting theory about how watch-whers see. I think they see heat, my lord, Nuella responded.
Umtal said to Kindan, Zlantir has been asked by his weir leader, Cryon, to learn all he can about watch-whers. I suggested that it might be a good idea if you and he pooled your knowledge.
Kindan nodded, looking at the other Dragonrider with increased interest.
How could we test it?
Zlantir wondered aloud.
I've been thinking about that, my lord, Nuella responded. I thought maybe if we got a hot stone and a glow—
What a marvelous idea, Zlantir exclaimed. I think I would go with more than one glow, one dim and one bright, and maybe the same thing for the stones.
Very soon, he and Nuella were engrossed in designing a complete test of the watch-wher's sight.
We could just ask her, Kindan said to himself.
Umtal smiled at him.
But then it'd take away all their fun.
No, it wouldn't,
Nuella said, with her usual lack of deference. She put a hand to her mouth.
I'm sorry. I meant, my lord.
She's like that with everyone, Kindan murmured.
She's got good hearing, too,
Umtal agreed, with a twinkle in his eyes. He turned to Nuella.
Nuella, I think that we all will be working together quite a great deal, so I think it best if we dispense with formalities and just get on with things. What do you say?
Nuella's eyes got very big. She nodded, speechless. Kindan was no less amazed.
Do you mean that you want me to call you by your name, my lord?
It only seems fair, Zlantir told him. Besides, I'm not used to all this my lording. Zlantir is usually either flying upside down or is off somewhere reading,
Umtal said, clapping the other Dragonrider on his shoulder. He leaned down to Nuella and whispered,
I heard once that he lost his whole wing for a week without noticing.
Only 3 days,
Zlantir corrected unflappably. He winked at Kindan.
It was quite peaceful.
Kindan's eyes widened at the thought of the Dragonrider losing his wing of dragons, but then he grinned back, realizing that he was being let in on a joke.
That couldn't happen,
Nuella said, mostly to herself.
Dragons are telepathic.
Zlantir smiled and wagged a finger at her. Then, realizing that she couldn't see it, he gently tapped her nose.
Very astutely observed, my lady.
The curtains of the shed rustled, and Master Zist entered. Zener followed, carrying a pot and some mugs.
Ah, Master Zist, I've heard a lot about you, Zlantir said, whirling to face the harper. Zlantir, rider of Lolanth, wing leader of Istawir.
Master Zist bent his head and said,
My lord.
Zlantir waved away the honorific.
I was just telling your Nuella that I prefer simply to be called Zlantir by my friends, the Dragonrider said.
He looked earnestly at the harper and added,
And I hope we'll be friends.
I'm sure we will, Zist replied with a grin.
He looked over at Nuella. Your father will be coming down shortly to greet the Dragonriders.
He doesn't want anyone to know about me, Nuella told the Dragonriders. Please, let me hide until he's gone.
Both Umtal and Zlantir reacted with grave, concerned looks.
It's a secret he wants to keep, Kindan added. Master Zist tells me that some people need to keep secrets.
Umtal looked grave.
A secret is never a good thing.
Please, Nuella begged. It would hurt him a great deal, and he would be very angry with me."
Zlanter gave Mtal a look. Unhappily, Mtal nodded.
"We will keep your secret for now, Nuella."
He cocked an eye at the Harper.
"I will want to talk to you about this later, Master Harper."
The Harper nodded.
"I am not happy with this secret, but I think it is not too harmful for the moment."
Zlanter made a shoving motion toward Nuella, then stopped, a rueful expression on his face. "Go, hide," he said to her. "We'll let you know when he leaves."
"You won't need to,"
Nuella said as she turned to burrow into a thick pile of straw in one of the corners of the shed.
"I'll hear him leave."
Nathalon arrived not long after, and stayed long enough to ensure courtesy all around. Then, sensing that the Dragonriders wanted to work with Kindan and Kisk alone, he withdrew as soon as etiquette allowed. "I could send something down from the kitchen, if you'd like, my lords," he offered as he was leaving. Mtal shrugged the question to Kindan, who replied with a fervent nod.
"That would be excellent, Nathalon. Whatever you have, we don't want to put you out."
"Could you have some hot bricks sent down?"
Zlanter asked. Nathalon frowned. "If you're cold, my lord, I think there's a grate here someplace. We could start a fire."
"No, I don't think it's necessary," the Dragonrider said. "Just some bricks, if you don't mind." "I could carry them," Xena offered.
"You're supposed to be asleep," Nathalon said, shaking a finger at him. "You've got work tomorrow, and I don't need you all worn out." Xena looked so crestfallen that Nathalon grinned at him, shaking his head. "Besides, I think you might be imposing on Kindan's hospitality." Xena shot Kindan a pleading look. "I'd be happy if Xena could stay, my lord," Kindan said instantly. Nathalon glanced at the men. "If it wouldn't be an inconvenience, it might be a good idea to have someone else be familiar with the watch-wher," he suggested.
"Of course," Mtal said, waving the issue aside. "Besides, another body would add to the warmth in here."
Zlanter nodded vigorously. "Very well," Nathalon said, "but no more than an hour, Xena, unless my lords say otherwise." "All right," Xena said, looking both very pleased and somewhat unhappy at the same time. "Well, come along," Nathalon said to him. "You volunteered to carry those bricks back down." Xena nodded and turned to follow the head miner back to his hold. "You know, you could just ask her," Kindan repeated after Xena and Nathalon had left.
"Ask her what?"
Master Zist inquired. Kindan started to relay Nuella's observation, but was interrupted with a correction from Nuella, which then opened up a general conversation.
"You know," the Harper said, rubbing his chin thoughtfully, "the human body generates a lot of heat."
"Are you thinking to perform a simple experiment with human bodies and glows?"
Zlanter wondered. Kindan pulled a glow out of its holder and held it up. "Kisk, which is brighter to you, me or this glow?" The watch-wher hesitated, then butted her head at Kindan's midriff.
"There, I think we have our answer," Mtal said.
Zlanter murmured, lips pursed thoughtfully.
"Well, we know one thing. A watch-wher is much smarter than a fire lizard."
"More patient, too," Master Zist added drolly. "I hope Xena brings back some food for her."
"She just ate," Kindan told him. He looked at the Istan Dragonrider. "Zlanter, do you know how much they should eat?"
"Well, actually, I've only just started my investigations a fortnight ago," the Dragonrider confessed.
"I met Master Elisa." His tone conveyed how the encounter with the prickly weremaster had gone.
"And decided that perhaps I should pursue other avenues."
Master Zist bit back a laugh. Zlanter rewarded him with a pleasant nod.
"I have, of course, spoken with the were-handler at Ista Hold," he continued, "and I was surprised," he cocked an eye at the Harper, "to discover that the Harper Hall had very little information on watch-whers."
"None at all, from what I've found," Master Zist agreed.
Cryon decided that seeing as we're getting nearer the next pass, it would be a good idea to gather every scrap of information that might help us tending dragons during times of threat, Zlanter said.
I was assigned to learn about watch-whers. When I told Jlanter about Gamanth being able to communicate with Kisk, Umtal said with a wave at the attentive watch-wher, he asked if he might be able to work with us. I don't know if I'll get another chance to work with a watch-wher hatchling, Jlanter said. Oh, she's hardly a hatchling at this point, Master Zist said.
She's over 4 months old now, Kindan put in. She'll be 5 months and a fortnight and 3 days, Nuella corrected with precision.
The youngest watch-wher I've seen is over 3 turns, Jlanter said. He asked Umtal, You think they mature faster than dragons? Umtal nodded. That was my guess. I'd say you're right, Jlanter agreed. He walked up to the watch-wher and put a hand out, palm up and open, for her to sniff.
It's okay, Kisk, Kindan told her.
Kisk cocked her head toward him, then sniffed Jlanter's hand again and licked it shyly. May I touch you? Jlanter asked the watch-wher with a polite half-bow. Kisk woofed back at him. Jlanter looked at Kindan. Was that a yes? Kindan nodded.
Although maybe your dragon could talk to her,
Kindan suggested as an experiment.
She'd like that,
Nuella agreed. Jlanter brightened. That's a good idea, he said. His face took on the abstracted look of a Dragonrider talking to his dragon. Kisk watched him appreciatively, then gave a slight start and a chirp, and then a second gleeful chirp. She walked right up to Jlanter, positioning her shoulder under his hand, her neck craned back toward him to see if her position was satisfactory. The group chuckled. Jlanter dutifully ran his hands over her body, checking every muscle and gently exploring the shape of her back, belly, head, and tail. Alike, yet unalike, he commented to himself. He looked over at Umtal. All the watch-whers seem much more muscled than dragons. I've noticed that too, Umtal replied. Jlanter touched Kisk's wing, gave her an inquiring look, and then said, Lolanth, please ask Kisk to spread her wings. Kindan realized that the Dragonrider had spoken out loud in order to warn everyone that Kisk would be moving. The watch-wher chirped happily and ruffled her wings. The wings are awfully small, Jlanter noted. He looked at Kindan. Your father actually flew his?
Late at night,
Kindan affirmed. Amazing, Jlanter exclaimed. No one, even Master Elisa, claimed that watch-whers could fly. It appears that harpers aren't the only ones who have forgotten about watch-whers, Umtal said with a teasing glance at Master Zist, who just shrugged. The Dragonrider turned back to Jlanter, saying, What I was wondering was if we could teach watch-whers to talk to our dragons. But didn't Kisk here just talk to your Lolanth? Indeed she did, but she was responding to being spoken to. Can she address one dragon by name? Say, in an emergency, Umtal said. Jlanter pursed his lips in thought. After a moment, he looked at the Bend-and-Weir leader with widening eyes. So watch-whers could alert us to Threadfall. What a marvelous idea! Perhaps that's why they were bred.
It won't work,
Nuella interrupted. Pardon? Jlanter was taken aback.
Watch-whers are nocturnal, Nuella said. They could hardly send a warning during the day.
Perhaps in an emergency? Jlanter suggested. Umtal shook his head. No, I suppose not.
But they could still call for aid in emergencies at night, Kindan pointed out.
Umtal nodded. That could be useful. They could tell us about the weather, too. An excellent idea, Jlanter agreed. Merely being able to tell a dragon that help was needed would be a great boon to some of the outlying minor holds, Master Zist said. Some of the minor holds that were snowed in had watch-whers, Umtal said. His eyes grew sad. If the watch-whers had been taught how to reach our dragons, lives would have been saved. Well then, Jlanter said briskly, this sounds like a worthwhile endeavor. When do we start? I'd like to start as soon as possible, Umtal said, with a nod to Kindan. If that's okay with you, Kindan. I know you need your sleep.
Kindan burst out laughing.
I don't sleep at night, not anymore.
Tall nodded, looking somber.
Ah, but I do, and my night comes to my weir hours before yours.
So does mine, Jlantir added ruefully. But I can probably arrange a chunk of time to work with Kindan and Kisk without causing too much of a disruption at Istawir.
And you cannot, Master Zist said to Tall.
But spring will be upon us soon enough, Tall protested. If we can teach the Bendon watch-whers before then, many lives will be saved.
Very well, then,
Jlantir said. He glanced around at the others.
It seems that we must learn not only how to teach Kisk here to talk with dragons, but learn how to teach the same to other watch-whers and their handlers.
She seems to do well already, Nuella said. I mean, she told Kindan that you were coming, and how many of you—
And how did Kindan know what she was saying?
Jlantir asked curiously.
Well, it just seemed right,
Kindan said. Fire lizards are like that, Master Zist said. At least with some of their owners.
Yes, Jlantir agreed. And watch-whers seem to be smarter, more able. What I'm thinking of is training the watch-wher, and Kindan, so that they know and agree exactly on what they're saying to each other, and to the dragons.
That would be excellent,
Tall agreed fervently.
And then taking that training and bringing it to other watch-whers and their were-handlers, Jlantir added.
I imagine a harper should be involved, Master Zist commented wryly.
I'll help,
Nuella put in eagerly. Kindan shook his head, totally unsurprised. Over the course of the next several days, Nuella and Jlantir engaged in countless discussions about the best ways to train the watch-wher, and the vocabulary that was needed to communicate meaningfully between were-handler and watch-wher. They agreed that Kisk would need to tell a dragon who she was and where she was, that she'd have to know how to communicate with a particular dragon, that she would have to know how to say such things as emergency, fire, help, healer, and flood. They argued over whether it was more important for Kisk to be able to use numbers than to say avalanche. Kindan felt almost unneeded, as the two would argue and then agree, move on and start to argue again. They would stop to ask Kindan to get Kisk to do something, or, worse, to ask Kindan's opinion on their disagreement. Kindan learned early on to be diplomatic. And then the arguing would start up anew. Often the evening would end with Nuella curled up asleep beside Kisk, Jlantir quietly departing before the first cock crowed, and Kindan too weary to think straight. At the end of the third evening, Jlantir announced that he had to stay at his weir for a time, to report to his weir leader, check on his wing riders, and get some rest. Nuella looked so crushed that Jlantir gave her a hug.
Don't worry, I'll be back, he reassured her.
Kindan figured that Nuella was so sad because she had had so much fun and excitement working with Kisk and Jlantir. He imagined that she would be very bored, not to mention grouchy, until the Dragonrider returned.
Jlantir,
Kindan asked just before the Dragonrider departed.
Do you suppose we could teach Kisk to go between, like a dragon?
The thought had been on his mind for a while.
Jlantir murmured consideringly. Fire lizards can do it, so I can't imagine that watch-whers could not.
It won't work,
Nuella said sleepily. Kindan started. He had thought she was asleep.
They have to see where they're going, and they see heat.
So? Kindan said.
Ah, I see what she means, Jlantir said. A Dragonrider has to give the visual reference for his dragon, so only a were-handler who could see heat could give a watch-wher a proper visual reference.
And no one can see heat,
Kindan agreed glumly.
I can imagine it,
Nuella murmured from her perch on Kisk.
Why did you want to know? Jlantir asked Kindan.
If watch-whers could go between, they might be able to rescue people, to bring them out of cave-ins and such, Kindan explained.
An excellent idea, Kindan, Schlanter agreed. Truly excellent. It's a shame that it won't work. Good idea, Nuella agreed sleepily. She yawned and rolled over, facing away from them. Well, thanks anyway, Kindan said, turning to join Kisk and Nuella on the shed's straw floor. Schlanter reached out and tousled the youngster's head. It was a good try, Kindan. Kindan was correct in his assessment that Nuella would be grouchy until the Dragonrider returned. He spent several days cheering her up, enduring endless barbed comments from her before he got her to agree to go back into the mines for more training. But only if you agree to explore every bit, Nuella demanded. When Kindan agreed, she said, We can go down when the shifts are off. The miners worked in the mine only 3 days in every 7 day. 2 other days were spent grading and bagging the mined coal, felling more timber for shoring and supports, and general work around the camp. The last 2 days were left free for the miners, with the exception that everyone had to help on camp matters like quarrying for stone, repairing the road, or making furniture and crockery. The pumps were the only parts of the mine that were constantly manned. Natalon would never allow a buildup of bad air. Not only would that make it impossible for the miners to return, but it would also allow any gas that leaked out of the exposed coal to accumulate in pockets large enough to cause an explosion, like the one that had killed Kindan's father and brothers. Let's start with the street Tarek's working on, Nuella suggested once they were in the mine and a peeved Daylor was on watch at the hold's entrance to the secret passageway. Kindan readily agreed, and they turned north from the mine shaft to walk toward 2nd Street. Kindan had learned how to keep his pace count going while he was thinking, or even talking, mostly through painful thumps from Nuella when he forgot. You're even more blind down here than I am, Kindan, Nuella had cried the last time he had been forced to admit that he had lost his count. That's it. From now on, you're going to wear a blindfold, she had declared. You'll have to rely on Kisk and your pace counts to avoid banging into things. She had handed him a dirty scarf that she had brought along to use as a mask against the worst of the mine's dust. You can put this on. When Kindan protested, she had told him, Look, what if there's a cave-in or something and all the glows are out? What will you do then? If you know your paces and you're comfortable in the dark, you won't panic. And if you don't panic, you'll be able to help others. Kindan had been convinced. From then on, he had donned a blindfold the moment they had safely exited the lift at the bottom of the mine shaft, and, apart from some truly amazing bruises on his shins, Kindan had walked unscathed. The bruises had faded as he learned to keep his count and to trust his memory. But privately, he admitted to himself that his mental map of the mine was nowhere near as detailed or accurate as Nuella's. Now Kindan felt for joists by delicate touch, having removed several splinters after the first attempt, and walked with something approaching Nuella's flowing grace. When they came to 2nd Street, the tunnel down which Tarek's shift worked and hauled out coal, Kindan checked for supports on either side of the junction. Nuella waited patiently after her own cursory inspection. I'm ready, Kindan said, turning back around with his right hand trailing along the tunnel wall. He found the turn onto 2nd Street and started counting the paces to the street's joists. After 14 paces, 10 meters, the usual interval for the first set of supporting joists, he grew puzzled. After 21, he grew alarmed. Did you feel any joists? He asked Nuella, who was walking up the street on the left-hand side opposite Kindan. No, she said, sounding concerned. Should we go back and check again? Kindan struggled with the desire to remove his blindfold, and won, remembering Nuella's sharp hearing. She'd know if he took off the scarf. The sound of rustling fabric would be a dead giveaway. Yes, he told her, lowering his hands. Nuella giggled. You were going to take your blindfold off, weren't you? Kindan let his sigh answer her. He counted his paces back to the entrance, turned, and carefully walked forward, searching for the joists. He stopped at 9 paces. I feel something here, but it's not like a proper joist, he said. The wood was thin, and as he stretched his hands to touch the ceiling above him, he could only make out a thin beam of wood overhead.
"It's not thick enough," Nuella agreed, "or wide enough."
"It's like half or even a quarter the usual," Kindan said. It was like that the whole way down the tunnel, they discovered. Kindan's alarm grew as they made their way down. There were numerous side avenues dug off the street, more than he would have guessed.
"It's almost as though Tarek has started mining this street," he said.
He knew from discussion around the camp that the mine was supposed to be thoroughly explored before full mining would commence, and that the room mining would begin at the far end of the mine, away from the mine shafts, so that any cave-in wouldn't block rescuers.
"This is bad," he said.
"Yes," Nuella agreed.
"Father must not know. He wouldn't allow it."
They completed their exploration of 2nd Street and all its adjoining avenues with their nerves on edge. Nuella did not object when Kindan suggested that they change their exploration to 1st Street the next time they entered the mine. Kindan hadn't forgotten his notion about watch-whers rescuing people. Every chance he got, he tried to arrange an experiment to test Kisk's capabilities, or to teach her something new. But when he said he wanted to see how she might excavate a trapped body, Nuella would not allow him to try.
"Look, all I want to do is cover myself with some coal and have Kisk dig me out," he had protested when she had first vetoed the idea. "What if you get hurt? What will we do then?"
And despite all Kindan's arguments to the contrary, she absolutely refused to go along with it. What surprised him was that Kisk backed her up. He had expected that the watch-wher would accept his direction without dissent.
Okay, you two ladies win," he grumbled in the end.
His comment earned him a swift jab from Nuella.
"It's not that we're ladies, you fool. It's that we're being sensible," she snarled at him. She sighed and added, "If you're determined to practice this, let's do it up in Kisk's shed first before we try it underground."
Reluctantly, Kindan agreed. Kindan and Kisk returned to the shed, having seen Nuella safely back to her second-floor room in the hold. Kisk was still playful. Tired, but resigned to the need to wear Kisk out, Kindan decided to teach her a modified form of hide-and-seek. He would hide under the straw, which let him lie still, quiet and almost asleep, while she would search for him. Kisk was excellent at finding him. Kindan made sure that she turned her back while he was hiding and told her, "Don't listen," with little real hope that she wouldn't. As the game progressed, he took to gathering small stones and tossing them in different directions to try to confuse her hearing. The flaw with that plan, of course, was that even properly buried, he'd still have to tell her when to start searching for him, and the sound of his voice would give his location away. After some experimenting, he discovered a solution. He would throw a final rock at the curtain covering the doors. When Kisk heard that, she was allowed to start looking for him. The game got more interesting then, as Kisk took longer to find him. On the second attempt, having tossed the last stone at the curtain, Kindan squeezed his eyes tight, reduced his breathing to the barest trickle, and tried to think of nothing but blackness, doing his best to imitate the ground beneath the straw. As he lay there, tired and sleepy, he started dozing off. It was then, just on the edge of sleep, that Kindan thought he saw something. A glowing shape, like someone curled up in a tight ball, just like he was. "No," he corrected himself in amazement. "It is me." He heard the soft padding of Kisk's feet as she made her way over to him. In his mind's eye, he saw the shape get closer, saw the head become more resolved, not a face, but a sort of smudged, oval-shaped rainbow, and then become obscured as bright jets, the orangish-yellow color of flame, came streaking over it. He felt Kisk's warm breath blow gently through the straw over his face, seeming to perfectly match the flame he was imagining. Kisk blinked happily. Laughing, he opened his eyes and burst from under the straw to wrap his arms around the watch-wher's head. "You found me," he said. He hugged her tightly.
You great girl, you. Describe it again, Noella demanded the next evening. Tell me exactly what you saw. Well, I can't, really, Kindan replied. It was like everything was the color of flames. What's that mean? Kindan pursed his lips, trying to think. Did you ever look at something really bright when you were little? Like what? Noella asked, making a face at his question. Like the sun, he said with sudden inspiration, or a flame. She shrugged. Maybe. Well, I've done that, and afterward I've closed my eyes and I still have the image in them. It starts out as bright white and then slowly fades to yellow, orange, red, green, blue, and out. Go on. Well, it was like that, except that all the colors were there, with the white bit being the smallest, in the center, and surrounded by different rings of color from yellow to blue. Noella suddenly looked wistful. Do you suppose I could see Kisk's images? We can try. How about it, Kisk? Can you show Noella your image when you find me? Kisk looked from one to the other and chirped a cheerful assent. Could you? Noella asked in a voice full of wonder. She closed her eyes tentatively, then squeezed them shut firmly. I'll hide, Kindan said. Kisk dutifully turned away from them. Shortly after Kindan threw his stone against the curtain, he heard Noella gasp. Kindan, put your arm over your face, she said. Kindan complied, casting aside his cover of straw as he did so. Oh, now the other one. Kindan obeyed, then impishly raised both arms over his head, clasped together. You put your arms up, Noella exclaimed. You're grabbing your hands. By the egg of Pharanth, I can see you. Kindan sat up and stared at her. Tears were rolling down her cheeks from her closed eyes. The next day, he and Noella started teaching Kisk how to find people buried under rubble. At Noella's suggestion, they started with having Kisk simply find individual people. Kisk loved this game, and found Noella, Kindan, Zener, Daylor, and Master Zist, even though Daylor and Master Zist were in their respective cot-holes, and Daylor was tired from his shift work. Daylor doesn't get into the mine any more than I do, Zener grumbled before heading off to sleep. We're both on pumps. I'll bet Tarek would let you come into the mine, Noella said. Kindan gave her a startled look. Maybe you could ask to change shifts, she went on. Tarek? Zener repeated, shaking his head. I don't know. Well, suit yourself. Either stop grumbling or switch to Tarek's shift. What was all that about? Kindan asked after Zener had left. Remember how worried you were about the supports on Tarek's street? Noella asked. When Kindan nodded, she explained. Well, we can't say anything about it to my father, because then we'd have to admit that we'd been down in the mine. But if Zener goes down with Tarek, then he can see the shoddy supports that Tarek's been putting up and warn Father. Kindan and Noella were pleased when Zener announced joyfully that he'd switch shifts. Best of all, he said, rubbing his hands gleefully, I won't have to do the morning feeding. Regellin even thinks he's getting the best of the deal. Can you imagine? There, that's sorted then, she said complacently to Kindan when she entered Kisk's shed that evening. Kindan looked beyond her to the curtains, which had rustled closed behind her. Didn't Master Zist bring you down? Noella brushed aside the comment. No, I came down on my own. Kindan's eyebrows rose. Isn't that dangerous? What if someone saw you? Well, they'd either say something or ignore me, she said impatiently. Seeing as no one said anything, I suppose they ignored me. She patted her cloak and pulled off her hood. It's not like everyone isn't dressed this way in this weather. Noella was right. So far the winter had been particularly bitter and cold, and they were only just in the middle of it. Spring will be here soon, Kindan said by way of consolation. Soon? And what good are we doing? Kindan was taken aback by her vehemence. We've been waiting here over a month and haven't heard anything, and spring is coming. What about all those people, The ones Lord Imtal was worried about? The ones that might be flooded in the spring thaw?
She checked her anger with some effort. I thought maybe I could help, you see. Then she frowned. But nothing's happened, and I'm no help at all.
You've helped me,
Kindan told her softly. Kisk gave her a reassuring chirp and walked over to butt Noella's shoulder with her head.
And Kisk, we wouldn't know half what we know if it hadn't been for you. Soon we'll be ready to go into the mine and—
Noella's derisive snort cut him off.
Sure, you'll go into the mine, and then what? What will I do then? Thank you, Noella, you've been a big help. Now you can go back to your room, and don't get caught.
Her voice choked on the last word, and she buried her head between her knees. Kindan didn't know what to say, and the silence between them stretched out interminably. Finally, he opened his mouth to speak, only to see that Noella had held up a hand and cocked her head in the direction of the curtains at the doorway to the shed.
You may as well come in, she said out loud. You've heard too much already, and I just don't care anymore.
After a moment, the curtains rustled, and a small figure could be seen in the dim glow light.
You look just like Taylor,
the figure exclaimed. It was Rena. Noella sniffed, breathing in the scent of the newcomer, and nodded her head in comprehension.
You must be Zener's sister, she answered. He has some of the same smells. It's Rena,
Kindan confirmed. He looked back and forth between the two.
Aren't you supposed to be on watch? Yes, but Jory owes me.
She looked at Noella.
I saw someone coming down from the hold, and you followed me because you thought I was Daler, didn't you?
Rena's blush showed that Noella's guess had hit the mark. Kindan remembered that Noella had once blackmailed Daler into helping them get into the mines because, as she had said, I happen to know who he's sweet on. From Rena's blush, Kindan guessed that the feeling was mutual. Suddenly, Kisk raised her head, chirped, and butted Kindan. He closed his eyes in concentration, accustomed now to passing images with Kisk.
It's Jlantir and Lolant,
he said a moment later. Kisk chirped at Kindan again. Obligingly, he closed his eyes once more, concentrating on the images the watch-wher was trying to form. The images were a quick series. A heat rainbow shape being pulled backward by an arm. The same heat rainbow shape running so fast that the legs were a blur. The same shape banging its head repeatedly, bowing low, and finally running again. With a smile, he told the others,
He says he's sorry he's late. He'll be here as quick as he can. A Dragonrider?
Rena squeaked. Kindan nodded.
Here?
Kindan nodded again.
Now?
Right now, in fact, Jlantir agreed as he stepped into the shed. His cheerful look changed to startlement when he realized that the speaker was not Noella. Then he cheered up again, looking at Noella.
Your secret is out. Good. I was afraid. Her secret is not out, Kindan said, shaking his head. Just compromised.
Jlantir's face fell. Wow, that may make things more difficult. You see, the reason I've been gone so long, rather the reason why I'm back now, is because things aren't going well.
What do you mean?
Noella asked.
Wait a minute,
Kindan said, forestalling her. He turned to Rena, whose eyes were as big as saucers.
Rena, please go inform Master Zist that Jlantir is here. He may want you to bring refreshments too, but please tell him that I've asked you to come back. Don't say any more to him. Tell him we'll explain later.
I'll be all ears, Noella murmured, her face gleaming with her usual humor. Chapter 11. Watch-wher, watch-wher, guard us all with your dragon-summoning call.
And Rena was already here when Jlantir arrived, Kindan finished explaining to Master Zist.
The harper's color had returned to a more normal shade from the bright red of rage it had been when he had first found Rena in Kisk's shed. He had been ready to tear Kindan's head off for letting Rena in on the secret. He had a few hot words for Noella, too. But Kindan had managed to get the first word in and refused to be silenced until he had finished telling the full tale. Master Zist let out a long sigh.
Jlantir was just about to tell us why he had come when I sent Rena off to get you."
The harper said at last. "My lord Jlantir, first let me apologize for delaying you in delivering your message."
Jlantir waved aside the apology. "No need, Master Zist, no need at all," he said graciously. Then he wagged a finger at the harper, adding, "And, I thought we'd agreed to dispense with the formalities."
"But you call me master," the harper protested. "I could hardly not return the honor."
Jlantir laughed. "I only do that because your young charges here all go blue in the face if I don't." He added conspiratorially to the harper, "You must tell me how you do it someday. It's a trick I'd like to use on some of my riders."
Master Zist chuckled appreciatively. "I'm afraid it comes from all my years at the Harper Hall, intimidating young scamps worse than Kindan here."
Then he frowned.
"Well, maybe only just as bad as him."
Rena returned at that moment, bearing a pot and several mugs. "They sent me down with some hot claw," she told the group. She glanced apprehensively at Master Zist, then looked to Kindan and Nuella for comfort. Kisk butted at Kindan and gave Rena a cheerful "murr," at which point the girl visibly relaxed.
"Well, pass the cups around, child," Master Zist barked at her.
When she jumped and nearly dropped the pot, he added calmly,
"I've heard the whole story now, and I won't bite. But I'm sure I need a warm cup of claw, and I wouldn't doubt our Dragonrider friend here is still chilled from between."
Kindan and Nuella both moved before Rena's panicked reaction spilled the pot. Kindan retrieved the pot and mugs, while Nuella put a reassuring hand on the girl's shoulder and pulled her out of the way. With a flourish, Kindan poured claw for the Dragonrider and the harper. Nuella held her hand out, saying, "I'm more parched than anything, but I'll also be glad for the heat." Kindan filled a mug and carefully guided her hand to it. Shortly they were all settled on the straw floor, gathered in a semicircle facing Jlantir. Rena had been as polite as her awe of the Dragonrider permitted when she had been introduced, and Jlantir, for his part, had gone out of his way to make her feel more comfortable. "So," he said at last, "you probably want to know what's been happening." He paused. "I apologize for not getting back to you sooner, but things got rather out of hand. Where Leader Umtal had hoped that I could train the watch-whers that looked to bend in the same way that we've managed to train Kisk here." He nodded politely to the watch-wher, who blinked happily at him and nodded back. Jlantir and the others chuckled at her behavior. Kisk reared her head and chirped mournfully to Kindan until he reached up and scratched her eye ridges, saying, "It's all right. They're just proud of your good manners." Kisk glanced around at all of them, decided that Kindan was correct, and settled back down, making noises of self-satisfaction. "Such a well-behaved watch-wher," Jlantir agreed. Then he drew a breath and continued. "Sadly, we did not get the reaction we had expected. Many of the were-handlers could not believe that their watch-whers would talk to dragons, and still others refused to believe that there was anything that any dragon rider could teach them about their friends." He shook his head sadly. "And the truth of it was that they were right. For all that I tried, for all that Lolant tried," he smiled fondly at the mention of his dragon, "we couldn't get any of the watch-whers to work with us." "Why ever not?" Nuella wondered. "You had the scrolls Master Zist wrote for you, and the training is fairly straightforward. Were they just too simple to understand?" "I think that the underlying problem was that there was too much telling and not enough showing," he replied. "Umtal and I had several long talks on the topic, and we came to realize that the best way to teach were-handlers was to have someone who hadn't impressed a dragon, but who had taught a watch-wher show them how to do it. Someone who wouldn't intimidate them." He looked straight at Nuella. "He's looking at you, Nuella," Rena whispered. "Of course," Nuella agreed. "He wouldn't be looking at Kindan because he has to stay with Kisk, and it's not like she'll be able to go between to follow him." But then Nuella proceeded to marshal all the reasons why it wouldn't work. "Jlantir, I'm afraid that that's not a good idea. I'd love to do it, but my father, Nuella, this is your chance to do something, Kindan interrupted. Training the watch-whers will help save lives. Weir Leader Umtal said so.
Nuella ducked her head in acknowledgement, but persisted.
My father doesn't want anyone to know about me. He's afraid that once they find out I'm blind, no one will want to marry Dale or Larissa.
And Kindan had been watching her with narrowing eyes ever since the Dragonrider had made his proposal. Closing his eyes in thought while Nuella spoke, he reached a hand casually to rub Kisk, only to stop as he felt a jolt of fear travel from the watch-wher to him. He gave Nuella a look of surprise, whispering in awe, "You're afraid." Kindan's announcement stopped her cold. She groped for words, trying to deny his accusation, but couldn't say anything. Kindan reached across and grabbed her hand.
Nuella, he said sincerely, you've never been afraid of anything.
Uncontrolled tears spilled from her eyes.
They'll talk. They'll laugh at me, and they'll...
Kindan grabbed her in a hug and patted her back awkwardly.
No, he said softly. No, they won't. But I won't know where to walk. I'll stumble and trip over things, and they'll know I'm blind, she wailed.
Zlanter exchanged a distressed look with Master Zist.
No, they won't, Kindan said again. It'll be night. Watchwhers are awake at night. You'll stumble no more than anyone else. Sinar never said you were blind, Rena broke in.
She had listened patiently while Kindan was talking, but she realized that for all his good intentions, he didn't get it. She turned to Nuella.
He never used your name, but I knew he was sweet on someone. He would talk about all the things he wanted in a girlfriend, and he'd smile that secret smile of his like he knew something I didn't.
She snorted, shaking her head at the foolishness of her brother trying to keep a secret from her.
I knew it had to be you the moment I saw you, Nuella. You are everything he was talking about.
Nuella looked puzzled.
Don't you see? He never talked about your sight. It doesn't matter to him.
She paused.
And I think it doesn't matter to him because it doesn't matter to you. You just get on with living, don't you?
Nuella nodded reluctantly.
If it doesn't matter to you,
Rena continued fiercely,
and it doesn't matter to my brother, why are you being so blind that you can't see that it doesn't matter to anyone else?
Nuella sniffed a final sniff and wiped her eyes. She pushed herself away from Kindan and faced Rena.
Do you really think he likes me?
Rena nodded and then said,
Of course. He'd be a fool not to.
Thoughtfully, she added,
Sometimes I don't think he's all that smart, but he can't be that stupid.
Nuella smiled.
But my father... A secret that causes harm is a bad secret, Kindan said.
I think we can still keep your father's secret, Zlanter offered. I rather doubt that Telgur Weir will want to train watchwares to talk to dragons, and if that's the case, then no one in Crom will ever meet you. Rumor travels fast, Master Zist pointed out.
Of course, if we don't tell him,
Kindan suggested. No. I think there are too many secrets already, Master Zist said firmly. He looked at Zlanter. Natalon is a good man, he said, and while he may err on the side of caution, I do not believe he would do anything to hinder you in this worthy cause.
Once he calms down,
Nuella corrected, her normal sense of humor having returned. She turned to Rena and said,
You will keep the secret, won't you?
Rena made a sour face.
I will, but I think it's a bad idea.
She looked squarely at Zlanter.
I think people should tell the truth, all the time, no matter what the consequences.
Zlanter gave her a shocked look. Then he grew thoughtful, brows furrowed. I think that some youngsters should mind their manners, Master Zist said tightly, particularly with Dragonriders. Rena dropped her eyes and nodded unhappily.
This is the end of disc number 6. Please insert disc number 7. This is disc number 7.
I think that some youngsters should mind their manners, Master Zist said tightly, particularly with Dragonriders. Rena dropped her eyes and nodded unhappily.
I'm sorry.
Jlantir waved the apology away.
No harm done, he said.
Rena looked up. Jlantir grinned at her.
And perhaps some good.
They shared a look for a moment before the Dragonrider continued.
Food for thought, at least.
Master Zist looked up at that.
Food is an excellent idea, Jlantir, he said agreeably.
Perhaps you and I should head up to Miner Natalon's hold in search of some.
Jlantir nodded in enlightenment. That would allow me to pay my respects, he allowed.
Master Zist laughed. And bring up any matters of import at the same time. With a groan, he uncoiled himself from his cross-legged position on the straw. You know, Kindan, you must really see about getting some chairs in here sometime. All this sitting on the floor is hard on us older people.
Not to mention cold,
Nuella added. She looked up at Master Zist.
Should I?
I don't think there's any reason for you to accompany us, he said. She looked ready to accept, but thought better of it and shook her head firmly.
No, she said slowly. Rena's right. There have been too many secrets. This concerns me. I should be there.
As you wish, Jlantir said, rising to his feet. Perhaps you could lead the way.
Master Zist turned to Rena, who had started to get up, and looked thoughtfully at her. Aren't you supposed to be on watch?
I traded with Jory, Rena said. She owes me.
He wagged a finger at her. Then you are up far too late and need some sleep. I expect you in my class, bright and early.
I could bring some claw to help wake you up in the morning, she suggested impishly.
Master Zist drew breath to scold her, paused, then let it out, nodding his head.
I'm afraid I'll be needing it, he agreed wearily.
Are you all set, Nuella? Jlantir called over his shoulder as they prepared to go between.
I'm a bit nervous, she admitted,
clutching the Dragonrider tightly.
You'll be fine, Lolanth reassured her.
Remember, it will take no longer than it does to cough 3 times, the Dragonrider added.
All right,
Nuella said. For a moment, nothing changed. Then she felt cold and detached from anything and everything.
This is strange, she thought.
She savored the moment, and then it was gone. Nuella took a breath, then carefully sniffed the air. It was different from home.
We're here, Jlantir said. You did just fine.
It was great,
Nuella exclaimed.
Jlantir laughed. That's not the normal reaction people have the first time they go between.
Nuella clutched the Dragonrider tighter as Lolanth banked and started a steady spiral down to the ground. The sensation startled her, but she recovered before Lolanth said, We are landing. It's all right.
Nuella, you're here, Umtal called, rushing up to greet them. Welcome to Limos Hold.
When she felt his hand grip hers, she swung her leg over Lolanth's neck. Getting down was easier than getting up, particularly with Umtal's strong arms to hold her. She felt Jlantir's hand on her shoulder as he landed beside her.
Permit me to lead the way,
Umtal said, deftly catching her hand and placing it on his elbow, just the way Master Zist had assured her that all the great lords escorted their great ladies. Nuella blushed at the thought, but followed Umtal gratefully.
Harper Inrion has managed to convince the Lord Holder to let young Lord Darrow and his sister, Lady Erla, stay up with Lemosque to get your training, Umtal explained as they walked up the steps to the great hall of Limos Hold.
But it's old Branelin and his watch-wher Resk that you'll really need to train, Jlantir added. If you can convince him... Nuella nodded. Her father had agreed readily enough when Jlantir and Master Zist had presented the facts to him, but he had insisted that if, for any reason, Nuella couldn't train other watch-whers, she be returned immediately to her hold. Nuella understood, and even agreed with his thinking. It would be bad enough if she failed, but utterly unbearable if she was asked to repeat her failure time and time again. I want to start with the most stubborn person, she had said. When Zlantir had protested, she dug in her heels until Master Zist dryly informed the Dragonrider that it would be very hard to find someone more stubborn than she was. Nuella wasn't so sure, but she wanted to find out as soon as possible. In the days between her father's consent and Tal's news that he had set up a class at Limos Hold, Nuella and Kisk had trained hard together, going over everything it was felt watch-whers and their handlers needed to know. Nuella marveled at how helpful and patient Kindan was, even when he mostly had to stand aside and let her work directly with Kisk.
"She's just a girl,"
a gruff old voice exclaimed as Tal led her into a large, echoey room. A younger voice, that of a girl Nuella judged to be younger than Rena, giggled nervously. Nuella made a note to ask everyone's age beforehand next time, if there was a next time. She paused, taking a deep breath. She could smell a fire burning on the hearth and turned her head slightly toward its warmth. A pleasant scent, not perfume, but a nice soap, came from where the girl's voice had originated. A sharper, woodsy smell came just faintly from her right, away from the fire. Nuella turned toward it. "You must be Renalan," she said, letting go of Tal's arm and raising her right hand in greeting. She heard the old man's sharp gasp and figured that he was still a meter distant. Then she heard him walk slowly toward her and felt his gnarled hand grasp hers firmly. "My wife lost the use of her eyes 3 turns before she passed on," he told her softly. He sighed. "She had the most beautiful eyes, like yours, lass." Nuella smiled. "Thank you." "You've a pretty smile, too." "And I'm stubborn," she told him. "I think you must be," Renalan agreed. "And I can tell by the way you said it that you've been told that I'm stubborn, too." He gripped her hand tighter. "My Lord Holder asked me to meet you. He said you could teach me what Lord Zlantir couldn't, how to talk to my Resk here." Nuella shook her head. "I can't teach you that. All I can do is help you learn it. If you're willing to do that, then the next time there's an emergency at your cothold, you'll be able to get Resk to call for help. From dragons." She heard the surprised gasps of the 2 youngsters on the other side of her and knew that they were drinking in every word. "That'd be a good trick indeed, lass, if it could be done. But I've tried already with Lord Zlantir. Tried for nearly a month, and the only thing I've got to show for it is a bare larder and hungry wee ones to feed." Nuella nodded in understanding. "Could you introduce me to your watch-wher, please?" "I don't know if that's a good idea, lass," Renalan said with a trace of nervousness in his voice. "Resk and I are well bonded, and he's not one for strangers. I'd hate it if he bit you or anything." Nuella stepped around the older man and toward the sound of the watch-wher, her right hand held out, palm up. "Lolanth, would you ask Resk if I could greet him?" she said out loud. She heard a surprised snort from the watch-wher, and then a quieter chirp. "Resk, my name is Nuella," she said in soft, soothing tones, still walking slowly toward the sound of the watch-wher. "You just heard Lolanth, Zlantir's dragon. He's a nice dragon. I just rode in on him. He's a relative of yours from back in ancient times. He's a very friendly dragon. He wants to help. He helps like you do. I know you can hear him. Can he hear you? I can teach you how to talk to him. I can teach you and Renalan how to call to the dragons. Would you like that?" Warm, moist air blew softly across her outstretched palm. Nuella moved her hand up, slowly, to touch the hard hide of the old watch-wher. Resk started and moved back, but Nuella waited patiently. Slowly, she heard him return. Presently, she felt his hot breath on her palm again. Concentrating on calm thoughts, she stood still, trying to get a feel for the old watch-wher. After a moment, she turned back to Renalan. "May I touch him?" "I don't see why you're asking me, lass," the old man said with a snort.
You're practically touching him now.
Manners,
Nuella replied tartly. Renelin let out a bellow.
Put me right in my place, you did. Very well. On your head be it. At least you seem to know what you're doing.
Thank you. But could you please tell Resk that it's okay?
Renelin sobered up.
I see what you mean. Good one, lass.
To his watch-wher, he said,
Resk, let the lass touch you. There's a good lad.
I just want to get a feel of you, Resk,
Nuella said calmly.
You can feel me, too, if you wish.
Slowly she raised her hand to follow the line of his jaw and up toward his neck. She felt the watch-wher's shock and alarm, and his growing calm as she moved her hands down his neck. She stopped.
Are you itchy? Can I rub your eye ridges?
The dragons love that, you know. She stretched her senses until she felt that the watch-wher had acquiesced.
Okay, let me do that now.
Slowly she reached up and scratched the watch-wher's left eye ridge. After a moment, the watch-wher lowered his head so that she could reach more easily. Nuella kept scratching.
Oh, that's a good lad, she crooned.
Resk turned his snout toward her and butted her with it. Nuella laughed. Resk gave a sweet chirp and butted her again. Then Nuella felt the watch-wher's slivery tongue slide along the line of her jaw, and he gave another happy chirp.
I don't believe it,
Renelin exclaimed.
It's just the salt on my skin,
Nuella said, turning her head to the old man.
If that were so, I've much saltier skin than yours. He'd be slobbering all over me.
She giggled.
Then you might try washing more.
The two Holder children gasped at her cheekiness, but Renelin just guffawed.
Washing? Oh, I'll try that for sure.
Nuella heard him walk over to her and felt him clap her on the shoulder.
You're a good one, lass. You're a good one.
Thank you, sir,
she said, reaching up to pat Resk again.
I hope you'll still say that when I'm done.
Well, let's say that I'm willing to listen.
Nuella shook her head.
Listening is not enough, she said firmly. Learning is.
She heard poorly stifled groans from the children behind her. She turned to them and smiled.
Lord Darrell, Lady Erla, Todd tells me that you work with the Hole's watch-wher, Lamosque. Is that right? Yes,
Erla admitted after a moment's hesitation and some whispered consultation with her older brother.
Well, I don't think you can learn all that much without Lamosque here, she said, and it seems to be awfully late. Would you prefer me to teach you another day?
I'm not tired,
Lord Darrell insisted over his yawn.
Very well, Nuella said tactfully. However, I think I should work with Renelin and Resk first, so that they can get back to their people, don't you?
Yes, the two youngsters said in chorus. Nuella smiled.
Great. You can watch if you like, but there won't be all that much to see. In fact, the first thing we'll do is close our eyes. I'd like you and Renelin to close your eyes and turn toward the fire in the hearth. Can you do that?
She heard Renelin's stubborn hiss and turned to him with a smile and an inquiring look. The old man sighed reluctantly.
There. Now what?
What do you see? No, don't open your eyes. With your eyes closed, what do you see? I don't see anything,
Erla said crossly.
Really? Don't scrunch your eyes, my lady. Just close them, like you're asleep.
It's lighter toward the fire, Darrell reported.
What color is it? Is it gray or some color?
Sort of orangey red, Erla said. And I can feel the heat on my face.
Very good, Nuella said encouragingly. Renelin, how about you?
Well, the old man said slowly, I'm farther away, but I can see a lighter spot where the fire is. Feel the heat, of course.
Good. Now keep that image in your mind. My friends tell me that it's blurrier than looking at a fire with your eyes open. Do you agree?
Well, it's not the same at all, really,
Renelin said thoughtfully.
It's like it's hottest in the middle and cooler on the edges.
That's how your watch-wher sees it, Noella said. Try keeping that image in your mind and asking Resk if that's what he sees. Keep your eyes closed, please. Can we ask Lamask? Erla asked.
She's not here, silly,
Daryl said.
She's outside by the gates.
Is there a fire or a torch near her? Noella asked. If so, you could ask her to think about that.
Renelin gasped, and Resk made a startled noise at the same time.
By the first shell, you're right. That's what Resk sees.
Watch-whers see heat, you see. That's the way their big eyes work.
So that's why they can see tunnel snakes when there's no glows,
Lord Daryl exclaimed excitedly. Exactly, Noella agreed. She turned to Renelin and said for his ears alone, You felt him, didn't you?
Yes,
Renelin said in a hushed voice.
I could feel him. I've always sort of known how to talk to him, but now...
Now the hard part's over, she said. Now that you can imagine how Resk sees, you'll be better able to understand the images he sends you. Now you and Resk can build up a vocabulary, come up with agreed sounds and images that mean something, and then we can teach Resk to use your words to talk to the dragons.
They can see heat,
Renelin repeated, more to himself than anyone.
He raised his voice for Noella's ears.
Can they see people buried in snow?
Or coal, or mud, and even a bit in water, Noella told him.
That's why my Lord Untal wants to train us, Renelin said in an awed voice. We lost 3 cotholes with all their families in an avalanche last winter.
My friend lost his older brothers and his father in a cave-in at our mines 2 turns ago, Noella said by way of agreement.
They should have had a watch-wher, Renelin said firmly. I hear they're good in mines.
Noella turned a bittersweet smile into a full smile. If they're trained properly.
Very well, Lady Noella. Let's start training, Renelin said with a voice full of commitment.
It's just Noella, she replied, shaking her head at the honorific.
Not to my way of thinking, Renelin said fervently.
Noella laughed. Let's see if you still say that when the cock crows in the morning.
My Lord Untal, I cannot thank you enough, Renelin said the next morning, pumping the Dragonrider's hand gratefully. This will save so many lives.
I'll be sure to have my sweep riders stop by and get acquainted with Resk, Untal told the old were-handler.
When Renelin's eyes widened, the Dragonrider added,
Well, it wouldn't do any good to have your Resk know how to summon just one dragon.
I suppose it wouldn't at that, Renelin admitted in awed tones. And you can be sure we won't abuse the privilege. We'll only call in direst emergency.
Not even a gather?
Untal asked plaintively. Renelin accepted the teasing with a nod.
And gatherers.
Untal clapped him on the shoulder.
We Dragonriders are here to protect Pern and its people, Renelin. I'm just glad that you and your watch-wher can help us do our job better.
Much better, Renelin agreed, now that Lady Noella has taught us how.
Do you think you could teach others yourself?
Now that you know? Jlantir asked, stifling a yawn. He had been quite surprised to wake in a soft bed that morning. The last he remembered, he had still been in the Great Hall. The mystery had been cleared up when he learned that Noella had asked to have him moved there after he had fallen asleep at one of the Great Hall's tables. Renelin pursed his lips thoughtfully. He gave Noella a sideways look, then replied,
I think I could. I might not be quite as good as my lady here, but I would do my best.
Resk can talk to the other watch-whers, you know, Noella said. That's half the battle already.
Half the battle? Renelin asked.
Noella nodded vigorously. Sure. Resk can tell the other watch-whers how to talk with the Bendon dragons he's met, and they can tell him about the ones they've met.
They can?
Untal and Jlantir said in chorus. Dragons can, can't they? Noella said. If a dragon can, why can't a watch-wher?
Oh, I never thought of that,
Umtal admitted in a tone of admiration. He cocked his head thoughtfully. Reynolin, has your Resk ever met Breath, the Weir-woman's dragon?
Why, no, my lord.
Would you then kindly ask your Resk to ask Lamask how to talk to Breath?
If you wish, my lord. He's a bit sleepy, I'm afraid. It's just dawn. He might not be too good at it.
Just try, Umtal said. We can try tonight or another night if this doesn't work.
Reynolin nodded. He closed his eyes in concentration. Resk was sharing Lamask's lair for the day, and so too far away to hear his handler speak out loud. After a moment, Reynolin looked up again.
I've done it, my lord. I think Resk knows now.
Could you ask Resk to send a message to Breath? Umtal asked.
Reynolin looked dubious.
I can try, but I'm still learning, as you know.
He took a quick look at Nuella and straightened up, determined.
Let me correct myself. We'll do it, my lord. Maybe not this time, but we'll try until we do.
What is the message?
Could you ask her to contact Gaminth?
Umtal said. Oh, no. Make it Lolanth, Slantir suggested gleefully. That would be a much better test, as they're not in the same weir.
Very well. Could you ask her to contact Lolanth, then?
I'll try. I'll do it now,
Reynolin answered, closing his eyes again.
There. Although Resk is awfully tired.
By the shell of Faranth!
Slantir shouted, jumping with excitement.
It worked! It worked! It worked!
He bounced around the others in glee. Throughout the waking hold, heads turned, and Lolanth and Gaminth bugled from their cliffside perches.
That's fine, Slantir, but you'd better tell my weir-woman what we're up to,
Umtal replied drolly. He turned to Nuella and bowed deeply.
My lady, on behalf of Bendon Weir, I thank you.
Nuella blushed scarlet from her head to her toes. Chapter 12. Harper, harper, sing me a song. Give me a tune that lasts all day long. When Nuella returned home, it felt like she had been gone a lifetime, even though it was only a fortnight. She had smelled the sea. She had tasted exotic fruits. She had drunk the best Bendon wine, watered down just the way it was served to the young lord and lady. She wasn't sure she liked it, but she had kept that to herself. She had been introduced to fire lizards and found them charming but too flighty. Watch-whers were much more her sort of person. And dragons, of course. Beneath her, Lolanth rumbled in amused agreement. She simply had not gotten used to being called my lady, and the people who had said it to her. It was bad enough that Umtal, weir leader of Bendon Weir, had said it, but the weir leader and weir woman of Ista Weir had also called her that. Cryon had even presented her with a gold necklace, especially made just for her. It was formed of links in the shapes of dragons, fire lizards, watch-whers, and dolphins. Seeing the latter, Nuella had fearfully entertained the notion that the Istan Weir leader might want her to teach watch-whers to talk to dolphins, too. Fortunately, as she hadn't the slightest idea how to go about it, that wasn't the case. Cryon had merely wanted to give her something as a mark of the Weir's gratitude. The training had been easy after Reynolin, and Nuella had loved every exhausting second of it. The warmth of amazement from both watch-wher and were-handler as they learned to communicate with each other and with the dragons of Pern was something she would cherish in her heart forever, and she admitted to herself that it was an accomplishment no one could take away from her, and no one else could have done. She had to be blind to see the way the watch-whers did. Nuella realized how much she had learned herself. As she worked with new watch-whers, it had become easier, much easier, to create a rapport with them, to get a feel for what they were feeling and see their images. She had also learned an incredible amount of watch-wher lore. She couldn't wait to tell Kindan that Kisk's name had been predetermined, that watch-whers picked the name that matched their humans,
and that their names always ended in sk, or that the watch-whers of the major holds always named themselves after their holds and always bonded with someone of the hold's bloodline, or that watch-whers sometimes outlived their humans and could rebond with another human. Or maybe she wouldn't tell him that, she thought with a frown. It might upset Kindan too much to realize that if he had only known better, he might have saved Dask. Well, she decided, perhaps not. From all she had heard, Dask had been too injured to rebond, and was too determined to carry out Danil's wishes to obey anyone else. She wondered if Zener would be there to greet her. They were arriving late, but not too late for him to be up for a special occasion. She wanted to show him her necklace. She wanted to show her father, too, and her mother. Her mother, whose faith in her had never flagged, who had never allowed Nuella to feel held back in the least by her blindness, who had always shown her ways to make it into an asset, to use it to her advantage. And little Larissa. Maybe, Nuella crinkled her nose, she could get out of having to change the baby's diapers for a bit, perhaps 2 or 3 days. She felt the impact as Lolant landed softly on the meadow outside the first mine shaft. She had asked Jlantir to land there so that her arrival wouldn't be noticed. She hoped her father would appreciate her thoughtfulness. She felt Jlantir hop down. "Come on down, my lady," he called from below. "It's lucky it's night, and there's no one about, or we would have had to use the watch heights to avoid the coal carts." Nuella threw her leg across Lolant's neck and slid down off his side into Jlantir's waiting arms. She had gotten quite fond of that drop, falling free, knowing that someone would be there to catch her. Jlantir twirled her around once and then lightly set her on her feet. "All back, safe and sound," he announced gaily. Then he added, in a slightly puzzled tone, "although the welcoming party seems to have become somewhat mislaid." Eagerly, Nuella sniffed the night air, hoping to catch a scent of new arrivals before Jlantir's eyes saw them. She listened, drinking in the night noises, sifting through them for the sound of approaching feet. With a triumphant smile she found them, a pair approaching, just coming into view about— "Ah, there they are," Jlantir announced. "Not quite as many as I would have expected, but perhaps it's the late hour." "No," Nuella said, suddenly feeling chilled. "Something's wrong." "Nuella?" Zener called out in the night. Nuella took a relieved breath. "Zener, what is it? Where's Kindan? Kisk?" Nuella reached out for the familiar wispy touch of her favorite watch-wher and got back saddened darkness. "What happened?" "There's been an accident," Renna said, walking up beside her brother. "It's all my fault," Zener cried in a tear-choked voice. "A cave-in," Renna said. "Kindan? Kisk? Are they okay?" Nuella asked in panic. "They're in the shed," Renna said. "Kindan tried to go, but Tarek forbade him and punched him when he tried to get in anyway." "Tarek?" Nuella repeated blankly. "He's no miner," Zener snarled. "I told Natalon when I saw their joists. Your father went to look for himself. He was furious when he saw the state of 2nd Street. He made Tarek switch with him." He took a deep breath and said in a rush, "I think they were shoring up the tunnel when it collapsed." "Father?" Nuella cried. "And Taylor. All their shift," Renna told her tearfully. "Tarek," Zener said venomously, "said that the cave-in was too long to dig them out." "Told her tried anyway," Renna added, "but they couldn't get more than a meter. Told her said that at least 10 meters of the tunnels caved in. That'd take weeks to dig out." "Tarek put guards on the shaft after Kindan tried to bust in," Zener said. "There's only a pump crew there now, trying to get clear air into the mine." Nuella started walking down the hill toward the camp. "Nuella," Jlantir called after her, "what are you going to do?" "I'm going to see Kindan," Nuella shouted over her shoulder. "I'm going to rescue my father." Kindan's eyes snapped open as someone nudged him awake. He hadn't meant to fall asleep, but the day's events had left him battered, bruised, and more frazzled than he had realized. A soft hand felt his forehead and pulled away quickly from the large bump and half-dried scab. "He hit you hard, didn't he?" Nuella asked as he sat up. Can you walk?"
"Nuella."
Kindan groped for words. Nuella shushed him with a finger on his lips. "Shh. Zener told me."
"I tried, Nuella,"
Kindan said, with new tears rolling down his cheeks.
"Kisk and I tried."
"I know," she said, her throat tight with pain. "I know." She felt her warm tears run down her face and hugged Kindan tightly, and for a moment both of them were lost in their grief. After a long while, Nuella felt the tightness in her chest ease, and she drew back from Kindan. "Can you try again?" she asked after a moment. The curtain at the entrance rustled, and someone stepped into the shadows.
"I have an axe."
It was Kristoff. "Kristoff?" Nuella said in surprise. Her mouth hardened. "You can't stop us."
"Nuella,"
Kindan began warningly.
"I won't stop you," Kristoff said with a grim smile. "I want to help."
Nuella gasped in surprise.
"I won't stop until we get them out,"
Kristoff said fiercely.
"Alive or dead."
He looked at Kindan.
"Your father taught me that. A miner never leaves his friends."
He added dejectedly,
"Only, I don't know how to get past the guards."
"I do." Nuella sprang up from the floor. Kindan stood up with her. Kisk rose and, with a cry of support, rustled her stubby wings. They met Zener and Rena at the shed's entrance. Kindan spoke quickly in low tones to Zener to explain the situation with Kristoff, and then they all headed up to the hold. "Where are we going?" Kristoff asked. "This is the path to the hold." "Exactly," Nuella said. "Didn't you ever wander around it when you lived there?"
"Well, yes,"
Kristoff admitted reluctantly.
"Did you ever try the closet on the second floor?"
Kindan asked.
"I knew there had to be another entrance,"
Kristoff exclaimed. "But the closet?" Kindan enjoyed Kristoff's look of amazement as they made their way up to the second-floor landing, but his own jaw dropped when they topped the stairs.
"Told her."
The big miner grinned down at them.
"You're late,"
he said, hefting an axe to his shoulder.
"I thought I was going to have to come find you myself."
He nodded to Kindan.
"I figured you were your father's son. I knew you'd try again."
He caught sight of Nuella and frowned. His frown deepened when Rena reached the top of the stairs.
"This is Natalon's daughter, Nuella,"
Zener said, stepping forward deliberately.
"She's going to rescue her father."
"And I'm helping," Rena added in a voice that brooked no argument.
"There are enough hard hats for all of us through that door,"
Nuella said, pointing beyond Tolder's back. The big miner grinned.
"Don't I know it? Who do you think checks on them to make sure they're still safe? How do you think I found out about you anyway? Although I'd always thought the blonde hair was Daylor's."
"My brother," Nuella admitted.
"Can we go now?"
Rena asked. Tolder nodded.
"Just let me get some gloves."
"No time," Nuella said brusquely. "I'll lead. I know this passageway like the back of my hand."
"You can't see the back of your hand,"
Zener muttered. Nuella's hand shot out, super quick, and accurately whacked Zener on the side of his head with the back of her hand. "Who said anything about seeing it?" she asked sweetly. She walked into the closet and quickly slid open the secret door at the back. "That's gotta hurt," Rena added with no trace of sympathy for her brother. Zener grinned at her, still clutching his wounded head. "At least she's not sulking anymore."
"I heard that,"
Nuella shouted back from the darkness. Inside the passageway they quickly picked up hard hats and put them on. Nuella led the way with Kisk and Kindan close behind. Tolder brought up the rear, grumbling under his breath about missing glows.
"Shut the door,"
Nuella called over her shoulder.
"Kisk sees best in the dark."
After she heard the door close, she asked Kindan, "Do you remember how many paces it was to the new mine shaft?"
143 after the first turn,
Kindan replied without thinking. "You lead then," Nuella ordered, bracing herself against the wall to let him and Kisk pass. "Why this passage?" Rena asked. "Who built it, and why?" Tolder answered her.
"We did. Natalon, your father, Kindan's father, and myself when we first came into this valley, half a turn before the rest of you. Natalon wanted to be sure that the rock was strong enough for a hold.
We used all the rocks we excavated to build Natalon's hold, the Harper's hold, and the bridge over the river. It took us nearly 2 months, but it was worth it because we learned a lot about digging through this sort of rock. It really helped when we sank the main shaft.
How long would it take to dig through from this passageway to the new shaft? Noella asked as she started forward again.
3, maybe 4 hours?
That's too long, Zener muttered. Could Kisk help? Kindan wondered. If we broke through in a couple of places, could she push hard enough?
It's solid stone, Kindan, Tolder objected.
Is that for a full-grown man? Rena asked. Because I'm not full-grown, so maybe I could get through sooner. We have to get Kisk down there, too, Noella pointed out. Here's the turn, Kindan called. He started counting his paces, trying not to let his pounding heart interfere. We could carve out a crawlway, Kristoff suggested.
In an hour, maybe less, Tolder agreed. I'll start.
You'd better be right about the position of that shaft, Noella muttered softly to Kindan. Kindan took a ragged breath and nodded in the darkness. 120, 121. Are we there yet? Rena called from the rear. Nearly, Kindan called back. 130. About 10 more paces. He counted the final paces and stopped. Right here. He marked the spot with his hand. Noella, find my hand and put yours there, he said. I'm going to measure off the far side. I'll come with you, she said. Tolder, can you find my hand? In a few moments, the big miner had marked out a crawlway with a few taps of his pickaxe.
Okay, everyone put your fingers in your ears, Tolder warned them. This is going to get mighty loud.
The big miner swung 50 times at his spot and then inspected his work.
Kristoff, come here.
Tolder got Kristoff oriented, and then the young miner went to work for another 50 blows. Zener took over after that, then Kindan. My turn, Rena declared when Kindan had counted 50. This is not the time to learn to swing an axe, Zener swore at her.
There'll be plenty of work later,
Tolder promised, relieving Kindan of the axe. All right, Rena allowed grudgingly. A short while later, Tolder broke through.
How long did that take us?
He asked the group. 19 minutes, Noella responded promptly. I timed it in my head.
Good,
Tolder said enthusiastically.
Let's see if we can get a crawl space done in the next 20.
In the end, it took them 23 more minutes to clear a space wide enough for Kisk. With Kindan's encouragement, the small watch-wher poked her head through the opening. Where are we, Kisk? He asked her. The others waited silently. Noella felt for Kisk's response. We're right behind the pumps, she said. How'd you know? Kindan asked, just about ready to say the same thing. I've gotten a lot better at feeling watch-wher's thoughts, she told him. Come on, let's get going, Rena urged from the back of the group. Let's go, Kisk, Kindan said to the watch-wher, giving her a push.
Everyone be quiet,
Tolder whispered. Quiet? Zener repeated incredulously. After all our digging?
That might not be noticed over the noise of the cave-in settling, Tolder explained, but voices will.
The group crept silently around the unused pumps and over to the new shafts, lifts. 2 groups, Kindan whispered over his shoulder. Noella passed his message on. Kindan, Kisk, and Noella climbed onto the lift at the top of the shaft. Kindan and Noella worked as a team from months of practice. Shards, it's noisy, Kindan hissed as the thick ropes creaked and the pulley at the top of the shaft squealed.
Don't go too fast, Tolder whispered from above.
Don't go too slow, Noella hissed at Kindan. She fidgeted nervously while they waited at the bottom of the shaft for the others to lower themselves down. We weren't that loud, she whispered to Kindan. How do you know? We were too busy trying to be quiet to listen, Kindan countered. Finally, just when she thought she couldn't take it any more, the noise stopped. The others joined them. There won't be anyone at the bottom of the old shaft, will there? Zener wondered aloud.
No, Tolder replied. It's too risky for anyone to stay down here.
After a moment, Noella said, Kisk could see anyone before they could see her anyway. Let's go then, Zener said. Noella and Kindan had already started moving, with Kisk between them. No blindfold this time, Kindan murmured to Nuella.
Which is a pity, because I could have used it for a dust mask, Nuella replied.
Hang on,
Tolder whispered from behind them. The group paused.
Yup, I thought so, he said after rustling a hand about in his hard hat. There are scars in the hard hats. Pull them out, but make sure you keep your hat over your head. There could be loose rocks anywhere along here, jostled from the cave-in.
Not that it'll do much good,
Nuella grumbled as they set off once more.
Then why'd you mention it?
Zener muttered back. Nuella sniffed and increased her pace. You are keeping count, aren't you? Kindan asked her after a moment.
Yes. Aren't you?
3rd Street is 12 paces ahead, Kindan said by way of confirmation. Nuella? He asked as they passed 3rd Street. What if we're too late?
We won't be,
she said fervently, wishing it to be true.
When did it happen?
About an hour before sunset. In agony, he confessed. Kisk was still asleep. There was too much light for her until the sun went down. We got to the mine as quick as we could after that. Kisk gave Nuella a disconsolate bloop. Instinctively, Nuella reached out and patted the watch-wher's side.
Not your fault, sweetie. You did your best.
Beside her, Kindan took Nuella's words to heart as well.
That's nearly 12 hours ago, she said after a moment.
How long can their air hold out?
It depends on the size of the tunnel that survived, Tolder answered from behind them. No more than a day, though. Maybe less.
Maybe a lot less, Nuella guessed. Desperate to avoid thinking about it, she said to Kindan, Did you know that a watch-wher takes its name from its human?
Really?
Rena asked from the rear of the group, rightly guessing that Nuella was trying to distract herself.
Yes,
Nuella affirmed, and that the more bonded a watch-wher is with its human, the more closely the watch-wher's name matches the human's.
Oh,
Kindan said. So I would have been better off to pick Kinsk over Kisk?
I don't know how much it's a question of your picking as it is of her picking,
Nuella corrected.
And it's not to say that a short name won't mean a long bonding. Renelin and Resk have been bonded now for over 30 turns.
Oh, Kindan said more cheerfully. Then he nearly tripped on a rock.
Rocks ahead,
he called over his shoulder. Everyone mind your step.
Everyone start counting your paces, Tolder ordered. We don't want to get lost.
Nuella called out from the left.
1st Street,
at the same time that Kindan called out from the right.
Main shaft.
83 meters from here, Tolder said quietly.
Do you feel that?
Kristoff asked.
I feel a draft. It must be the pumps. In or out? Zener asked. It feels to me like it's blowing in.
Everyone freeze, Tolder hissed.
What's wrong?
Nuella asked.
Tarek's blowing air into the mine,
Zener replied in a dead voice.
We'll have to turn back, Tolder said.
Why? Nuella cried. We're almost there. We can't stop now. Nuella, Zener said slowly, with the air blowing in, it's like adding coal to a fire.
No, it's exactly like adding air to coal gas, Rena corrected. It could cause an explosion.
He's not doing it on purpose, is he?
Kindan asked. No one wanted to answer that question.
Come on, we have to turn around, Tolder repeated.
Wait,
Nuella cried desperately.
If we can get the pumps to suck the air out, could we go on?
It won't work, Zener said. You'd have to get crews on both the old and the new shafts, or it'd have pretty much the same effect. No one knew what to say.
We tried, Nuella,
Kindan said, as the silence dragged on.
I'm not quitting,
Kristoff announced.
I won't leave them.
We can come back when it's safe, Tolder said.
For the bodies?
Zener cried.
Wait,
Nuella hissed.
If we could get the pumps on both shafts to suck the air out, could we continue?
It'd be too risky, Tolder said after a moment. The air has been pumped in here for hours now. At any moment it could meet a pocket of gas, and...
Everyone shuddered at the thought of the fireball that would result.
We could leave our picks here, Kristoff suggested. That way we couldn't possibly make any sparks. We'd have to move the rocks by hand anyway, Zener agreed.
We still don't have any way to get the pumps manned,
Tolder pointed out.
"Oh, yes, we do," Nuella said, her heart lifting. "Kindan, can I borrow Kisk for a moment?"
"Sure," Kindan said instantly. "Where are you going?"
"Nowhere,"
Nuella said, in a tone that discouraged further questions. She put her hands on Kisk.
"Kisk, I need you to talk to Lolanth. Tell Lolanth to talk to me, please. It's an emergency."
Kisk nodded her head and blinked her eyes slowly. Then she chirped a happy acknowledgement and butted Nuella in search of affection. Nuella gave the green watch-wher a quick pat on the neck.
"Thank you, Kisk," she said.
Then she continued.
"Lolanth, please tell Jlantir that I need the pumps on both mines manned to suck the air out of the mines. Ask him to get the master miner. Tell him I'm trying to save my father."
"Jlantir asks if you're in danger," the dragon relayed.
"Only if we don't get the air sucked out of the mine," Nuella said aloud.
"Jlantir says he will do it," Lolanth answered. "He is very worried. I am very worried. We are calling Gamanth. Umtol comes. Ista comes. The miners have been told."
"If Tarek complains," Kindan said,
guessing what Nuella was doing.
Are you talking to a dragon?" Zener asked in amazement.
"Dragons will talk to anyone if they want to," Kindan told him.
"Really?"
Zener muttered in amazement. From above, they heard a chorus of dragon bugles loudly in the night. "The master miner is here," Lolanth informed Nuella. "He has started the pumps the right way. He is very angry with someone."
"I am here, Nuella," the gentle voice of Gamanth called. "Umtol wants to know where you are."
"We're down here, in the mine," Nuella answered aloud.
"Master Miner Brittel is very worried," Gamanth informed her. "He says you should come up immediately."
"I can feel the pumps," Kristoff said. "They're pulling the air out."
"The master miner is here," Nuella told them. "He says we have to leave."
"We're not going," 4 voices responded in unison. "Well, I can't drag you all out by myself, and I won't leave you," Tolder said slowly. He said to Nuella, "If you can get a message to the master miner, tell him what we're hoping to do, and ask if he has any suggestions." Nuella relayed the message.
"The master miner says you should hope your luck holds," Gamanth reported.
"He says good luck," Nuella told the others.
"Okay, let's get going," Kindan said. "It's another 86 meters to 2nd Street."
In silence, the group trudged past the mine shaft and the vigorous sound of the pumps. The rocks on the floor of the tunnel grew more numerous and larger. "We cleared a path on the tracks," Tolder said. "If you walk in the middle of the road, you shouldn't have to worry." The air was thick with dust. Occasionally they passed a glow, its light doing little other than illuminating the thick clouds swirling around them. The darkness grew worse. Kindan realized that he had come upon another glow only because he had insisted on keeping his fingers touching the sides of the tunnel and had felt the frame of the glow basket. Shortly after that, he barked his shin on a huge, irregularly shaped boulder. A cry from Nuella beside him made it clear that he wasn't the only one to suffer. Kindan realized that he couldn't see her.
How can you guys see?"
Zener wondered aloud. "If you can't see, hold hands," Tolder told the group.
"Grab onto Kisk," Nuella said. "She can see in the dark."
2nd Street, Kindan announced.
"Here we are."
"The cave-in is about 2 meters inside the turn," Tolder said.
"Figures,"
Kindan muttered, remembering the bad joists he had encountered. "We dug out 1 meter before we stopped," Tolder added.
"So the edge of the cave-in was 1 meter inside?" Kindan asked. "How low is the ceiling?"
"You'll have to duck," Tolder admitted.
Kindan crouched down and started forward slowly. "No, you stay behind," Nuella told him, grabbing his shoulder. "I'll go forward." "Why don't we let Kisk look first?" Kindan suggested.
"What for?" Tolder asked.
"Hot spots," Zener said. "If Kisk sees heat, a spark would look like a little hot spot, right?"
"Right," Nuella and Kindan agreed in unison.
"You're better at seeing in the dark," Kindan told Nuella. "Why don't you work with Kisk?" "Thanks,"
Nuella responded. Kisk, can you see any little lights? Look for little lights, Kisk. Nuella concentrated on the image she was looking for. After a moment, she got a feeling of comprehension from the green watch-where, and then Kisk diverted her attention to the tunnel ahead. Oh, Kisk chirped. Stale air, Kindan translated. Any lights? No, Nuella said. No lights.
How about big lights? Tolder asked. Like people?
No, Nuella responded immediately in a bleak voice. No big lights either. You mean no one's alive? Rena's voice broke the silence. No one at all? Kisk said there was stale air, Kristoff said. Kisk can only see heat through about 2 meters of coal. Probably less, Kindan said.
How do you know? Tolder asked.
We tested it, Nuella said simply. She heard Kindan moving beside her. What are you doing? Taking off my boot, Kindan told her. Why? Have you got a rock in it?
Don't make a spark,
Tolder warned as Kindan began to tap the sole of his boot on the hard rails that ran along the floor and into the cave-in. How far will that sound travel? Nuella asked sourly. Shh, Zener hissed. It'll travel the length of the rail if you put your ear to it. Kindan finished tapping out his question and put his ear on the rail. He waited, and waited, and heard nothing. Honestly, Nuella snarled as Kindan started to rise, you're making too much noise. Don't you know that you can't hear half as well as I can? Do you hear anything? Kindan asked hopefully. Just you. Shh. Nuella listened. They waited, and waited. 8, Nuella said finally. I hear 8 taps. A long pause and 8 more taps. They're alive, Rena shouted.
Well, it could just be rocks settling, Tolder suggested soberly.
Hang on, let me send a different message, Kindan said. Nuella, lift your head or you'll lose your hearing. Kindan knelt down again and tapped out a different code. F-A-R. Far? You're asking how far they are? Rena guessed. She had learned her drum codes from Kindan. Shh! Nuella hissed again, her ear on the rail. She waited, and waited. Nothing, she reported finally. Maybe they weren't listening when you sent that message, Kristoff suggested in the dead silence that followed. Maybe they were still sending their answer. Try again. Kindan dutifully rapped out the drum code again. Nuella put her ear on the rail again and waited. After a while, she plugged the other ear to shut out Rena's fervent whisper of, please, please, please. Nothing. Wait. 10, Nuella said. I thought I heard 10. She listened again. Yes, definitely 10. They're alive, Zener said in profound relief. Only 8 of them, though, Rena pointed out.
But they're 10 meters down the tunnel, Tolder said. That means they're 8 meters away from us.
3 days, Kristoff muttered sadly. No one needed him to elaborate. It would take crews working around the clock for 3 days to clear 8 meters of rubble, and the trapped miners had less than a day, probably less than half a day, of air left.
Tell the master miner, Tolder said to Nuella.
There has to be a way, Kristoff said fiercely. There has to. All that training, Kindan said miserably. All for nothing. We came this far and we can't save them. He turned to Nuella. I'm sorry, he said, his voice choked with tears. Nuella, I'm so sorry. I'm not giving up, Nuella said. And you can't either. You trained Kisk too hard, and we've come too far to give up now. What can we do? We can't dig through to them in time. We have to go between, or... Could a dragon get to them? Rena wondered. They're too big, Zener answered. And they have to see where they're going, Nuella added. Kisk could do it, Kindan pronounced. Watch-whers don't go between, Nuella declared. Yes, they do. I saw Dask do it, Kindan corrected. He saw that Nuella still looked doubtful, and sighed. Look, watch-whers and dragons were both made from fire lizards, right? Nuella nodded dubiously. Okay, then, Kindan continued quickly, aware that time was running out for the miners. If fire lizards can go between by themselves to places they know, and dragons can't go between to places they don't know unless a rider can give them an image. But watch-wher see heat, Nuella objected. Exactly, Kindan agreed. That's why you have to ride her. You can give Kisk the right heat images. Ride a watch-wher? Kristoff repeated in wonder. Daniel did it once with Dask, Zener told him. I remember. She's your watch-wher, Kindan, Nuella protested. I can't ride her. She's yours. I can't ride her. I can't give her the right visual images, Kindan countered. You can. Can you? Rena asked desperately. Can you save Daylor, Nuella? I'd have to get a good visual image, Nuella complained. Take a breath, Kindan said in a low voice close to her ear so that the others couldn't hear. You can do it, Nuella. But she's yours. I'll loan her to you, Kindan said lightly. She likes you anyway. You said watch-whers can change bonds, right? Right, Nuella agreed reluctantly. But how will I know what the image should be? You know your father and how he looks, and you know Daylor. Start with them and imagine their heat images in your mind. You can do that, right? I don't know, Nuella admitted nervously. You've done it with Daylor, playing hide-and-seek, right? Reluctantly, Nuella nodded. And you know the shape of your father, right? And you know what a heat image looks like, so you can imagine his heat image standing next to Daylor. Yes, I can. Good. Do that, Kindan said. I'll take care of the rest. Do you know how many people Kisk can carry at a time? Nuella asked him. 9, Kindan answered immediately, lying. I'm sure the number was 9. To Tolder, he said, Can you take the others back to the main shaft? We need to set up a pattern that Kisk can recognize to go between to on this side.
All right, Tolder said. She sees in the dark, right?
No, she sees heat, Kindan corrected. What I want is for you to go to the far side of the shaft and form a line across it. Tolder, I want you nearest the shaft, ready to help people out. Rena, you stand beside him. Kristoff, next to her. Zener, you should be touching the west wall. All hold hands until Nuella arrives. Nuella, will that work for you? Kindan asked. Can you imagine that? I'll try. She cut herself off. Yes, I can, she said firmly. What if I have to make 2 trips, though? If you have to make 2 trips, I'll be there for the second one. I'll stand in front of Rena and Kristoff. Will that work? Yes, I can see that, Nuella agreed. Okay, Tolder and the others, move off now, please. I've got to tap some instructions to the other side. Don't try doing that until they're gone, Nuella cautioned.
Don't make any sparks,
Tolder reiterated. Right, Kindan agreed. No sparks. Sparks are bad. 10 minutes later, which seemed like ages to Nuella, Kindan lifted his head up off the rails. That could have gone faster if you'd let me listen, Nuella told him sourly. You need to stay calm, he reminded her, and bond to Kisk. She's a sweetheart. I've always felt a special bond with her, Nuella assured him. That's what I always thought, Kindan admitted cryptically. Everything's ready now. You need to imagine your father and your brother standing side by side, holding hands. Kisk should arrive with her nose touching Daylor's, and everything will be fine. Who's on which side? Daylor's on the right. That's what all my tapping was about, Kindan said promptly. I think you'll want to climb onto Kisk's back, but crouch low on her neck. Let me help you. Nuella scrambled onto the watch-wher's back and wrapped her arms around the long neck. Ready? Ready. Remember, it only lasts as long as it takes to... Nuella fixed the image in her mind. 2 heaped rainbow bodies with a hot spot between them where they held hands, and gave the image to the watch-wher. The cold of between enveloped her. Silence filled her ears. Chapter 13. Watch-wher, watch-wher, do you know all the places you can go? Cough 3 times. The watch-wher chirped. Sound filled Nuella's ears. She took a cautious breath. Father, she said, reaching out to where she knew he would be. "I came as soon as I could." "Nuella!" At the sound of her father's voice, tears streamed down Nuella's face. "Have everyone grab hold of the watch-wher. If you've got anyone who can't stand, help them onto her back with me." "She's not big enough," Daler said doubtfully. "She'll bear the load," Nuella replied. The watch-wher chirped a bold agreement. "Hurry! The air's getting too stale," Natalon told the others. "Let me know when they're ready," Nuella said. "What are you going to do?" Daler asked, his voice right beside her ear. "Don't worry," Nuella said, raising her voice over the others. "We're going to get you out. It's going to be a strange ride, but it will only last as long as it takes to—" "Everyone's ready," Natalon told her. Nuella brought the image to her mind. Tolder, Renna, Kristoff, Zener. She formed their fiery images and passed them to the watch-wher. "Cough 3 times," she finished. At Kindan's shout, the miners in the camp started collecting around them. "Look, it's Natalon!" someone exclaimed. "Natalon's been saved!" The shout rang round the camp. "Give them room!" Kindan bellowed above the crowd. "And someone send for the Harper and Janella!" A respectful silence descended as the rescued miners stumbled out of the shaft and collected beside Natalon. "Who's that with them?" a voice murmured from the back. Natalon rose to his feet, resting an arm on Nuella's shoulder. She shifted her weight to support him, and the watch-wher slithered around to his other side and raised her head under his other hand. Natalon looked down at the watch-wher and smiled, stroking the ungainly head with affection. "I have an announcement," he said, pulling himself fully erect. He slipped his arm underneath Nuella's and hugged her tight to his side. "This is my daughter, Nuella. She cannot see, so I kept her hidden from you all." He paused. "I was afraid that you would hold her lack of sight against her. And me. But it is I who have been blind and foolish. Nuella was not blind in our dark minds. She could see where others could not. And so she, with her friends—" Natalon gestured toward Kindan and Zener— "and the watch-wher rescued us poor, sighted miners." "You're alive!" Janella rushed into the crowd, baby Larissa tucked under one arm, and grabbed Natalon with the other. "Oh, you're alive!" She looked around at the crowd of faces. "Who can I thank?" Kindan pushed Nuella forward. Janella looked down at her, eyes brimming with tears. Nuella tilted her head up to her mother's voice. "Me, Mother." Janella thrust Larissa into Kindan's arms and grabbed Nuella in a tearful embrace. When she finally recovered enough to stand, she looked around at the crowd and said fiercely, "This is my daughter, Nuella." She looked down at Nuella. "She's my pride and joy." "She didn't do it alone," Zener said unexpectedly in the silence. Kindan shot him a look of amazement that Zener would do anything to risk harming Nuella's acceptance into the camp. "Her watch-wher helped." Zener grinned at Kindan, adding in a voice pitched so that only he could hear. "You knew, didn't you?" "I was hoping," Kindan answered just as quietly. Zener reached over and squeezed his friend on the shoulder, tightly, in thanks and acknowledgement of Kindan's sacrifice. "Her watch-wher?" Natalon repeated blankly, looking at how the green sat curled possessively about Nuella without so much as a glance toward Kindan. "My watch-wher?" Nuella repeated, turning toward Kindan. Kindan nodded. "Ask her name, Nuella." Nuella gave him an uncomprehending look, so Kindan explained. "Just like when you saw, but with words this time." Nuella's face took on an abstracted expression that suddenly changed to pure delight. "She says her name is Nuelsk." She leaped in the air and ran to Kindan. "Her name is Nuelsk. Oh, Kindan," she cried in bittersweet joy. "You've given me your watch-wher." Kindan hugged her tightly and then let her go, smiling. "I think she was always yours, Nuella, and I was just helping you raise her, not the other way around." Zener joined them, grabbing Nuella's free hand. Kindan smiled as he watched Nuella squeeze Zener's hand back, tightly, and then wrap her arm around his shoulder. If you kiss him, then everyone will know, Kindan whispered in Nuella's ear. Good, Nuella whispered back. She grabbed Zena's face and kissed him soundly on the lips. The gathered crowd roared with laughter at Zena's obvious surprise. Look after him, please, Kindan begged her when Zena managed to pull himself away, red-faced with embarrassment and joy. Haven't I always? Nuella replied. Then she frowned. But, Kindan, what about you? A figure separated itself from the shadows.
I think I may help.
It was Master Zist.
This is an official offer from the Master Harper of Pern,
he said, pressing a parchment into Kindan's hands. Kindan unrolled it and nearly dropped it as he read the words. I may be a harper? He asked, eyes wide.
Well, you will certainly have the opportunity to try, Master Zist said with a smile. No doubt they'll be pumping you for all this lost lore on watch-whers.
He leaned in close to Kindan and said in a voice for his ears alone, You will do fine, lad. Just fine.
So, Kindan, Nathalon asked with interest, what will you do?
I think I'll sing, the newest harper of Pern replied.
We hope you have enjoyed our presentation of Dragon's Kin by Anne McCaffrey and Todd McCaffrey. Copyright 2003 by Anne McCaffrey and Todd McCaffrey. Read by Dick Hill. Performance copyright 2003 by Brilliance Audio. All rights reserved. For further information concerning this program or other Brilliance Audio titles, please call the following toll-free number: 1-800-222-3225, or visit our website at www.brillianceaudio.com. No part of this recording may be played for an audience or reproduced in any form. It may not be streamed, downloaded, broadcast, or copied without written permission. Address all inquiries to Brilliance Audio, P.O. Box 887, Grand Haven, Michigan 49417.